Naruto Uzumaki was marked by destiny long before he ever drew his first breath. That destiny was precisely why the village turned its back on him. Yet, in the darkness of rejection, a single girl saw the fire in his eyes. Together, they would carve their names into history, not just as shinobi, but as legends. After all, even a god needs his empress. Naruto dragged his feet down the worn path of Konoha, giving a tin can a half-hearted kick as it rattled ahead of him. Another year, another failure. Once again, he hadn't passed the entrance exam for the Shinobi Academy, but Naruto wasn't stupid. He knew the test was tampered with. Several Chuunin instructors had likely sabotaged him. What he couldn't understand was why. He had never harmed anyone. Still, he could feel the loathing directed at him wherever he went, as if the air itself turned cold in his presence. The only possible explanation he could come up with involved his birth. He didn't even know who his parents were. No names, no faces, just silence. Sometimes, he wondered if he was a child stolen from another village. It wasn't unheard of. Maybe he was a prisoner, raised behind enemy lines. The third Hokage never gave him a straight answer. His evasions only fueled Naruto's suspicions. There was no trace of him in Konoha's birth records. As far as he could tell, he wasn't even born here. Every passing day made that theory feel less like paranoia and more like fact. That question, who am I, only deepened as Naruto investigated further. He recently snuck into the Shinobi archives and uncovered fragments about the Uzumaki clan, a once mighty lineage of sealing experts and warriors. The village had integrated many of their techniques into its own defenses, yet the documents had entire sections blacked out, redacted beyond recognition. Naruto couldn't help but think he was an outsider. Maybe the Uzumaki had once been Konoha's enemies, and he was either taken from them or abandoned as a peace offering. All he ever truly wanted was a family, or failing that, even one true friend. But right now, all he had was this empty street and a crushed tin can. He sighed and wandered aimlessly through the village, ignoring the glares from civilians and merchants. His legs moved on their own until he found himself in front of a large, broken tree, the remains of the one once planted by the first Hokage. It had been destroyed years ago during the Nine-Tails assault, but its base still stood like a monument. Where the leaves dance, fire burns. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and the leaves will grow once more. The third Hokage had repeated those words time and time again, but Naruto never understood them. If the village was a family, why did they treat him like a disease? He stared at the old tree one last time before turning away. Elsewhere, from his office window, the third Hokage watched Naruto walk away from the remains of the tree. The reports he received from most villagers were consistently negative, but those from some seasoned shinobi painted a different picture. And the most troubling insight, Naruto's apparent lack of loyalty to the village. Even some of the ANBU whispered concerns. In any other case, Sarutobi would assign surveillance. But this time, he couldn't blame the boy. Naruto had grown up with nothing but scorn. Despite the restrictions placed on revealing the truth of Naruto's past, the villagers made sure their children avoided him like the plague. He was growing up alone, starved of love, and it was beginning to harden him. Worse yet, Naruto had started asking dangerous questions about his parents, about his origins. Sarutobi had tried to deflect, claiming they died heroes during the Nine-Tails attack. But Naruto had begun pressing for names. The boy was starting to believe he was a hostage, and if that belief took root, he might one day turn against Konoha. Sarutobi sighed and looked at the portrait of the fourth Hokage. "Minato, how do I reach your son?" A voice replied before he realized he wasn't alone. "Still as soft as ever, aren't you, Saru?" He turned to find a short, elderly woman standing behind him. "Genkai-sensei," he breathed. "How's my favorite monkey doing?" "Troubled," he admitted. "Too much on my mind." "Like the boy, Naruto. You know, I've been watching him. This isn't the life Minato wanted for his son. If things continue like this, the boy's going to break. He deserves to know the truth. That knowledge may be the only thing that saves him." "But the village. You've let the village lead you by the nose for too long," Genkai snapped. "You're the Hokage, not your council. Grow a spine. Remember what Hashirama told you, stand tall like a tree, rooted in what is right, even if the world shouts that you're wrong." Sarutobi hung his head. "You're here for Naruto." "I am. I owe him that much. Besides, I've got one more generation left to teach. Then, take a few more with him so it won't seem like favoritism." Genkai smirked. "Still spineless, but fine, I'll take a small team." "And Saru, yes, sensei. Start acting like a Hokage again." 2 weeks later, Naruto sat at his desk in the academy, surprised to even be there. He figured the third must have pulled some strings. Because of his low scores, he'd been labeled the dead last. A title in Yuzuka Kiba made sure stuck. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha sat at the top of the class, surrounded by his usual crowd of squealing girls. Naruto laid his head down, wishing for silence. Uruka entered, and the class quieted immediately. Listen up. Today, 3 of you will receive a rare opportunity, a personal training expedition, 4 years long, under the tutelage of the legendary shinobi Genkai. Gasps filled the room. Uruka continued, please welcome Genkai-sama. The door opened, revealing a small, elderly woman. Laughter erupted. She's just an old hag, Kiba shouted. Watch your mouth, Uruka snapped. This woman trained both the 3rd and 4th Hokage. Genkai stepped forward. I've selected 3 students after observing you all for a week. You 3 will train under me directly. She turned to Uruka, who nodded and read the names. Uchiha Kyoko, a young Uchiha girl, looked up in surprise. Kuchiki Byakuya. He gave no reaction beyond a small raise of the brow. And Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. Me. You've got 30 minutes. Say your goodbyes. We're heading out immediately, Genkai said. 30 minutes later, they walked past the village gates. What are you going to teach us? Naruto asked. The art of chakra, Genkai replied. And how to think, fight, and live like true shinobi. That's kind of vague, Kyoko muttered. We could have stayed at the academy for that. Byakuya remained silent. His grandfather had told him to treat this training as a sacred opportunity. Genkai wasn't just a master. She was the master. They traveled for hours, until finally reaching a secluded dojo hidden deep within the forest. All right, Genkai said, turning to them. You're tired, but this is a good time to start your first lesson, chakra control. It's more than just molding energy. It's the ability to remain focused under pressure. That's why your first task will be tree climbing. Tree climbing, Kyoko echoed. Seriously, 4 years had passed since Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya left the village with Genkai. While most of the students at the academy had all but forgotten about them, their sudden reappearance stirred up rumors and speculation. Everyone was convinced that Byakuya and Kyoko had grown tremendously in strength. As for Naruto, the boy who couldn't even pass the academy's entrance exam, he was still dismissed by many. All right, everyone, settle down, Uruka called out, signaling the start of the lesson. You've probably all heard by now, but 3 of your former classmates will be rejoining us today. Since they've already been working as a team under special mentorship, they'll continue as a unit. It wouldn't be fair to rank them by the academy's standards since they were trained separately. The dead last is gonna need the most help, Kiba shouted, sparking laughter across the room. Just then the door slid open, and silence instantly fell over the class. The Hokage stepped in, followed by 3 figures. Kyoko and Byakuya looked almost completely different, older, more refined. But it was Naruto who truly shocked everyone. Gone was the bright blonde hair. In its place was a head of snowy white. It wasn't as long as the others, but it was a startling transformation. Even more surprising, his signature whisker marks were gone. Naruto no longer looked like the sad, isolated kid from before. His demeanor had changed. Now he stood tall, calm, and focused, like a true shinobi. The Hokage said nothing, but his eyes lingered on Naruto, recalling the conversation he'd once had with Genkai. Flashback, what happened to Naruto? Hiruzen asked, his voice still tinged with shock as he took in the boy's transformation. Genkai had simply smiled. He trained in the heart of a snowstorm, trying to master his chakra control and sensory perception. The environment changed him. Physically, spiritually, his chakra evolved. His whole presence did. Her tone then shifted to something more serious. Sarutobi, there's something you need to hear, Genkai said. The 3rd Hokage gave her his full attention. Uzumaki Naruto will surpass every shinobi of his generation. Within the next decade, I believe he'll be the strongest in the entire land. But you must understand, rising that fast creates enemies. Not just in other nations but within your own walls. The 3rd's brows furrowed. He's already that capable. His progression is extraordinary. But it's his ability to mold natural energy, Senjutsu chakra, that truly sets him apart. He began tapping into it during sensory training, entirely on his own. His instinct and adaptability are unlike anything I've witnessed. I believe he's destined to become the strongest since the 1st Hokage himself. Hiruzen was so taken aback that his pipe dropped from his lips. The power of the 1st Hokage was near mythical. He was a force of nature, a one-man army. If Naruto could reach that level, then yes, enemies would follow. He already foresaw Danzo moving behind the scenes to find a way to control or eliminate the boy if he became too dangerous. The Hokage knew he had to act, and that meant assigning Kakashi to watch over him, immediately. End flashback. Alright, find your seats, Uruka continued. Now I'll be announcing the Genin team assignments. Team 1, the third Hokage stood silently, observing the students' reactions as Uruka continued reading the teams. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Kuchiki Byakuya, and Uchiha Kyoko. There was no reaction from the trio. No surprise, no emotion. They'd already spent years working together, it was only natural. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Team 9, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. You'll be joined by an experienced genin in need of teammates, Uruka said, noting Sakura's squeal of delight at being paired with her crush. Sasuke, meanwhile, looked more unsettled than usual. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Uruka beamed proudly. Your Jonin instructors will meet you after lunch. Until then, I suggest you spend time with your teammates. You'll be relying on each other in the challenges ahead. People turned to look for Kyoko, Byakuya, and Naruto, but the trio was gone. Elsewhere, Naruto quietly munched on a rice ball. Genkai had been a tough mentor, but she taught him what being a shinobi truly meant. Above all, she told him never to forget who he was. If the village failed him, he should fight for those he trusted. And despite their rough beginnings, Kyoko and Byakuya had become his friends. Maybe his only real ones. Flashback, I want to know who I really am, Naruto had shouted. It had been 6 months into their training. The 7-year-old finally snapped, demanding answers from Genkai. He refused to continue until she told him the truth. She seemed to regret comparing him to his parents earlier, that confirmed to Naruto that she knew them. I can't give you everything you want, not yet, she finally said. Your name is real. But your parents were powerful, very powerful, and they made more than a few enemies, both inside the village and far beyond. The Sandaime chose to hide your lineage for your safety. Only a handful know the truth. I deserve to know, Naruto whispered. Why do people treat me like... He couldn't finish the sentence. Rage and pain blocked the words. They treat you that way because they fear you, Genkai said quietly. Fear clouds judgment. Even the wisest shinobi can fall to it. But the way to conquer that fear is not through anger, it's through showing them who you really are. Let your actions speak for you. That's why I took you away. I needed to give you a chance. I saw what was happening, and I intervened. Naruto's voice trembled. You mean saved me? Genkai looked to the horizon, her tone calm but heavy. When you live as long as I have, you start to sense danger before it comes. 6 years ago, I felt the Kyuubi's chakra stirring, yet the attack raised more questions than answers. I believe darker forces were at work. And that attack, it was just the beginning. She turned back to him. There are many types of battles, Naruto. Some are fought to protect lives, others for pride. When you fight to protect life, you do whatever it takes to shield your comrades. When you fight for pride, it's often about dignity, yours or someone else's. But those battles can be the most dangerous. They can cost you everything, even your sense of self. And that's what I need you to remember moving forward. Genkai turned to face her 3 students, her gaze calm but intense. This world is steeped in a long-standing curse. That's how I see it. Countries speak of peace, but such peace is nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Beneath the surface, everyone waits for the next battle, the next war. So, here's my final piece of advice to you 3. When you look in the mirror, ask yourselves, am I proud of the person I've become? Can I live with the choices I've made? Never excuse your actions by saying, someone else told me to. You alone are responsible for your path. Your actions mirror your soul. That's why so many shinobi lose their way. They forget who they are and fall into darkness, consumed by what some call the curse of hatred. A poison that's infected many warriors before you, often leading them to crave power, vengeance, and even the destruction of those they once loved. Stay true to who you are. If your heart stays strong, you'll endure whatever comes. Flashback ends. Naruto felt frustrated. The truth about his parents remained a mystery. Still, he had learned something important. The Uzumaki had helped found Konoha and were once powerful allies. That was before their downfall. While survivors remained, Genkai told him they were scattered, without a leader to guide them. Naruto yearned to see the land of his ancestors, but Genkai warned him it was far too dangerous. Only a fully ranked Jonin, leading a squad, could even attempt to enter the heartland of the Uzumaki. The main island was still guarded by a powerful barrier, one that had repelled countless attempts from nations desperate to claim its ancient knowledge and lost treasures. Because of this, Naruto dedicated himself to mastering the Uzumaki's signature discipline, the art of Fuinjutsu. Genkai wasn't shocked, and over time, Naruto became highly proficient in various sealing techniques. While not yet a master, He could create and use a wide range of seals, particularly storage-based ones. But what truly fascinated him was the idea of using seals in battle. Genkai, however, had her doubts. No one's ever really done that before, not effectively. That only drove Naruto further. He was determined to change that. "Hey Naruto," Kyoko called out. Naruto glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "Still searching for answers?" she asked gently, his eyes lowered. "Always, but I've come to accept that some answers won't come today. So for now, I'll wait. We've got missions ahead, a world to face." Kyoko smiled softly and returned to her food. 3 hours later, Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya were still in the classroom, the last ones left. While all three tried to act composed, their patience was wearing thin. Their Jonin-sensei was over 2 hours late. The door finally creaked open, and a tall man walked in, his face half-covered, revealing only one eye. Without hesitation, all three launched shuriken at him. The man blinked in surprise but sidestepped casually, letting the blades embed into the wall behind him. "Well, that's one way to greet your teacher," the man said coolly. "Meet me on the roof in 10. With that, he vanished in a blur of swirling leaves. On the rooftop, the three new genin glared at their instructor. "All right," the man began. "Let's start with introductions." "What do you want us to say?" Kyoko asked. "Your name, your likes, dislikes, dreams, and anything else worth sharing." "Why don't you start?" Naruto said flatly. "Fair enough," he replied. "I'm Haddock Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you what I like or hate. As for my dreams, well, I have quite a few. My hobbies, too many to count. So basically, we learned nothing except your name," Byakuya muttered. "You're up, Blondie." "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I enjoy training, learning new techniques, and spending time with those close to me. I can't stand cowards or traitors. My goal is to become the greatest Hokage ever, and to bring my clan back to its former glory." Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. The Uzumaki, of course Genkai would have told him. With Ashina dead and their homeland in ruins, the clan scattered. If Naruto really plans to unite them again, any village they join will gain incredible strength. "Next, I'm Uchiha Kyoko. I have a few things I like, many more I hate. My dream, to avenge my clan, and to make the one who destroyed them pay. That's a dangerous path. I'm Kuchiki Byakuya. I aim to bring honor to my name, and one day become the greatest leader my clan has ever known. A brooding noble, a vengeful avenger, and a powerful wildcard. This team's going to be a handful." "All right," Kakashi said. "Now we're going to do something special, just the four of us." "What's that?" Naruto asked. "Survival training." Their expressions shifted to wary skepticism. "But this isn't your standard academy drill," Kakashi chuckled. Then his tone turned sharp. "Out of the 30 students who graduated, only 9 will actually become genin. The rest go back to the academy. So yeah, this is a test. And it has a failure rate of nearly 70%. Their eyes twitched. Clearly, none of them were pleased. "Told you you'd react like that," Kakashi said with his signature eye smile. "Then what was the point of graduation?" Naruto shouted, surprising even Kakashi, who hadn't expected such an outburst. "Oh, that. It was just to see who might be ready for the next step," Kakashi replied. Byakuya clenched his hands, visibly trying to remain calm. Standing up, Kakashi stretched. "Well, that's all for now. We meet tomorrow at Training Ground 7. He started to vanish but paused to add one last thing. "Don't eat breakfast. Trust me, you'll regret it." In a swirl of leaves, he was gone, leaving 3 stunned genin behind. It was 5 in the morning, and Naruto hadn't even adjusted to life back in the hidden leaf. Still, he got dressed swiftly, staring down at the tanto resting beside his gear. He wasn't sure if he was prepared to wield it, especially against a seasoned jonin. With a resigned sigh, Naruto strapped on his equipment. He had an hour left before the meeting. But Genkai's training had drilled into him that missions and drills alike demanded full readiness, no exceptions. Shinobi often went into hostile zones blind, and many never came back because they weren't ready for the unexpected. He stepped out of his apartment and made his way toward the training field. Kyoko and Byakuya arrived simultaneously. After 4 rigorous years of training together, they had all developed the same early riser habits. 6 o'clock came and went, still no sign of Kakashi. The silver-haired jonin finally showed up just as the sun began to rise, nearly 2 hours late. "Morning," Kakashi greeted lazily. "I was on my way when a black cat crossed my path." He trailed off as 3 sets of shuriken came flying at him, forcing him to duck mid-sentence. "Well then, let's get started," Kakashi said cheerfully, placing a timer on a nearby stump. "Your mission is simple, get these bells from me by noon." He dangled 2 small bells from his hand. "Fail, and you'll be tied to those posts while I enjoy lunch in front of you." At that, all three stomachs gave an audible protest. The reason Kakashi told them to skip breakfast was now painfully clear. He smiled behind his mask at their suffering. "Begin," he ordered. In a flash, all three genin vanished into the surrounding brush. Kakashi kept an eye on their movements, able to track them despite their efforts. They haven't spoken a word but already split up and assessed the situation. Impressive. Now, let's see who takes the initiative, Kakashi mused, scanning the quiet clearing. Their concealment skills are well above average genin, but who's going to break the silence first? His answer came quickly. A volley of shurikens sliced through the air. Kakashi sidestepped, only to find Naruto lunging at him from the left. "Left side, he thinks it's my weak spot." "Clever," Kakashi noted as he caught the punch. Naruto twisted midair, launching a spinning kick toward his face. Kakashi ducked, only to spot Naruto drawing a blade from behind his back, a tanto. "He's coming at me with real killing intent, Genkai. What kind of training did you put them through?" Kakashi caught Naruto's wrist and flipped him into the dirt, pinning him down while locking his arm. "Taijutsu is one of the core shinobi disciplines," Kakashi lectured as he casually pulled out his beloved Ika Ika novel. "You're decent with it. Just remember, never let your enemy behind you or outpace you. Keep that in mind and you'll do well." But before he could turn the page, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. "A shadow clone, that's a high-level move. Just what did Genkai teach these kids?" Naruto, hidden safely, reviewed his clone's brief skirmish. One-on-one, he stood no chance. He'd wait. Let Kyoko and Byakuya test the waters and report back. Unknown to Kakashi, all three could utilize shadow clones. Genkai had taught them to use the technique not only for combat, but for recon and analysis. If a clone failed, the original would learn and adapt, then regroup with allies. Naruto suspected the test wasn't about strength, it was about teamwork. He had a plan, but wanted his teammates' input first. Kyoko struck next, blitzing Kakashi just as Naruto's clone vanished. She knew she couldn't match Naruto's power, but she was faster. Despite still holding his book, Kakashi had to dodge her relentless assault. "She's not as strong, but she's incredibly fast." Kyoko twisted midair and sent a kick at his side. When he blocked, she immediately began weaving hand seals. "No way she has enough chakra," Kakashi realized too late as she slammed into the ground. "Fire style, great fireball technique," Kyoko yelled as a massive flame burst toward him. She had to cut it off quickly, drained of chakra and panting hard. But when she looked up, Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. She scanned the area frantically. From below, Kakashi's voice warned. "Earth-style, headhunter jutsu." A hand emerged from the dirt and yanked Kyoko under. Kakashi appeared before her half-buried form. "Ninjutsu, the second core shinobi tactic," he said, smiling under his mask. But she too vanished in a puff of smoke. That chakra wasn't Naruto's, she made the clone herself. "Genkai, you're something else." The morning sky abruptly dimmed. "Third principle, genjutsu," Kakashi murmured. He instantly reappeared in front of Byakuya. Byakuya retreated and formed a half-ram seal. The wind picked up as leaves began circling around him. "He's casting two illusions at once. They're basic, but he's layered them skillfully." "So that's it, Naruto came at me with taijutsu, Kyoko tested my ninjutsu defense, and now Byakuya's probing my genjutsu awareness. These kids, they're on a different level." Kakashi formed a ram seal and muttered, "Kai." The illusion shattered, and for a split second, Byakuya looked stunned. "Byakuya, behind you," Kakashi warned. Byakuya turned his head quickly to see Kakashi already forming a rat seal, the leaves swirling around like a spinning vortex. Byakuya hastily mirrored a ram seal, trying to steady his chakra flow. Yet the genjutsu was stronger than he had anticipated, and his movements grew sluggish. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He noted that while Byakuya wasn't fully caught in the illusion, he wasn't unaffected either. For a genin, even natural-born genjutsu users like Chuunin would have struggled fresh out of the academy against something of this level. Without hesitation, Kakashi dropped down and swept Byakuya's feet. As expected, the moment Byakuya hit the ground, he burst into smoke. Another cage bunshin. Genkai sure doesn't play favorites. I should have seen this coming after Naruto showed me the shadow clone technique, Kakashi thought, scanning the surroundings. All three together, now, how will they play this? Naruto landed softly, Kyoko and Byakuya appearing beside him. "As we figured, Kakashi-sensei is no joke," Naruto said. "We can't overpower him. Just from my brief exchange, it was obvious he's been holding back. If he were serious, we'd be flattened in seconds," Kyoko commented. "But that arrogance is what often leads shinobi to defeat. Remember what Genkai-sensei always says, those who let their guard down lose," Byakuya added. "The goal is still the same, We have to get the bells. Kakashi isn't going all out because if he does, we'd have no chance of passing. So he's only pushing us enough to evaluate us. Plus, he already knows about our shadow clones. That trick won't fool him again, Naruto reasoned. I can't even make another one if I tried, Kyoko admitted. Same here. I drained most of my chakra just maintaining those two genjutsu earlier, Byakuya said. Byakuya, can you still perform a genjutsu? Naruto asked. I can, but Kakashi-sensei would spot it instantly. My illusions aren't strong enough to fool him, Byakuya responded. I could manage one. My genjutsu is sharper, Kyoko offered. Naruto shook his head. I've got an idea. If you think of something better, say so. Just hear me out first, Naruto said. In less than a minute, Naruto explained his plan. So you're the decoy, not bad, but are you sure it'll actually work? Byakuya questioned. Got a better plan, Naruto countered. As much as it pains me to agree, Naruto's strategy might just work. It has the surprise factor. Even a second's distraction could tip the scales, Kyoko said. Byakuya said nothing for a moment before nodding. I don't have anything better. Let's do it, he agreed. All right, move out, Naruto said, and they scattered. Kakashi immediately felt a shift. They split up. Wait, I can't sense two of them. Ah, genjutsu, clever kids, so that must mean. Right on cue, Naruto appeared, flanked by 3 shadow clones. Not shocked you can make more than one, Kakashi said. But with your chakra reserves, you've got about 2 minutes tops. Are you betting everything on that? Naruto just flashed a wide, goofy grin. Naruto and his clones darted forward, weaving hand seals. Henge! They shouted in unison. Kakashi's lone visible eye widened when the smoke cleared. Naruto and his clones had transformed into characters straight from Makeout Paradise. Naruto began dramatically acting out lines from the book, complete with exaggerated gestures. No, spoilers. Kakashi clapped his hands over his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. The sound of jingling bells made him crack his eye open. There stood Kyoko, holding the bells with Byakuya smirking beside her. Naruto was grinning ear to ear. All right, how? Kakashi asked, both impressed and curious. Simple, Naruto said. We watched you, Kakashi-sensei. You pulled out that book and admitted you hadn't finished reading it yet. That was all the opening I needed. While Naruto created the distraction, Kyoko explained, Byakuya used the last of his chakra to cast a genjutsu over me, muffling my approach. Without that, you would have heard me coming, and the plan would have failed. Naruto held off triggering his transformation until I was close enough. Then it was simple, Byakuya added. All your focus stayed locked on Naruto, letting us move in unnoticed. Naruto kept my attention, while Kyoko made the grab with Byakuya's support. That's real teamwork, something you usually only see after years of experience at Chuunin or Jonin level. These 3, they're going to be something special. You're the first team in 6 years to actually pass, Kakashi said with a proud eye smile. This test wasn't about skill, it was about teamwork. Here in Konoha, we value our comrades as much as our mission. Individual ability matters, but the strength to work together matters even more. Come with me. He led them to the memorial stone. These names, Kakashi said quietly, are shinobi who gave their lives for the village. They are honored here, forever remembered. The red swirl on my jacket, he pointed to the symbol, reminds us of our bonds with one another. As Konoha shinobi, we are part of something greater, a living, breathing village built on trust. The 3 of them stood silently, staring at the stone. Remember this, those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, Kakashi said solemnly. All right, that concludes today's test. Congratulations, you 3 are officially Genin of Konoha, he finished with a bright-eyed smile. Albedo, you'd be proud, your legacy lives on through them. Kakashi stepped into the Hokage's office. While he was notorious for being habitually late, there were certain occasions he never missed. Being summoned by the Hokage was one of them. Kakashi respected that line. Kakashi, good, you're the last one to arrive, the 3rd Hokage said, exhaling a puff of smoke before resting his pipe on the desk. Did everyone submit their evaluations? Kakashi asked. They did. Kurenai, Asuma, and Hayama have all approved their Genin candidates. My team passed. They demonstrated strong teamwork and coordination, Kakashi reported. The room fell so silent it was almost unnatural. You passed a team, you, Kurenai exclaimed, clearly surprised. Is it really that shocking? Kakashi replied, a bit uneasy under the stairs. Hokage-sama, we've never had 4 teams pass at once. Should we consider administering an additional exam? Hayama suggested cautiously. What's done is done, the Hokage said, waving off the idea. No point in retesting them now, I'm sure they're already celebrating. Kakashi, stay behind, I'd like more details about your squad. The others quietly took their leave. Well, the third asked once the door shut. They have real potential. Especially Naruto, it's remarkable how well he handles his chakra for someone his age. We've known Naruto had promise. What about the other two? Kyoko could be the fastest in her generation. Byakuya might come off as playful, but he's sharp, always thinking 3 moves ahead. He's disciplined despite being young. Honestly, these 3 might rival the legendary Sanins someday. That's quite the statement. Still, I want you to keep a close watch. You know as well as I do they'll attract enemies within the village. I'm aware, Kakashi replied before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Left alone, the third leaned back in his chair. Danzo. What are you scheming? Why have you been so quiet? The Hokage wasn't worried about Danzo challenging him directly, he was too powerful for that. But it was precisely Danzo's silence that concerned him, especially now with Naruto back in the village. As Kakashi strolled through the streets, his thoughts drifted to his own time on Team Minato. He had made mistakes back then. This time he was determined to do better. Yo, my eternal rival, a booming voice called out, snapping Kakashi out of his thoughts. Guy appeared with his own genin team in tow. Did you say something? Kakashi said nonchalantly. Curse you and your cool, detached demeanor, Guy cried. What is it, Guy? Kakashi asked with a sigh. Is it true you've taken on a genin squad? Guy said, beaming. Yeah, I'm about to meet them for dinner, Kakashi said, hoping to get a quiet meal. Then we'll join you, Guy exclaimed. You know how important first impressions are with a new team, Kakashi began. Team Guy, onward to meet Kakashi's youthful squad, Guy declared, striking his signature pose. Kakashi sighed in resignation. There was no stopping Guy when he was fired up. You're late, Naruto said flatly as Kakashi arrived. Apologies, I ran into someone who insisted on tagging along, Kakashi explained as Guy and his team entered. Greetings, Kakashi students. Are you basking in the fire of your youthful journey? Guy shouted enthusiastically. The trio gave him a strange look. They're not the chatty type, Kakashi said, sitting down and grabbing a menu. Let me introduce my students Lee, Neji, and Tenten, Guy said. The 3 silently acknowledged the group and began eating as their food arrived. Guy, Kakashi said once his own meal came, these moments matter to a new team. Guy paused, then laughed heartily. Of course, my rival. Next time our teams will face off and mine will emerge victorious, he said, retreating with a laugh. His students followed, all except Neji, who glared back before turning away. Eternal rival, Naruto asked once they were gone. He's been trying to outdo me since we were kids, he's persistent. Now let's eat, Kakashi said. Sensei, Kyoko asked. Yes, Kyoko. What kinds of missions will we be doing? You're fresh genin, so it'll mostly be village duties and basic errands. As you grow and prove yourselves, tougher assignments will come your way, Kakashi explained. It better not be boring. We've trained for 4 years for something real, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Patience, teamwork and foundation come first. The rest follows, Kakashi said. Kakashi studied his students with quiet pride. Naruto and Kyoko had experienced hardship, which would make them quick to adapt. Byakuya had the right balance of discipline and cunning. Together, they could form a versatile squad, capable in combat, intel, and recon. Such a balanced team hadn't been formed since his own days under Minato. They chatted happily while eating, unaware that Kakashi was dreading the bill for their hefty appetites. Later that evening, Naruto walked home after parting ways with his teammates. In front of his apartment stood a silver-haired Chuunin. Uzumaki Naruto, I have a special assignment for you, the Chuunin said. What kind of assignment? Naruto asked. The council doesn't believe you've earned your genin rank after your time away. They've arranged a supplemental test for you and your squad. Naruto frowned, already suspicious. What's the task? Your job is to retrieve the scroll of sealing and bring it to a rendezvous point outside the village. You have until midnight. What's your name? Mizuki. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Something about Mizuki's tone felt off, but without access to Kakashi-sensei, the only way to uncover the truth was to go along for now. Later that night, the Hokage stood before a group of alarmed Chuunin and Jonin. Hokage-sama, we warned you about that brat. He's stolen the sealing scroll, let us apprehend him. Silence, Hiruzen commanded. We don't yet know why the scroll was taken. Bring Naruto to me alive immediately. What's happening, Naruto? This isn't like you. Naruto raced toward a small cabin in the forest, scroll in hand. It was nearly as tall as him and surprisingly heavy. He looked around, but Mizuki was nowhere in sight. Curious, Naruto unrolled the scroll and began to read. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he muttered. He already knew it, but what he read next stunned him. The clone technique held secrets he'd never realized. If true, it could revolutionize his training. Just as he flipped to the next entry, Naruto, a voice shouted. Uruka-sensei, Naruto stood quickly, scroll still in hand. Why did you steal the scroll of sealing? Uruka demanded. Naruto blinked in confusion. This was supposed to be a test, the council ordered it. A test, without the Hokage's consent, so it was a lie. Mizuki, he used me to get the scroll. I should have told the old man. At that moment, a flurry of shuriken burst from the trees. Uruka reacted instantly, throwing himself in front of Naruto and shielding him from the worst of the attack. Mizuki leapt down onto a lower branch, 2 oversized Fuma shurikens strapped to his back. You did well finding this place, Uruka, even without being a sensory-type shinobi. I thought this place had been lost to time, Mizuki said with a smirk. Naruto gripped his tanto and dropped into a defensive stance. He wasn't confident he could take on a Chuunin, but he had no plans of backing down. Looks like my plan's been derailed, but it doesn't matter. The scroll of sealing will still be mine, Mizuki declared. His eyes shifted between Uruka and Naruto. Did you know, Naruto, Uruka's just like the rest of the village. They all want you gone, Mizuki said with a sneer. Naruto remained silent, recognizing it as an attempt to shake his resolve. Do you want to know why? Mizuki asked, voice dripping with venom. Naruto looked up, wary yet curious. Despite trying to ignore him, he couldn't help but want to know the truth. 10 years ago, the Ninetales laid waste to this village, nearly destroying everything. The 4th Hokage stopped it, but do you know how? Naruto's eyes widened. He had heard the tale 1,000 times, but the actual method the Yondaime used was always left out. He only knew the beast was somehow stopped. That's enough, Mizuki, you know that information is classified. Uruka interrupted, shouting. Because the 4th Hokage sealed the beast inside you, Mizuki shouted. The words hit Naruto like a hammer. He couldn't kill it, so he made a new demon. You're not a boy, you're the Ninetales in disguise. Naruto froze. The weight of Mizuki's revelation crashed into him. Was he the Fox reborn, a beast wrapped in human skin? Was he destined to bring ruin, to destroy the people around him? Mizuki roared. Once I end you, the village will finally see me as the hero. Die, Ninetales. He hurled a Fuma shuriken at Naruto. Naruto, Uruka yelled. The massive weapon struck, but instead of Naruto, it hit a log. In a puff of smoke, both Naruto and the scroll vanished. When did he cast the substitution jutsu? Mizuki's mind raced. He was supposed to be paralyzed by fear. Could he really use that jutsu without hand signs? And now, his chakra signature is completely gone. No genin should be capable of hiding so well. Where did the demon's presence vanish to? Snarling, Mizuki disappeared into the canopy. Elsewhere, Naruto was crouched low, breathing heavily, clutching the scroll of sealing as he masked his presence as best he could. For the first time, he felt lost. Not even the angry mobs in the past made him feel this terrified. A noise startled him. He peeked through the underbrush and spotted a version of himself next to Uruka, who was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, Uruka poofed away in a cloud of smoke, revealing Mizuki had attacked a clone of Naruto instead. Why protect him, Uruka? Isn't he the same monster that took your parents' lives? Mizuki asked coldly. It's true. The Ninetales did take my parents, Uruka said quietly. And for years I blamed Naruto. That was my mistake. He's a ninja of this village, we don't abandon our comrades. That kind of thinking is naive, Uruka. The world is cruel, only the strong survive. I'll do whatever it takes to come out on top, Mizuki snapped. Then I suppose you won't mind fighting me, a voice said calmly from behind. Mizuki's eyes widened. He turned slowly to find Hadake Kakashi staring at him, ANBU operatives flanking him in the trees. Naruto's jaw dropped. He hadn't sensed a thing, not even Kakashi, and he was a sensory-type shinobi. Genkai's words echoed in his mind. There are different kinds of sensory skills. Some detect chakra from vast distances. Others track chakra pathways. Some can even see it. But as there are those who sense, there are also those who conceal. Kiri shinobi are masters of suppression. The best defense against them is the Hyuga's Byakugan. Sensory ninja are valuable, but don't depend solely on your ability, it can mislead you. An ANBU operative with red and green markings on his mask dropped down in front of Naruto. A tall woman with long purple hair and distinct markings under her eyes and on her forehead joined him. Naruto swiftly drew his tanto, uncertain of their intentions. We're here under the Hokage's direct orders, the masked man said calmly. We know what happened. The Hokage has already been informed, but the scroll of sealing must be returned immediately or there will be consequences. The woman gently retrieved the scroll. Naruto didn't resist. Hokage's office, so things have settled down, the Sandaime Hokage said, watching Naruto stand before him alongside Kakashi and the ANBU. Is it true? Naruto asked quietly. The third gave him a solemn look. Mizuki may not have fully understood the implications of what he said, but yes, the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails within you. Then, I am the monster, Naruto whispered, lowering his head. Naruto, the Hokage said, holding up a scroll and a kunai. This kunai represents the nine tails. This scroll represents you. If I seal the kunai inside the scroll, does the scroll become the kunai? No. It's still a scroll, just with the kunai sealed inside, Naruto answered. It was basic academy knowledge. Exactly. You may carry the nine tails, but you are not the nine tails. I wanted to protect you from this burden, at least until you were old enough to carry it with strength. That's why I allowed Genkai-sama to take you away, to give you peace outside the village. Why me? Naruto asked, hands clenched. I can't tell you that, not yet, the Hokage replied. Why not? Naruto shouted. I'm sure Genkai-sama has told you this much. Your parents were incredibly powerful shinobi. They had enemies, many of them. Telling you the truth now would only endanger you. And when will I be ready? The third studied him. When you become a Jonin, I will reveal everything. But understand, once that day comes, there will be those who seek your death. You must be strong enough to face them. So I need to get stronger, Naruto murmured. You're under my protection as well, Kakashi added. Until you can stand on your own, you'll need to trust us. Naruto didn't respond. You'll face many challenges, Naruto, but your time will come. For now, rest. Tomorrow will be the start of a new chapter in your journey, the Hokage said gently. Naruto gave a small nod and left the room. His thoughts still swirled. The truth was hard to accept. But one thing was certain, he would prove to everyone that he was Uzumaki Naruto, not the demon they feared. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya had officially become genin. Unfortunately, their promotion had only landed them a string of D-rank chores, something none of them were particularly happy about. Today's task: tracking down Tora, the elusive pet cat belonging to a noblewoman. As usual, their squad leader, Kakashi, was monitoring the situation from a distance. Target secured, he asked through his communicator. Affirmative, Byakuya responded. Kakashi could hear scuffling and groaning through the feed, most likely Naruto and Kyoko grappling with the feisty feline. Mission: retrieve escaped pet Tora completed, Kakashi confirmed dryly. Can't we get a real mission? Naruto's voice exploded through the mic, causing Kakashi to flinch and stumble back. Brushing himself off with a sigh, Kakashi reminded himself that Naruto was still only 10 emotional and hot-headed when things didn't go his way. He just hoped the boy wouldn't go yelling at the Hokage again. That usually spelled trouble for everyone. At the mission office, Kakashi nervously watched his team turn in their latest assignment. While technically successful, the frustration on their faces was undeniable. Team 10, your next task will be, the third Hokage began, peeking at the next mission on the list. Watching over young Yoka for the day. No way, Naruto shouted, cutting him off mid-sentence. Kakashi rubbed his forehead. The kid had officially snapped. The Hokage raised a brow, surprised by the outburst. We're tired of these useless errands. Babysitting, cat chasing. We've trained for years and you expect us to keep doing chores. We need something that actually tests us. Naruto declared, voice firm and unrelenting. Kakashi understood where they were coming from. His students weren't the average genin. But his worst fear was that they'd take matters into their own hands, like sneaking out on a mission above their pay grade. Perhaps it's time I explained the mission system, the Hokage said, stroking his beard. Missions are categorized into D, C, B, A, and S ranks, depending on, but the trio wasn't listening. They had wandered off to the mission board and were rummaging through scrolls marked well beyond their clearance level. Check this one, Naruto said, holding up a scroll to the others. That's a B rank. Too soon, Kyoko replied with a frown. What are you doing with those scrolls? Uruka barked in alarm. We're trying to find something worthy of our skill level. Kindly stay out of it, Naruto muttered, unrolling another, an A-rank assignment. This one sounds fun. Eliminate rogue shinobi causing unrest in Bear Country. Do you even know how to get to Bear Country? Byakuya asked flatly. We'll figure it out, Naruto grinned. Then it's settled, Kyoko agreed. Absolutely not, the third snapped. That mission is out of the question. We're taking it, old man, you can't stop us, Naruto said confidently as the trio turned to leave. I forbid it, the Hokage called after them. Kakashi scratched the back of his head apologetically. Sorry, Lord Hokage, if you don't offer them something better, they will go. After a long pause, the Hokage sighed. Fine, I'll authorize a C-rank assignment, an escort mission. Simple but real enough to test your field readiness. Will you take it? The team exchanged glances. This better not be another waste of time, Naruto said. You'll accompany a client to the land of waves. Your objective is to protect a bridge builder and ensure he reaches his destination safely. Bandits, you really think a few thugs will push us? Naruto muttered. For fresh genin, real combat experience is valuable, the Hokage replied. Complete this successfully and we'll talk about more advanced missions. Just then, the door burst open. Hold on a second, Sakura shouted. Behind her stood Team 9, Sasuke included, who looked more annoyed than interested. That's not fair, Sakura yelled. Sasuke was top of our class, we deserve the better mission. Says the one who hides behind her crush, Kyoko muttered. What did you just say? Sakura snapped, stepping forward. Their glares met with such intensity it seemed like static crackled in the air. Enough, the Hokage barked. Since we're running low on D-rank jobs, I'll allow both teams to accompany the escort mission. 2 Jonin leaders, 2 teams makes sense. I apologize for the extra load, Kakashi, said another Jonin, bowing his head slightly. It's fine, Kanbei, Kakashi replied. The boy next to him perked up. You know each other? Yes. Haddock Kakashi is one of the most capable Jonin in the village, Kanbei said. Pay attention, you might learn something. You're Hiei, right? Kakashi asked. That's right, the boy replied. I've heard you're impressive. You haven't seen anything yet. Then let's see what you've got, Kakashi said calmly. Meet at the southern gate in 1 hour. Southern Gate, Konoha Teams 7 and 9 assembled alongside Tazuna, a disheveled-looking man already sipping from a sake gourd. All right, let's move out. As the group began to walk, Naruto lagged behind slightly, his eyes drifting upward toward a shimmering distortion in the air. Something wrong? Kakashi asked, noticing his pause. Naruto narrowed his gaze. No, it's nothing, he said after a moment, stepping forward. But he knew better. Something invisible surrounded the village, an intricate seal. One part tracked everything entering the village. The other part repelled anything that dared attack it. And Naruto had the distinct feeling that barrier had just shifted. No words were exchanged as they made their way down the road. The group moved in silence. Naruto quickly noticed Tazuna glancing around, eyes shifting as though he was expecting an ambush. That's when Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya lifted their heads. They sensed it. Up ahead, 2 chakra-wielding enemies were concealed inside a puddle. Near the forest's edge, about a dozen armed men lay in wait. Naruto's eyes narrowed. This wasn't some random event. Tazuna was clearly the target. Despite the looming threat, neither Kakashi nor Kanbei showed any sign of alarm. They calmly advanced, passing the puddle without hesitation. Naruto stayed on edge, scanning for sudden movement. Then the strike came. The 2 hidden shinobi burst from the puddle, swinging chains that shredded through Kakashi and Kanbei. As their bodies fell, the bandits from the trees charged forward. Kyoko was quick to react. Forming hand signs, she shouted, "Fire style, grand fireball technique." Before the attackers could process what was happening, a massive fireball roared toward them. Screams echoed as flames engulfed several of the bandits. Naruto assessed the situation coolly. These guys have chakra, but they clearly lack real battle experience. Probably trained just enough by rogue ninja to be dangerous, but not enough to pose a threat to a real shinobi. Naruto began to form hand seals, but stopped short as a barrage of shuriken flew his way. He leapt into the air, quickly evaluating the scene. 2 enemy shinobi remained, along with 4 bandits. Naruto rushed forward, cutting down 1 bandit with his tanto, hoping to bait the 2 ninja to follow him. But they were faster. He turned, alarmed, and saw the shinobi bypassing him entirely, heading straight for Tazuna, who stood behind Sakura. She held a kunai in her trembling hands, clearly terrified. Byakuya tried to intercept them, but he was too far away. Then a shuriken struck their chain, pinning it to the ground and halting their advance. Sasuke and Kyoko appeared from above, slamming their feet into the attackers' faces. The impact knocked them back but didn't incapacitate them. They detached their chains and charged once more. Sakura, now fully panicked, was frozen with fear. Sasuke stepped in front of her defensively. Kyoko and Byakuya closed in from behind. Before the clash could continue, both enemy ninjas suddenly found themselves caught in Kakashi's grip, held in a headlock. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, watching as Hiei tied up the last few bandits. Well done, Naruto, Kyoko, Byakuya, Kakashi said, his usual calm eye smile in place. Even though we handled ourselves, it's clear we weren't a match for those 2. Kakashi-sensei let the situation play out until he confirmed their target before stepping in. How did you know? One of the enemy ninja asked. There's been no rain for weeks, so the puddle was out of place. I needed to see who your objective was, Kakashi replied. The two enemies looked stunned, as if only now realizing their mistake. "Kanbei, did you alert the village?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah, ANBU should be here soon to retrieve them," Kanbei confirmed. "Stay behind and make sure they don't escape. These two are the Demon Brothers, former Chuunin of the Hidden Mist. Known for taking any job if the money's right." Kakashi then turned a sharp gaze toward Tazuna, causing the man to gulp nervously. "You should have told us the truth from the beginning." "It's a long story," Tazuna muttered. "Start talking. Can't we talk while walking?" Tazuna asked, scratching the back of his head. "Kanbei, stay put. I'll take the genin and head on," Kakashi said. "Understood." Naruto walked quietly, staring at the ground. So they were Chuunin. "I'm still not strong enough," Kakashi-sensei handled them with no effort. "If I want to become Hokage, I need to get stronger." "My country's been taken over," Tazuna finally said, pulling Naruto back to the present. "A man brought in rogue ninja and mercenaries, toppled our government, and has ruled brutally for the last 2 years." Naruto stayed silent, listening carefully. "He's drained our economy and crushed any hope for change." "Who is this man?" Kakashi asked. "His name is Gato. Gato from Gato Industries, one of the wealthiest businessmen around. Handles international shipping," Kakashi asked, surprised. "That's his front. In reality, he's a crime boss who hires rogue ninja to seize control of places like Wave Country. The money I paid Konoha, it was everything we had left. Even our daimyo's coffers are empty. This mission should have been rated B or A rank, but we couldn't afford that. I'm trying to bring hope back by finishing a bridge that connects us to the mainland. If it's completed, trade could resume. But Gato's doing everything to stop it. He's sabotaged us and threatened my workers." "We would have worked something out," Naruto said firmly. "Don't say dumb things, Naruto," Sakura shouted. "Shut up, Sakura. Tazuna, if you wanted Konoha to deal with a threat like this, we'd have required a trade deal with Wave to cover the cost of an A-rank mission," Naruto said flatly. "He's right," everyone thought silently. No more words were spoken as they pressed forward toward Wave Country. Time seemed to pass faster as they reached the shore of the Fire Country. "Tazuna," a man in a hood greeted him. "Hey," Tazuna responded casually. Everyone boarded the small boat and began their trip across the water. If Gato is as powerful as Tazuna claims, then money is his weapon. That means next time, he'll likely send a Jonin-level enemy, since Chuunin weren't enough, Kakashi thought as the boat glided forward. Years of war had sharpened his instincts, and they were screaming now. He scanned the fog-covered landscape ahead. "We're being watched," he realized. "The mist is hiding someone." They had been walking for a long while without exchanging a single word. The silence hung heavily around them as they moved. Naruto's heightened senses picked up something faint ahead. Instinctively, he hurled a kunai into the bushes on his right. A metallic thunk followed. The kunai struck a tree trunk. "Baka, Naruto," Sakura yelled, smacking him across the head. "Don't scare us like that." Kakashi stepped forward to investigate what had drawn Naruto's reaction. What he saw made him instantly wary. A snow hare, out of season. These only turn white in winter. For Naruto to sense something that subtle, incredible, even I didn't pick up on anything. This kind of presence suppression, there's a Jonin nearby, a skilled one. Does that mean Naruto's sensing ability surpasses even Byakuya and Kyoko's? The Uzumaki are known for strong sensory talent, but still. And Kyoko too, an Uchiha with sensory prowess. Those are nearly unheard of. The last known Uchiha with that kind of talent was Madara himself. Could she be following his path? Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted by an unusual disturbance in the air. "Everyone, hit the ground," he commanded. Naruto yanked Tazuna down just in time as a massive sword whistled past overhead. A figure materialized, using the body flicker technique, and stared them down in silence. No words were spoken, everyone simply stared. Well, if it isn't Mamachi Zabuza, the missing nin from the Hidden Mist," Kakashi said calmly. Naruto and Kyoko took immediate defensive positions. Byakuya narrowed his gaze at the newcomer, while Sakura froze, terror etched on her face. Sasuke and Hiei both looked intrigued. "If you're the enemy, I suppose I'll have to use this," Kakashi said, pushing up his forehead protector to reveal a red eye with 3 tamo. The Sharingan like Kyoko's. "So, you're the infamous copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan. I'll be taking the old man now," Zabuza said without emotion. "Form the Manji formation. Your job is to protect Tazuna," Kakashi ordered firmly. "Kakashi-sensei isn't an Uchiha. That I must place a serious strain on his body and chakra. Can he maintain it long enough in battle to defeat someone like Zabuza?" Naruto wondered. Suddenly, the fog began to thicken, cloaking the area in a suffocating mist. "When I was part of the Hidden Mist ANBU, I kept a bingo book," Zabuza said. Your name was in it. Kakashi Hadake, the man who's copied over 1,000 jutsu. Sharing in Kakashi. Sakura looked on, awed by Kakashi's reputation. Sasuke stared, astonished by the power of the Sharingan. No more talk. My job is to eliminate the old man, Zabuza said coldly. Naruto, Kyoko and Byakuya swiftly surrounded Tazuna. Sakura, already beside him, looked visibly shaken. But with you here, I'll have to eliminate you first, Kakashi, Zabuza continued, hefting his enormous sword before leaping toward the water. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, he announced, as the fog grew so dense he vanished from sight. Within moments, even Kakashi, who stood just feet away, faded from view. Kakashi formed a hand seal, clearing a small patch of mist to reveal himself to the team. Zabuza will target me first. I'm his biggest threat, he explained. Who is he exactly? Sakura asked nervously. Mamachi Zabuza, former ANBU of the Hidden Mist, an expert in the art of silent killing, Kakashi replied. Silent killing, Sakura echoed. As the name implies, the ability to eliminate someone without making a sound. Zabuza has mastered it. Victims don't even realize they're dead until it's too late. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The true danger wasn't just Zabuza's silent approach. It was the way he concealed his chakra completely. Byakuya had basic sensing skills, but nothing compared to Kyoko and himself. Kyoko could pick up chakra flickers, but Naruto had refined his ability further. Motion seals now, Naruto said quickly. Kyoko and Byakuya nodded, performing the necessary hand signs and pressing 2 fingers to the ground. With Sasuke and Hiya watching the rear, we should be covered, unless Zabuza can hurl a weapon without a sound. We're banking on Kakashi-sensei to end this quickly. The fog deepened. Naruto struggled, unable to locate either Zabuza or Kakashi through their chakra signatures. Suddenly, Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist. 8 points. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian veins, kidneys, or the heart, he said slowly. Naruto tensed, trying to interpret the threat. Which should I strike? No, Sakura whimpered. No, she screamed. Sakura, Sasuke muttered, alarmed. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, she kept repeating, frozen in fear. Calm her down, Naruto ordered. Hiei tried to steady her, but she was already trembling uncontrollably. Naruto glanced back. Sakura had collapsed to her knees, clutching her head. Even Sasuke looked on the verge of a breakdown, clutching his kunai with a wild look in his eyes. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi called, forming a seal. A breeze cleared some of the mist. Don't worry. I'll protect you with my life, Kakashi promised, giving them his trademark eye smile. I won't let my comrades die. I doubt that, came Zabuza's voice from behind them. Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya all turned instantly. It's over, Zabuza declared. But the 3 of them acted first, drawing their tantos and driving them into Zabuza's midsection before he could strike. Kakashi moved to intercept and paused. Something wasn't right. There was no blood, only water. A water clone, Kakashi murmured. Correct, said the real Zabuza, now behind Kakashi. The clone burst into a puddle as Zabuza swung his blade and sliced Kakashi cleanly in 2. But Kakashi's body also liquefied. Earth-style, mud-wave technique, Kakashi's voice rang out. The earth trembled beneath Zabuza's feet, making him stumble as mud clung to his legs, trapping him. You were right, Zabuza. It is over, Kakashi said as he rose from the ground. You were underground this whole time, Zabuza asked, shocked. Kakashi-sensei set this up when the fog thickened. He replaced himself with a clone and concealed his presence underground. He predicted Zabuza would test us with a clone first, and waited for the real one to drop his guard. That explains the distant voice earlier. It was a decoy. Zabuza's real body never crossed our motion seal. He crafted a water clone directly from the mist, positioning it right behind us. You've got me intrigued, Kakashi. Your insight is sharper than I expected. You used your clone to distract me, drawing my attention away from the others. After they defeated my Mizubunshin, you had your clone lower its guard, leading me to take the bait. A decent strategy, but it's still not enough to defeat me, Zabuza said, his voice cold as he emerged from behind Kakashi, the puddle he'd turned into now dissipating. Kakashi swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the massive blade that would have split him in 2. But Zabuza's kick landed squarely on Kakashi, sending him crashing into the water. As Zabuza advanced, he stopped abruptly upon seeing Makibishi spikes littering the ground. How foolish. Still just a simpleton, Zabuza muttered. Kakashi resurfaced, struggling to regain his footing atop the water. Kakashi, Zabuza's voice rang from below. You've already lost. Mizubunshin no jutsu. Zabuza quickly formed seals and summoned a clone behind Kakashi. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique, a bubble of water encased Kakashi, and the clone grasped it, holding him captive. Don't bother, Kakashi. The water prison will restrict your movements, like a slug trapped in a jar. You won't be going anywhere until I'm done with you. First, I'll make you watch as I eliminate your little ones. Zabuza said with a cruel smirk. Kakashi's eyes widened. I shouldn't have gone near the water. He's a former Kirigakure shinobi. This is his domain. Kakashi thought to himself. Zabuza's smirk widened. Now, how should I deal with you brats? I don't expect much of a challenge, so there's no reason for me to get my hands dirty. One should suffice. Mizubunshin no Jutsu. A water clone materialized at the edge of the water, stepping forward to kick the spikes away. You little brats wearing those forehead protectors. Thinking you're true shinobi. You're just kids, pretending to be shinobi. A real shinobi is someone who has lived through countless life-or-death battles. In other words, you'll never be a real shinobi unless your name's in my bingo book. To me, you're just brats. The clone mocked, advancing toward the group. Naruto gritted his teeth and charged forward. Naruto, Kyoko shouted. With swift motion, Naruto unsheathed his tanto, aiming to strike Zabuza. But Zabuza effortlessly stopped the blow with his own blade. What? It didn't turn into water. Naruto thought, momentarily stunned. Did you really think I'd just disperse into water that easily? Zabuza sneered, pulling his foot back. I can't dodge, Naruto realized, his feet unable to stay grounded. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself. The force of Zabuza's kick sent Naruto flying backward. Naruto, Kyoko cried out, rushing forward to catch him. But she couldn't stop him from flying back, and they both crashed into a tree. Kyoko bore the brunt of the impact as her back hit the tree, and Naruto collided into her, pinning her between himself and the tree. Kyoko, Naruto gasped. Kyoko coughed, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. My ribs, they're broken, she groaned, clutching her side. You guys take Tazuna and run, Naruto shouted. His Mizubunshin can't travel far. As long as he's keeping me trapped in the water prison, he won't be able to chase us. Wait, Naruto's mind raced. Why send a clone to deal with us instead of coming himself? Looking over the situation, Naruto realized the truth. With his skills, he could send the Mizubunshins up to 500 meters away, but he hasn't moved an inch. Why can't he? Zabuza's need to stay close to his water prison technique to maintain its hold was the answer. If he moved too far, the jutsu would collapse, and Kakashi would be freed. Kyoko, can you still fight? Naruto asked. Not well, she replied, wincing. Use your shurikens against Zabuza, Naruto urged. The only reason you brats managed to dispel my previous Mizubunshin was because I allowed it. In other words, it wasn't your victory, it was mine, Zabuza said with a twisted grin. He paused, then looked up, noticing something above him. How naive, Zabuza muttered, before grabbing Sasuke by the throat. Sasuke dropped his Fuma shuriken, struggling for air as Zabuza's grip tightened. You thought you could attack me while I was distracted by one of your little brats. A nice try, but it won't work on me, Zabuza mocked. But then, the sound of incoming shurikens caught his attention. Zabuza grunted, hurling Sasuke into the path of the shurikens. But as they neared, something strange happened. Wire strings. Zabuza ducked the shurikens just in time, but his concentration faltered. That's when Naruto realized something had changed. The flow of chakra from the water prison had shifted. He can't move any further. I was right. Sasuke, Naruto called, lifting his teammate from the ground and returning to the others. We've got to move, Naruto said. Even Sasuke-kun couldn't match him. We need to do what Kakashi-sensei said and run. But, Sakura began, only to be interrupted. Isn't that right, Zabuza? You can't finish us off yourself because you can't move. Naruto boasted, causing everyone's gaze to snap toward him. He's not bad at tactics, despite his usual recklessness, Kyoko thought, admiring his sudden burst of strategy. Naruto might not be the best planner, but when it comes to tactics, he sees the battlefield clearly. Zabuza's eyes narrowed with irritation. His frustration was palpable, but then he started to laugh. You figured me out, he admitted. But you're still wrong about one thing. As long as my clone is faster than you, I don't need to come to you. That's why I'm known as the Demon of the Mist. 1,000 meters. Zabuza smirked, continuing, and one more thing, there's no hiding from me. I've mastered hunting by sound alone. And despite the disadvantage you think I have, this is still my domain. What are you doing? I told you to run, Kakashi shouted from his position. Tazuna hesitated. I'm sorry. If I had been more honest from the start, you wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Kyoko winced as she clutched her ribs. I'm hurt, but I'll manage, she said. I've got an idea, Naruto said confidently, despite the odds. Zabuza, hearing this, began laughing again. You kids crack me up, still playing at being shinobi. When I was your age, my hands were already stained with blood. The others visibly flinched, but Naruto and his group stood their ground. The demon of the mist, Kakashi murmured. Oh, so you've heard of me, Zabuza said, eyeing Kakashi with mild amusement. A long time ago in Kirigakure, they called it the Bloody Mist. Graduating students had to survive a ceremony of bloodshed, Zabuza continued, his voice dripping with malice. So you're aware of our final test, Zabuza remarked. What kind of test? Sakura asked, her voice shaky as her body trembled uncontrollably. Zabuza let out a small chuckle as silence filled the air. Students are pitted against each other, Zabuza continued. Classmates who once shared similar dreams are forced to fight each other to the death. The only way to be recognized as a shinobi is by killing your closest friend. It doesn't end until one of you falls. Sakura struggled to keep her composure, her stomach turning at the thought. 10 years ago, Kirigakure had no choice but to change their graduation test after a certain individual emerged. A demon appeared the year before, and what he did left the village speechless. Without any formal shinobi training, with no qualifications to be won, he wiped out the entire graduating class. Over 100 students were killed by this boy, Kakashi explained. Those were the good days, Zabuza murmured, his voice heavy with dark nostalgia. The weight of his words caused a chilling silence to fall over everyone. Zabuza's water clone advanced, wielding its large blade. Naruto rushed forward, blocking the strike with his tanto. The force from the clone sent Naruto's knees buckling, but he quickly regained his balance. He twisted his tanto, redirecting the strike, then leaped into the air. With a single-handed seal, Naruto infused chakra into his blade and swung down. The clone paused just long enough for Naruto to strike, severing its head from its body. The water clone dispersed into mist. A Fuma shuriken suddenly appeared, aiming at Zabuza. Attempting to target me while using my clone as a diversion. It won't succeed, Zabuza sneered. But he soon realized that the shuriken wasn't coming for him, it was heading toward the lake. It twisted, altering its path and veering toward the water clone. The clone snatched the shuriken midair, but was quickly pierced by a second one that impaled its chest. Kyoko, she utilized the cage shuriken no jutsu. Shadow shuriken technique. She cleverly used Naruto's move to mask her true attack. Had Zabuza been more alert, he might have stopped it. Zabuza's eyes widened as the water prison technique shattered and Kakashi landed with precision. It seems I'll have to deal with the old man myself, Zabuza said, grabbing his massive sword and charging forward. But Kakashi was already in front of him, kicking him into the water. Nice work, everyone, Kakashi complimented. Shunshin no jutsu? Naruto asked, eyes wide with curiosity as he observed Kakashi. Yeah, I'm quite proficient in the Shunshin no jutsu. Took only 3 steps to reach Zabuza, Kakashi replied. 3 steps. He crossed that distance in an instant. Not many can pull off the Shunshin in combat, Kakashi, Zabuza remarked as he rose from the water. Kakashi, consider this a warning. The same trick won't catch me twice, Zabuza growled. Zabuza grabbed his sword, charging again, while Kakashi drew a kunai and rushed forward as well. Suddenly, a sound caught Naruto's attention, and he turned to see Kyoko kneeling on the ground. Kyoko, Naruto murmured, pausing as he noticed the change in her eyes. Her Sharingan had been activated. While it wasn't fully developed, with only 2 tamo in each eye, it was evident she was analyzing the fight closely. Both Kakashi and Zabuza sprang into action again, forming seals at lightning speed before stopping suddenly. Suuten, Suryuden no Jutsu, they both shouted in unison. Water style. Water dragon technique. 2 massive water dragons rose from the lake, colliding with great force. They charged each other, blades in a deadlock. After a moment, they both leapt backward, circling each other. After exchanging a few words, they began forming seals again, but Zabuza hesitated as Kakashi completed his. Suuten, Deibokufu no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled. Water style. Giant vortex technique. A massive surge of water spiraled upward, engulfing Zabuza. On the sidelines, the force of the technique's wind was almost enough to knock everyone off their feet. When the water finally settled, Zabuza could be seen pinned against a tree, several kunai sticking out from his body. Before anyone could react, Zabuza collapsed to the ground as though lifeless. Zabuza's chakra is gone, Naruto realized. They turned to see a masked figure standing on a tree branch. A Kirigakure ANBU, Naruto deduced. Kakashi quickly checked Zabuza's condition. The ANBU figure bowed his head respectfully. I appreciate it. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this, the ANBU said. That posture, that voice. He can't be much older than Naruto and the others. but he's in the ANBU. He's not an ordinary kid. With incredible speed, the ANBU jumped down, grabbing Zabuza's body. I'll dispose of the body, farewell. He disappeared in a flash with a shunshin, taking Zabuza with him. Well, that was quite an eventful turn of events, a voice said. A figure landed gracefully beside the group. Hayama-sensei, Sakura said in surprise. Looks like we had a bit of a problem, Kakashi remarked, as he covered his Sharingan with his forehead protector. Kakashi took a few steps forward before collapsing straight down. Guess I'll be carrying Kakashi-senpai, Hayama Kanbei said with a sigh. Naruto, noticing Kyoko was still weak, scooped her up and carried her piggyback style. She said nothing, quietly deactivating her Sharingan. Naruto looked at the battle between the two Jonin. All he could think of was just how far behind he truly was. Both Hadake Kakashi and Kyoko were resting in bed. Kyoko, recovering from broken ribs, had to stay put, much to her displeasure. Kakashi, on the other hand, had overused his Sharingan and was completely drained of chakra. Both were confined to rest, which Kyoko found particularly frustrating. Naruto was concentrating, channeling chakra to heal Kyoko's injuries, while Byakuya did the same for Kakashi. Team 9 sat off to the side, observing quietly. I must admit, senpai, I didn't expect you to be knocked out this soon, Kanbei remarked. I haven't faced an opponent like that in ages. Not since my ANBU days, Kakashi responded. Senpai, what's on your mind? Kanbei pressed. I'm just thinking something feels off, like there's something I missed, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Who was that ANBU? Sakura asked, curious. A hunter nin. They specialize in hunting rogue shinobi, Kakashi explained. During the reign of the 4th Mizukage, many of the village's shinobi went rogue, so Kirigakure formed a special unit within their ANBU. They track down rogue ninjas and eliminate them. Kakashi paused, realization dawning. Now it makes sense. Zabuza may still be alive. Still alive? You barely survived your last encounter with him, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, panicking. Her mind raced, imagining Zabuza breaking through the door and slaying them all. Last time, the killing intent from those two Jonin nearly killed me, but those three, Sasuke thought as he looked at Team 7. They weren't even phased. It's like they've been through that kind of battle hundreds of times. How is it that Kyoko is stronger than me now? I used to be stronger than her as a kid. What did the hunter nin use to kill Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Senbon needles, Byakuya replied. Senbon needles usually don't have a high kill rate unless they're coated in poison, Kakashi noted. Poison? Sakura shrieked, her voice rising with panic. Sakura, calm down, Kyoko said from her bed, her voice low but firm. Don't you understand? Zabuza could attack us at any moment. Sakura said frantically. How did you even become a shinobi? You're pathetic, Kyoko remarked coolly. What did you say? Sakura shouted, her fear turning to anger. I'm saying you're pathetic, Sakura, Kyoko shot back. You're the pathetic one. I'm Kunoichi of the year, and you're the bottom of the barrel. Get your facts straight, Sakura retorted, her voice high-pitched. The only reason you're Kunoichi of the year is because your mother is on the village council. I'd bet even Ino and Hinata are stronger than you. And I know this much, even in my current state, you're no match for me, Kyoko said calmly. What did you just say? Sakura, enough, Kanbei suddenly snapped, silencing the argument. Kyoko's right. You're not even close to her level. She spent 4 years training under Genkai-sama, which means she's the strongest Kunoichi of your year. All right, it's good to see you all getting along, but Kakashi-sensei, aren't you overthinking things? Tsunami finally spoke up, addressing the group. One of a shinobi's greatest tools is deception. Hunter nin dispose of bodies right away, taking only the head for proof. But instead, Kakashi trailed off. The hunter nin took Zabuza's entire body, even though he was much larger and heavier than he should have been, Naruto said, piecing it together. Exactly. And hunter nin usually work in teams of 4, but that one was alone. This means that hunter nin was probably Zabuza's partner, and the Senbon were meant to save him, Kakashi concluded. But how could Zabuza have survived? Sakura asked, still confused. Zabuza must have been in a near-death state, Kakashi explained. It's a condition where the body appears dead but the heart rate slows dramatically, almost to a stop, making the person seem lifeless for a while. So we need to leave right now. Zabuza could show up any minute, Sakura screamed. He won't be coming for a while, Kanbei cut in, his tone calm. If Zabuza was in a near-death state, his body needs time to recover. It's likely he's resting somewhere, unable to move. We have a couple of weeks before we need to worry about him. That's the good news. So to prepare you for Zabuza's eventual return, we'll train you, Kakashi said, standing up despite his condition. You should be resting, sensei, Tsunami cautioned. I have plenty of time to rest later. Everyone, follow me, Kakashi ordered. You're just going to get yourself killed, a small voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a boy in a fisherman hat standing in the doorway, looking down at the ground. Inari, when did you get back? Tsunami asked, surprised. Inari scurried behind her, his face filled with worry. You'll just die. You can't beat Gato. Naruto's face twitched at Inari's words, his veins bulging. Kakashi seemed to sense it too. All right, Kanabe, stay with Tazuna. I'll work with my team and yours to teach you something useful, Kakashi said, directing the teams. What are you teaching them, senpai? Kanabe asked. Tree climbing, Kakashi said with a smirk. Tree climbing? Isn't that a bit too advanced for them? Kanabe questioned. Against someone like Zabuza, surprise will be our best weapon. Tree climbing will be a crucial skill, Kakashi explained. After grabbing a few stretchers, Kakashi led the way outside with Team 7 and Team 9 following closely. This looks like a good spot. Now, as you heard earlier, you're going to be tree climbing, Kakashi began. Sensei, how is tree climbing going to help us? We can already jump on trees, Sakura asked, sounding confused. You'll be climbing without using your hands, Kakashi replied casually. Huh, Sakura said, not understanding. Kyoko rolled her eyes. I really hate her, she thought to herself. During their academy days, Sakura was quieter, but now her attitude had changed completely. Kyoko had heard the rumors. Sakura's mother, Councilwoman Haruno Mebuki, had forced the Hokage to place Sasuke on her team. Sakura was clearly being groomed to replace her mother in the village council, and it was causing tension between her and Kyoko. Let's get started, Kakashi said, as Sakura and Kyoko exchanged intense glares. Kakashi thought to himself, Sakura hates Kyoko because she's an Uchiha and more talented than her. Kyoko despises Sakura's arrogance. It's ironic how this plays out. Chakra is essential for all shinobi, Kakashi continued, trying to focus the group. It allows you to use both ninjutsu and genjutsu, combining spiritual and physical energy. But some types of training teach you to manipulate chakra throughout your entire body. We already know how to use jutsu, Sasuke interrupted, clearly irritated. No, you don't. So far, all you've been doing is wasting chakra. A true shinobi must use chakra wisely, Kakashi corrected, causing Sasuke to frown. Watch closely. This is what you'll be doing, he added, walking over to a tree. First, I gather chakra to my feet, then… Team 7 felt the faint pulse of chakra emanating from Kakashi's body as he prepared for the next task. Kakashi placed his foot against the tree and started climbing, effortlessly reaching the first branch by simply walking up. I don't expect you all to scale the tree immediately, Kakashi began. Instead, you'll be running. First, focus on gathering chakra to stick to the tree, then run up. It's best to get a running start. Use your kunai to mark your progress and see how far you've come. The genin quickly pulled out their kunai and began concentrating on channeling their chakra. I've done chakra control training with Genkai-sensei before, Naruto thought. But that mostly involved meditation and learning to control the flow of chakra in my body. He shook off the lingering thoughts and focused entirely on his chakra flow toward his feet. He charged toward the tree alongside the others, but after 3 steps his right foot slipped. He quickly marked his spot and jumped back down. Just 3 steps, Naruto thought, looking around. Sasuke and Kyoko had made the furthest progress, with Kyoko right behind Sasuke. Hiei and Byakuya were also close, nearly reaching the first branch. This is easy, Sakura called out, sitting comfortably on the second lowest branch of the tree. Looks like everyone's abilities are just as I expected, Kakashi commented. That's right, I'm stronger than you, Kyoko, Sakura said, sticking her tongue out at Kyoko, who looked annoyed. No, Sakura. You're not, Kakashi replied with a calm tone. Sakura paused, looking at him in confusion. Chakra control is difficult for everyone. The weaker the person's chakra, the easier it is to control. In simple terms, you have the least chakra of the group. The stronger the chakra, the harder it is to control. That's why Naruto has the greatest potential here. Are you telling me that Kyoko's stronger than me? Even the idiot, Sasuke thought, glancing at his cousin and then at Naruto. Hiei and Byakuya exchanged a brief glance before focusing on their marks on the tree, while Sakura fumed silently, staring at Kyoko. All right, everyone rest up and get back into position. Aim for higher this time, Kakashi called out. Even though Kakashi's right, the truth is that Naruto has more chakra than anyone else here. Because of the kyuubi sealed within him, he'll have twice the chakra of the Sandaime Hokage in 10 years, assuming he receives the right training. Naruto's dream is to become Hokage. But he'll soon learn just how tough that goal truly is. Kanabe stood on the bridge, observing everything from a distance. Are you sure about this? Tazuna asked, adjusting some of his tools. Don't worry, those kids are in good hands with Kakashi-senpai. Senpai, why do you call him that? Isn't he just a little older than you? Tazuna asked, confused. I shouldn't say too much, but I once worked under Kakashi in Konoha's ANBU. He was a division captain before becoming a full-time jonin. He's one of Konoha's elite and is widely regarded as one of the best. Why would someone like him babysit a group of kids? Tazuna questioned. Who knows, he's been looking for a genin team for years now. Everyone was shocked when he finally accepted one. It's not so surprising when you consider Team 7's unique situation. 3 students, trained by Genkai-sama. No way they'd fail. All the jonin are eager to see how they perform in the Chuunin exams, especially those 3. There's something special about them. Later that evening, as the teams gathered to eat, Kakashi and Kanabe had brought an immense amount of food, enough to last a week. So, how was training? Kanabe asked as the genin devoured their meals. Sakura was eating more modestly compared to the others, who were ravenous. At the mention of training, Team 7 and Team 9 all locked eyes. I can't wait to beat that girl, Sakura thought as she glared at Kyoko. I'll shut her up, Kyoko mused, staring back at Sakura. I'll get stronger, Naruto resolved, focusing his gaze on Sasuke. I can't let them get stronger. I need to be stronger, strong enough to beat him, Sasuke thought, eyeing Naruto. Kanabe observed the 6 genin, each locked in an unspoken rivalry. Looks like we've got some competition here. Rivalries push you to grow beyond your limits. It's a fire that drives you forward, and Kakashi-senpai knows exactly how to set it ablaze. By the way, I've been curious, Tazuna spoke up. Why are you still here, even though I lied about the mission? Kakashi paused before answering. Not doing the right thing when you know it's the right thing is the path of a coward. There are no weak soldiers under a noble leader. These are the teachings of the Hokage. The room fell silent as Tazuna and his family exchanged glances. Why? Why are you pushing so hard when you know you'll just die in the end? You can't beat Goto's men, no matter how much you train. You're going to die against Goto's forces. The strong will survive, the weak will fall, Inari shouted. Shut up, Naruto retorted, slamming his head on the table. Shut up. You don't understand. You don't know what real pain is, you laugh all the time and you just butt into everyone's business. I hate people like you, Inari shot back. Is that why you cry? Naruto challenged. You're just weak, someone who gives up and lets themselves be pushed around. You won't ever change if you keep crying. Naruto got up and left the room, the door clicking shut behind him. Shut up. You have no right to judge us. Inari screamed as Naruto walked away. Don't think you're in any position to lecture, Kyoko said, her sharing and blazing. Inari stepped back, intimidated by the gaze. With a cold glance, Kyoko walked out of the room, disappearing into the night. Later, Kakashi found Inari sitting on the porch, staring out at the unfinished bridge, his feet dangling over the water. May I join you? Kakashi asked, sitting beside him. After a long pause, Kakashi began, Naruto didn't say that to hurt you. He's stubborn, it's just part of who he is. We've heard about your father from Tazuna. Naruto actually has a lot in common with you. He grew up without a father, and he didn't have friends either. He's been alone his whole life, but I've never seen him sulk or cry. He pushes forward no matter what because he's determined to be acknowledged, that's his dream. And that girl, Inari started. Kyoko, Kakashi continued. Kyoko understands your pain, she used to smile all the time. Until one night everything changed. What night? Inari asked, looking at Kakashi with curiosity. Her clan was slaughtered in front of her. She watched it all and it left a scar. Since then she hasn't smiled, not once. She survived, but a part of her died that night. She never cried though. She tried to be strong, not to show weakness, but even she has her breaking point. What Naruto and Kyoko are trying to teach you is how to overcome pain and move forward. Kyoko, unlike Sasuke, was there when it all happened. Her family was wiped out right in front of her. But the real mystery is why Itachi spared her. He only trapped her in a genjutsu while he continued the massacre. That night changed her. She became cold-hearted, and I can see it. Naruto's starting to have an effect on her. Kakashi sat silently, knowing that his students were still grappling with their loneliness, but he had faith. Naruto and Kyoko had made it a regular practice to rest outside beneath the trees after pushing themselves with intense training sessions. Byakuya, though also training hard, didn't push himself to the same extreme limits as they did. He was cautious not to overexert himself to the point of collapse, but for Naruto and Kyoko, there was no such restraint. They trained relentlessly, pushing their bodies to the brink of exhaustion. Kakashi didn't intervene, recognizing that this was a trial they had to face on their own, especially since neither of them had encountered many other shinobi. Kakashi knew they were more than capable of handling Chuunin-level opponents, but the Jonin were an entirely different matter. Their lack of battlefield experience also posed a challenge. One evening, Naruto was asleep on his back, exhausted from the day's training. He didn't notice a figure walking by, gathering herbs. The boy paused as he noticed the two sleeping on the ground. "Hey, wake up! You'll catch a cold," the boy called out, shaking Naruto and Kyoko. The pair stirred, slowly waking up and sitting up to face him, reaching instinctively for their kunai. "What are you two doing out here?" the boy asked, unconcerned about the weapons in their hands. Naruto and Kyoko exchanged a look before slowly lowering their kunai. "We're training," Naruto answered cautiously, scrutinizing the boy. Something about him felt familiar, though Naruto couldn't place where they had met before. "Why?" the boy asked, curious. "To get stronger," Naruto replied. The boy tilted his head slightly, as if pondering the answer. "Why do you want to become stronger?" "You ask too many questions," Naruto said sharply, his tone darkening. The boy didn't seem fazed. "Well, judging by your forehead protectors, you're shinobi. Then you know we shouldn't be underestimated," Kyoko added, speaking for the first time. "I know," the boy said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But I'm still curious. Why do you train so hard to get stronger?" "I want to become Hokage so everyone will know I exist," Naruto answered honestly. "What about you?" the boy asked kindly, turning to Kyoko. "I'm searching for answers," she replied simply. "I see," the boy mused. "Do you know the true secret to becoming strong?" he asked, capturing their full attention. "A person becomes truly powerful only when they have someone precious to protect." "Someone precious," Naruto repeated, mulling over the words. The boy smiled faintly. "One day you'll understand." With that, he turned and began walking away. "I hope we meet again someday." Naruto watched the boy go, his curiosity piqued. "I feel like I've met him before," he muttered. Kyoko remained silent as she stood up. "The tree we climbed at Genkai's was harder," Kyoko remarked, as she picked up her kunai. "I can't believe we're struggling with chakra control. It looks like not following Genkai's advice to focus on the basics is starting to catch up with us," Naruto said, stretching as he stood. He glanced at the tree they had been training on. It had been 4 years since he last climbed it, and despite the effort, he still found it difficult. Naruto was starting to realize that the tree climbing exercise had more benefits than he initially thought, improving stamina and keeping his mind occupied. "What are you thinking, Naruto?" Kyoko asked. "I'm thinking that by tonight we'll reach the top. But we need a bigger challenge," Naruto said, as he remembered the early chakra control exercises. He bent down, picked up a green leaf, and placed it on his forehead. Focusing his chakra, he attempted to make the leaf stick, only for it to crumble due to the excess chakra he released. "Naruto, that's brilliant," Kyoko exclaimed. "Adding a leaf improves chakra control and focus. Not many shinobi can do this. If we practice it during battle, we can prevent enemies from regrouping by disrupting their movements." Naruto and Kyoko spent a while honing their chakra control on the leaf. It took Kyoko 10 minutes before she succeeded in holding the leaf on her forehead. She immediately turned to the tree and began climbing. Naruto focused on calming his breath, centering his chakra as Genkai had taught him. After a minute of meditation, he finally succeeded in keeping the leaf in place. He turned to the tree and dashed forward, his feet sticking to the bark as he climbed. Kakashi, who had been observing from a distance, noted something different about their training. They were not progressing as quickly as before, yet the leaf on their foreheads suggested they were making their training harder. Kakashi watched as they marked their positions on the tree before jumping down. They were both panting heavily, clearly exhausted. So, they've added a challenge for themselves by using a leaf to focus chakra control while climbing. This will be tough on them, but it will also make them stronger than they were before. By the end of the week, they'll be 3 times stronger than when they arrived in Wave. "All right, take a break," Kakashi called out, walking over to them. "You've been training since dawn without rest, and you haven't eaten anything. I brought some lunch." He held up 2 bentos. Naruto and Kyoko collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Did they overdo it? Kakashi thought to himself. He said nothing as he handed them their lunches. They opened them to reveal grilled fish and rice. Both raised an eyebrow. "Given how limited our resources are, you're going to have to make do with this," Kakashi said. They ate in silence, too worn out to speak. The next day, after a much-needed rest, Naruto and Kyoko resumed their training. As the bridge neared completion, they were feeling the strain of their continuous efforts. "Nothing we can do. They've been pushing themselves too hard," Kakashi said to the others. "They need the rest, so we'll head to the bridge without them." Suddenly, Naruto was jolted awake by the sound of the door downstairs being smashed open. He sprang to his feet, grabbing his gear, and rushed downstairs. He found Inari crying and saw two men with swords dragging Tsunami across the docks. Without hesitation, Naruto grabbed a kunai and 4 shurikens, charging forward. He swiftly cut the rope that bound Tsunami to her captors, then spun and threw his shurikens at one of the men. The swordsman blocked one, but the others pierced his chest, and he fell dead, blood spilling onto the ground. "Who do you think you are?" the thug yelled as he unsheathed his sword. Naruto drew his tanto and blocked the incoming strike. He parried attack after attack before landing a powerful kick to the thug's stomach, sending him stumbling back. The thug gritted his teeth, raising his sword in defiance. "Never faced a shinobi before?" Naruto asked, his tone amused. The thug didn't respond, only gritted his teeth. "Let me offer some advice. Never turn your back on one." As Naruto spoke, he noticed Kyoko launching a handful of shurikens toward the thug. "Ha, no way the thug began to say, only for the shurikens to strike his back, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. "Go back to your home and stay there. The enemy is making their move today. That means the bridge is their target," Naruto said before he took off, with Kyoko quickly following beside him. "The enemy's moving. The bridge is going to be the target," Kyoko echoed. "I know, I'll go ahead, you stay hidden and wait for your chance. If we both attack together, it'll just waste time and energy," Naruto replied, leaping up into the trees and making his way toward the bridge. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura screamed, her eyes wide as she watched the masked shinobi tear through Sasuke like he was nothing. The fight ended with Sasuke dropping to his knees, blood splattering everywhere. "Sasuke-kun, don't lose to someone like him," Sakura shouted, panic in her voice. "Sakura, don't encourage him," Kakashi shouted back. Sakura turned to him in confusion. "That guy is far stronger than Sasuke. And unlike any of the genin here, he has the skill to complete his mission." "What do you mean, sensei?" Sakura asked, still struggling to understand. "He has the ability to complete the hardest part of being a shinobi. Taking a life. I can tell just by looking at him, he's killed before. This will not be easy for Sasuke," Kakashi explained. "That's right, and you can't just rush to help him, Kakashi. If you do, you'll leave the rest of the genin and that other jonin at my mercy. You'll have to face me head-on. Can you handle that, Kakashi? This is my domain." Zabuza responded with a cold smile. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "I could leave things to Kanbei, but he's no match for Zabuza. Kanbei's strength lies in defensive jutsu, and relying on luck to deal with this situation would be foolish. I have to take care of Zabuza myself. Kanbei, use your jutsu to protect Tazuna. Byakuya, you and the rest of Team 9 form the defensive formation around Tazuna," Kakashi ordered as he removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and with a flash, appeared in front of Kakashi, unwrapping a kunai from his pouch and throwing it toward him. Kakashi reacted at the last moment, catching the kunai with his palm. "Is that all you've got, Hadake Kakashi? I thought the famed copy ninja relied on more than just that Sharingan," Zabuza taunted. Kakashi dodged to the side, letting Zabuza charge forward. He swiftly spun around and kicked Zabuza in the gut, sending him sliding backward. Kakashi pulled the kunai from his palm and stood tall. "Zabuza, you're the first to face my Sharingan more than once. And you're going to learn why I'm Konoha's top shinobi. You'll soon realize," Kakashi said, activating his Sharingan. "I'm not so easy to defeat, and I'm the last person you want as an enemy." "I know about your Sharingan, Kakashi," Zabuza replied, his voice cold. "I had Haku analyze our previous fight in detail. He's got quite the keen eye. I understand now. You can't predict the future, and you can't read my thoughts. You only copy jutsu by mirroring your opponent's movements. If you can't see me, you can't copy me," Zabuza added confidently. Haku emerged from his ice mirrors and positioned himself in front of Sasuke, who was still struggling to stand. Sakura, frantic, threw a kunai at Haku, but Zabuza didn't even flinch. A slight smirk tugged at his lips as the kunai sailed harmlessly past him. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura shouted in desperation. Before Haku could make a move, a shuriken struck his hand, knocking the kunai out of his grip. Haku turned toward the direction of the projectile, only to be met with a swift knee to the face that sent him crashing to the ground. "Looking a bit worse for wear, Sasuke," Naruto said, standing tall before him. "Sasuke," Naruto muttered. Sasuke gritted his teeth and slapped Naruto's hand away as he tried to get up. "I don't need your help," Sasuke growled, struggling to rise. "That kid," Zabuza muttered as he watched the interaction. "He's the one who saw through my tactic earlier. Maybe I should eliminate him." Zabuza pulled out his Kubikirabacho, preparing to strike Naruto down, until he heard a sound behind him. Without turning around, he saw Kakashi approaching. Damn it, I can't strike that brat without Kakashi getting in the way. If I go after him, Kakashi will charge at me. With his Shunshin speed, he'll catch me even if I use my own technique. Zabuza thought, eyeing Haku, who was now back on his feet. You're pathetic, Haku, letting a kid like that get the better of you. Where's the girl? Naruto, where's Kyoko? Kakashi called out. She's staying back to protect Tsunami and Inari, Naruto replied without hesitation. Zabuza scowled and reached into his pouch, pulling out some shurikens. You think you can fool me? Zabuza sneered, throwing his shurikens at the bridge wall. Before they could hit, a figure emerged from the mist and landed near Haku's ice mirrors. Genjutsu, not bad for a kid your age, I almost didn't notice. But in the mist, everything becomes clear to me, and Genjutsu is hard to manifest inside the Kirigakure no Jutsu. Zabuza said with a knowing smile. Kyoko appeared standing before him, her kunai drawn, not showing a hint of fear. That plan didn't work, Kyoko said, her eyes sharp. It wasn't a bad attempt. However, Genjutsu doesn't work in the hidden mist. Kyoko, help Naruto and Sasuke. Leave Zabuza to me. Kakashi said, his Sharingan glowing in the mist. Without another word, Kyoko dashed towards the mirrors, forming hand seals. Haku was beginning to stand again, and with a smirk he spoke. Katen, Gakikyu no Jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique, Kyoko called out, releasing a fireball from her mouth, but the ice absorbed it without so much as a crack. Kyoko, Kakashi shouted. That Hayaten is a Kekkei Genkai that combines water and wind, a fireball like that won't break it. Exactly, Haku replied. My Kekkei Genkai merges water and wind to create ice. At your level you can't touch me. He stated, his voice cold as he merged with the ice and disappeared into his mirrors. Sasuke screamed as Senbon pierced his back, causing him to fall to the ground, twitching as he struggled to rise. This is my true speed, can you keep up? Haku taunted, launching more Senbon. Naruto closed his eyes and slowed his breathing, sensing the path of the Senbon like radar. Everything was moving in slow motion as he tracked Haku's movements between the mirrors. I can see. Haku glanced up just in time to see a fireball speeding towards him. Without hesitation, he turned to Kyoko, who was staring at him intently. With a swift movement, Haku performed a flip, narrowly avoiding the fireball before landing safely back within his mirrored domain. She was able to track my movements with that speed. Impossible. Haku thought, analyzing Kyoko. Then he took a step back and studied his surroundings more carefully. His eyes widened as he saw her eyes, red with two tamo, a Sharingan. He quickly deduced. Now I understand. She possesses a Kekkei Genkai. The Sharingan can track an opponent's movements, meaning the longer this battle continues, the worse it will be for me. This jutsu consumes a lot of chakra, and I'm at a disadvantage against someone with a Sharingan. I need to change my strategy, I have to target him. Haku's gaze shifted to Naruto. With renewed determination, Haku leapt out of his mirror and dashed toward Naruto. Naruto's senses were heightened, and in an instant, he felt the movement closing in on him. Reacting quickly, he dodged to the side, forming hand signs and launching a fireball from his mouth just as Haku was retreating into his mirror. Haku noticed the incoming fireball and adjusted his course, narrowly avoiding it. But before he could regain his composure, another fireball, this time from Kyoko, was speeding toward him. With a swift flip, Haku managed to evade it, though part of the fireball singed his pants. In retaliation, he flicked a senbon toward Kyoko. Kyoko skillfully avoided the senbon, watching it hit the ground harmlessly. Haku retreated into his upper mirror, taking a moment to assess the situation. These two are in perfect sync. The boy's ability to dodge and immediately counter is impressive. His sensor abilities are top-notch. And that girl, she can track my every move. The longer this battle continues, the worse it gets for me. The only advantage I have now is that boy, Haku thought, focusing on Sasuke, who was struggling to stay conscious. They're talented, but still inexperienced. Perhaps I should have ended this earlier in the forest. Letting them go was a mistake. With that thought, Haku darted out of his mirror, heading straight for Sasuke. Naruto and Kyoko, recognizing his intent, rushed to intercept him. Naruto reached Haku first, throwing a punch, but Haku dodged and retaliated with a powerful kick to Naruto's stomach, sending him flying backward. As Haku closed in on Sasuke, Kyoko stepped in, brandishing a kunai. Haku evaded her attack and released a flurry of senbon toward her. Kyoko tried to dodge, but two of the senbon found their mark in her neck, causing her to fall to the ground, unconscious. Haku quickly disappeared into his mirror, momentarily retreating to reassess. She fought well for a shinobi. But now, Haku's thoughts were interrupted by a surge of chakra erupting from Naruto. He turned to find Naruto surrounded by a dark crimson aura, his face twisted into a more feral expression. His blue eyes turned red with slit pupils. Who is this boy? This chakra feels wrong. It's almost alive. There's a thirst for blood in it. This is not the same boy I faced earlier. Both Kakashi and Zabuza sensed the overwhelming chakra. Zabuza watched in confusion, while Kakashi seemed concerned, glancing at Naruto with growing worry. Naruto charged forward with astonishing speed, aiming for Haku. Haku had no choice but to jump into another mirror to avoid the impact. Naruto's fist collided with the ice, shattering it into pieces. Haku observed from above. His strength and speed have increased. In that case, I'll need to try something new. Haku thought, quickly dispersing clones throughout his mirrors. They all launched Senbon at Naruto, striking him in the back. Naruto let out a cry of pain before thrusting his arms upward, unleashing a powerful shockwave of chakra that sent the Senbon flying and dispelled Haku's clones. Haku shielded his face from the blast, but as he looked up, he saw Naruto charging toward him again. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Haku braced for impact. Naruto's fist crashed into the ice mirror, shattering it completely. Haku barely managed to remain in the mirror when Naruto's form descended from above, holding a kunai. Haku seized the opportunity to try and impale Naruto, but just as the kunai was about to strike, red chakra surged around Naruto, preventing the blade from sinking into his flesh. Impossible. This chakra is protecting him like armor. Naruto landed on the ground, spinning around with a growl. This is bad. I need to retreat, Haku thought, trying to return to his mirrors. But before he could, Naruto's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with crushing force. Haku dropped the kunai as the immense strength prevented him from escaping. Haku's mind raced as he quickly formed a one-handed ram seal, hoping to use his chakra to shield himself from the violent red energy enveloping him. But Naruto's chakra continued to surge, and with a final cry, Naruto unleashed another blast, sending Haku flying back. Kakashi was preparing his signature jutsu, ready to finish off Zabuza. Just as he was about to strike, he noticed Haku flying toward him. He cancelled his technique to catch the boy, but was forced to skid backward upon impact. What a punch! He nearly knocked Haku out of consciousness. Naruto. Kakashi thought as he observed the crumbling ice dome, noticing the red chakra fading. Naruto, breathing heavily, returned to Kyoko's side, pulling the senbon from her neck and checking her pulse. He placed his ear over her heart. Thump. A faint pulse but still there. She had entered a near-death state, much like Zabuza had earlier, her body unable to move. Naruto carefully lifted her onto his back and began moving toward Kakashi, praying that his sensei had the upper hand. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, sensing the presence of others in the mist. Turning around, he heard the sound of a cane striking the ground. Slowly, the mist began to clear, revealing Gato and a large group of thugs standing at the end of the bridge. Damn it, why didn't I sense them earlier? I was so focused on my fight that I didn't notice, Naruto cursed inwardly. He knew he had to train harder if he ever hoped to become Hokage. Haku, Kakashi, and Zabuza all noticed the new arrival, and the mist began to part further. Gato, what are you doing here? Zabuza demanded, his voice laced with fury. My, what is this? The demon of the mist reduced to a lapdog of the mist. You know, Zabuza, hiring real shinobi is far too costly. So I went with rogue shinobi like you. But you're still costing me more than I'd like, so I've decided to change the plan. I'm not paying you anything. Instead, these fine gentlemen will be paid handsomely for eliminating you and that bridge builder. Zabuza narrows his gaze. Kakashi, it seems I no longer have a reason to fight you, Zabuza declared. Yeah, Kakashi replied, dispersing his ninhounds from Zabuza. So this is how you do business. You betray those who fight for you, Naruto asked. You shinobi have cost me a fortune. Killing all of you will save me the money I would have spent on Zabuza. That's why, Gato began, but stopped when he met Naruto's cold, murderous stare. Gato stepped back, feeling a sudden surge of fear. Flashback, one part of the shinobi way is eliminating those who stand in your way. The sooner you get used to it, the sooner you'll get better. You need to learn what it's like to put your life on the line. This is a basic rule for all shinobi. Down there, there's a group of bandits terrorizing nearby villages. Your mission is simple. Eliminate them, Genkai said, pointing to a group of men in the distance. I won't help you, you're on your own. Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya all leapt down, ready to eliminate the bandits. End flashback. Naruto placed Kyoko gently on the ground and was about to charge ahead. Don't, Zabuza warned, stepping forward, gripping his Kurbikirabacho. I was going to eliminate Gato regardless. But I should have seen this coming. Gato used me just as I used Haku. This is the life of a shinobi. That's nonsense, Naruto yelled. You trusted Haku because he understood your pain, not because he was a tool. I can't believe you gave up on emotions and attachments, that you're completely empty inside. Zabuza shot Naruto a cold glare. Haku lowered his gaze, knowing this was a sensitive topic. Naruto, enough, Kakashi said. So you're saying you've got nothing left inside? Nothing worth fighting for? That you're completely hollow? I refuse to believe that. I will never become like you, I'll fight for my friends. I won't be like someone so empty inside, Naruto declared. The world felt cursed, like something was wrong with everything. Naruto, that's too much. Whether you accept it or not, this is how the shinobi world works. Kid, you don't have to say any more, Zabuza said, his voice shaking. He looked up, revealing tears on his face. Once, I had dreams. I had reasons to fight, but I've forgotten them. I rebelled against the Yonde Mizukage to create an ideal village, but I lost my original purpose. Just this once, I want to fight alongside you. Help keep your innocent heart alive for as long as you can. Kakashi, you and your team, help me just this once. In return, I'll tell this kid where Gato hides his money. Naruto unsheathed his tanto and held it in front of him as Zabuza readied himself. Kakashi, Haku, and Kanbei joined them, preparing for battle. Gato, realizing the fight was inevitable, backed away and screamed, I'll pay 1,000,000 yen to whoever brings me their heads, before retreating behind his army of thugs. Naruto, Zabuza, Haku, Kakashi, and Kanbei charged forward. 1,000,000 yen. That money is as good as mine, the lead thug said before the shinobi cut through them with ease. None of the thugs had ever faced shinobi before and were quickly overwhelmed. Gato's terrified screams echoed as he fled, his forces collapsing around him. Once the last thug fell, Gato turned and paled as Zabuza advanced. Now Zabuza, be reasonable. I can offer you more money, double, if you just get me to safety, Gato stammered. You can keep your money. I'm done with you, Gato. Find yourself a nice place in hell. Zabuza shouted, swinging his Kurbikirabacho and decapitating Gato in one strike. Gato's scream was cut short as his body fell into the ocean's currents. Naruto looked over at Sakura, who was still crying over Sasuke, but then saw something unexpected. The villagers had arrived, clearly ready to fight. Did we miss the fun? Inari asked. Kakashi sighed and lowered his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. As promised, Zabuza showed Naruto where Gato had kept his money. Kakashi sealed it into scrolls and handed it to Naruto. Meanwhile, the villagers ransacked Gato's lavish home, reclaiming everything he had stolen from them. Back at the village, the mayor and the daimyo were already discussing plans for the future of Wave Country. At Tazuna's house, Teams 7 and 9, along with Zabuza and Haku, were enjoying Tsunami's cooking. Once they finished, Naruto asked the question on everyone's mind. So, are you two coming to Konoha with us? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, do you think the Hokage would accept us? Zabuza asked. I'm sure he will, Naruto replied confidently. Is it common for rogue shinobi to join another village? Kyoko asked. Kakashi formed a few hand signs. It happens. Shinobi who have lost faith in their own villages sometimes seek refuge elsewhere. It's a risky process. When a shinobi leaves, they must formally sever all ties with their previous village. I could recommend you to the Hokage. The screening process will determine if you're eligible, Kakashi explained. He'll join. I'll make sure the old man accepts you, Naruto said, raising his fist triumphantly. Such confidence, Zabuza remarked, glancing at Kakashi. Well, the Hokage does owe Naruto a few favors, Kakashi replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hailed as the strongest of the Sandaime Kage and one of the most powerful shinobi in the region. It'll be interesting to be under his rule, Zabuza said. When can we head back? Sakura asked. About a week. Kyoko's still not fully recovered, and our mission isn't complete until the bridge is finished, Kakashi answered. It'll be sad to see you go. You've helped the village so much, and we don't know how to thank you enough, Tazuna said. We must return. The mission is nearly complete, and the Hokage will be expecting a report, Kakashi said. Second chances don't come often, so I won't mess this one up, Zabuza said. If you follow the will of fire, things will improve for you, Kakashi said. No more words were exchanged as everyone reflected on the journey ahead, returning to Konoha. The return to Konoha was uneventful. Kakashi spent most of his time absorbed in his little orange book, chuckling softly every so often, though it was clear he was trying to maintain some level of restraint. Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya all watched their sensei in disbelief. as though he had sprouted another head, wondering what exactly he was reading. The one time they tried to buy the book to see what it contained, the shopkeeper had swiftly kicked them out for even attempting to look at it. Apparently, the book was meant for those over 18, and not for young eyes. From the shopkeeper's disgusted reaction, it was obvious that she didn't approve of the book, while some of the men seemed to find it entertaining. Zabuza and Haku walked alongside the group. Zabuza had his massive zanbato, Kubikirabacho, strapped to his back, while Haku carried a simple backpack. Haku, for the most part, remained silent. As for Team 9, Sakura walked beside Sasuke, staying close but maintaining a subtle distance, as if ready to spring into action should Haku and Zabuza turn hostile. She seemed to be positioning Sasuke in the best spot to defend her if needed. They arrived at the village gates where two Chuunin stood watch. "Kakashi-sensei," the trio said, alerting Kakashi to the guards. "Huh," Kakashi looked up from his book. "Oh, Team 7 and Team 9 reporting back from their mission. Also, we have two rogue shinobi who wish to join the village," Kakashi explained. "Mo Mamachi Zabuza," one of the Chuunin exclaimed, gripping his staff defensively. Kakashi sighed, as though this was something he had anticipated. "Relax, we're taking him to Hokage-sama to discuss his potential joining of the village," Kakashi said calmly. "Are you sure that's wise?" the Chuunin asked, skeptical. "Well, a lot went down during our mission. Hokage-sama will understand," Kakashi replied. "I can't just let a rogue like Zabuza roam around the village. He'll need to be escorted by ANBU, the guard insisted. "Fair enough. He's not here to cause trouble," Kakashi said. The Chuunin nodded and blew a whistle, which made a sound almost like a bird call. Within seconds, a group of ANBU appeared. 3 men and 1 woman with purple hair, their faces obscured by masks. "Mamachi Zabuza," one of the ANBU said. "Zabuza is here to speak with Hokage-sama about joining the village. He's here under Hispitium rights," Kakashi explained. "Understood. However, should you pose a threat to Hokage-sama or the village, we will eliminate you without hesitation," the lead ANBU, marked with green and red on his mask, warned. "You can save the theatrics for someone else. If I wanted to harm your village, you wouldn't even know I was here," Zabuza retorted. The ANBU met Zabuza's glare but said nothing. "Well, that's settled. We'll head to Hokage-sama now to report our mission," Kakashi said, as though he had expected this turn of events. The ANBU offered no response as they turned to glance at Naruto. Without a word, they vanished, their movements so swift that none could follow. "They're fast," Naruto thought, realizing they were already gone. He briefly performed a half-ram seal, activating his sensory abilities. "I can't sense them anymore. They're good, too good. Maybe I should focus on improving my stealth detection skills. I didn't even feel them move. I can't afford to fall behind." He lowered his head, deep in thought. "Genkai said I was at a Chuunin level when I left her training, but I still have a long way to go. I need to get stronger." They continued their journey toward the Hokage Tower. As they approached, Naruto noticed the increased presence of ANBU in the area. "Is all this really necessary?" Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. "Zabuza has a history of turning against his own leaders. Even though he wants to join Konoha, the ANBU aren't taking any chances," Kakashi explained. "It's just a precaution until we can be certain of his intentions." They entered the Hokage Tower, and Naruto immediately noticed the heavy presence of ANBU at every entrance and hallway. Even the ANBU from the gates were stationed inside. "Ah, Team 7 and Team 9. It seems you had an interesting mission," the Sandaime Hokage said, puffing on his pipe as he exhaled a thin cloud of smoke. "I've heard some interesting things from Team Ro. So, Zabuza wishes to join our village." "You could say it was an eventful mission," Kakashi responded, while Zabuza stared at the Hokage with cautious eyes. "Explain," the Sandaime Hokage ordered firmly. Kakashi did just that, recounting everything that had happened in Wave. How Gato had exploited the villagers, how Zabuza had been hired to kill their client, and how Gato had tried to betray him and have everyone killed. Kakashi also revealed that it had been Naruto's suggestion to allow Zabuza and Haku to join Konoha to give them a safe haven, and to prevent them from being hunted by Kiri's hunter Nin. "Interesting," the Hokage mused. "And certainly unusual. Tell me, Zabuza, why did you attempt to assassinate the Yonde Mizukage? You've heard the rumors about him. It shouldn't be a surprise. The Yonde Mizukage's rule plunged our village into darkness," Zabuza began, then paused. "However," the Hokage asked, pressing for more details. "I probably shouldn't say too much," Zabuza continued, his voice lowering. "Kirigakure wants to keep this secret. If it got out, they'd act swiftly." Everyone in the room exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of his words. What do you mean? Haku asked, confused. Zabuza let out a deep sigh. You wouldn't know, Haku. You never lived in Kiri, never saw what I did. The rumors were that the Yonde Mizukage had been controlled by someone else. A puppet of sorts. Controlled, Kakashi repeated, his brow furrowing in disbelief. During his early rule, he was fair, but something changed. Kiri fell into civil war and the Mizukage's actions became erratic. His allies started to question him, as did the ANBU and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza said, lost in thought. I wasn't the only one who tried to take him out. Many tried, but none succeeded in uncovering the one pulling his strings. What do you know about this shadowy figure? The third Hokage inquired. Not much, unfortunately. All I know is that he seems to understand the village's defenses and is able to infiltrate without being detected. Some of my people refer to him as a phantom, came the response. The Hokage puffed on his pipe before exhaling slowly. I'll have you undergo questioning by Inoichi before you're allowed entry into the village. For now, Teams 7 and 9 are free to take a few days off before getting back to work, the Hokage instructed. Thank goodness. Sasuke-kun, would you like to go grab a bite to eat? Sakura asked, hoping for some time with her crush, but Sasuke merely turned and began to walk away, with Sakura trailing behind. Hiei, visibly irritated by her constant attempts, quickly left as well. Kakashi-sensei, are there any ways we can improve our strength? Naruto asked. Kyoko also glanced at Kakashi with a somewhat curious expression. Kakashi sighed, gazing at his students. They had just been given time to rest, and yet the first thing they wanted to do was train. He wondered if he was being punished for his habitual laziness. All right, we'll start with some laps, Kakashi said. Laps, Naruto repeated. This time you'll be wearing weights. You've got some impressive skills, but you won't get any stronger by sticking to the basics. These weights will help you become faster and stronger, Kakashi explained. I could step in for a bit if you need it. I've got a few of my own techniques I'd like to teach you. It's the least I can do, Zabuza offered. If all goes well, Zabuza will meet you tomorrow at Training Ground 7. 6 o'clock, Kakashi added. His students eyed him with suspicion. What? Kakashi asked, noticing their stares. Sensei, it's your responsibility to show Zabuza around the village, Kyoko stated. And you can't afford to be late, Sensei, Naruto chimed in. Huh, Kakashi muttered, realizing what he'd got himself into. The next day, Naruto and Kyoko waited at Training Ground 7. Byakuya had gone home to his clan's estate to train on his own. Yo, Kakashi greeted as he approached, a bag slung over his shoulder. Zabuza walked alongside him, accompanied by another shinobi with a bowl-cut hairstyle, dressed in a green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. Greetings, students of my eternal rival. I am the blue beast of Konoha, Mado Guy. He declared dramatically, striking a thumbs-up pose with a radiant grin that almost seemed to shine. Kakashi exhaled in exasperation, as Naruto and Kyoko could have sworn a sunset appeared behind Guy, accompanied by the sound of ocean waves. They blinked, convinced it was a genjutsu, but it remained. Naruto and Kyoko raised their hands in unison and chanted, Kai, yet the scene didn't dissipate. Kakashi sighed again, turning to his fellow Jonin. Guy, I'm here to train them, he said. Perfect. I've got just the thing to help them with their training, Guy responded, pulling out 2 matching green jumpsuits. These training suits are flexible and will make a world of difference. You'll see guaranteed improvement, he declared. Is he serious? Zabuza muttered, turning to Kakashi. I wish he weren't, Kakashi replied in defeat. You don't like my gifts, Guy said, his eyes wide as he looked at Naruto and Kyoko, who exchanged a glance, uncertain whether he was joking. Guy, this is a training session. Can't you let me handle this? Kakashi asked, almost pleading. Training is the essence of the springtime of youth, Guy shouted, his voice filled with fervor. He pulled out a pair of leg weights. These will help you become faster and stronger, he explained. Leg weights, Zabuza muttered. He's a bit of a fanatic when it comes to physical training, Kakashi explained to Zabuza. Naruto and Kyoko reluctantly strapped on the weights, understanding they'd need to increase their stamina and create resistance in their movements. All right, time to get started. The best way to improve is by returning to basics. Advanced techniques won't save you if you can't master the fundamentals. You'll be training with chest and leg weights, which will boost your physical training. As for chakra training, you two will run while balancing a leaf on your foreheads, Kakashi instructed, placing a leaf on each of their foreheads. Care to explain the reasoning behind these challenges? Zabuza asked. You know as well as I do, Zabuza, not many shinobi can properly focus and channel chakra in the heat of battle. Most need to regroup and recharge. This training might seem tough, but I know they can handle it, Kakashi explained. Zabuza remained silent, taking a seat to observe. Naruto and Kyoko started running with the weights, their pace much slower than usual. After completing 30 laps, they slowed to a stop, gasping for air and covered in sweat. "All right, take a 5-minute break," Kakashi called out. "Afterward, I'll teach you some stealth techniques, skills I've honed over the years, and with practice, you should be able to match my level," Zabuza added. "Hey Zabuza," Naruto asked as he caught his breath, curiosity shining in his eyes. "What is it?" Zabuza responded. "What did the old man make you do to stay in the village?" Naruto asked, still wondering about Zabuza's arrangement. "Oh that, I trained his top ANBU in some of my techniques, water manipulation, stealth and concealment," Zabuza replied nonchalantly. Naruto nodded, ready to begin the next phase of his training. A few days later, Team 7 gathered in the mission room, where the Hokage sat, reviewing reports. "Trouble with bandits near the western borders?" Kakashi asked as he read through the mission request. "Correct. Villagers have reported that these bandits are extorting protection fees. However, there are some troubling details about their motives," the Hokage explained. "Why send a team of genin? Shouldn't this be handled by Jonin or Chuunin?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "I would if I had the manpower, but most of our Chuunin and Jonin are out on other missions. I can't afford to risk their operations by sending them out. Zabuza is training your team right now, and I can't afford to send him on this mission either due to his reputation. That leaves you, Kakashi," the Hokage explained. "Understood," Kakashi said with a nod. "Make haste, Kakashi. Time is of the essence," the Hokage urged. Kakashi nodded again, and Team 7 began preparing for the journey to the western borders. Team 7 walked out of the west gate and headed towards the borders. The journey was quiet, with little trouble along the way. Kakashi explained that it was important to gather intel about the bandits' motives and origins. The villagers, unknowingly, might have useful information. Expecting a confrontation with bandits, and possibly even rogue shinobi, they were well prepared, carrying a large amount of shuriken and kunai. After gaining some insight from the village, Team 7 planned to rest for the night. But Kakashi suddenly stopped, prompting the team to do the same. His expression was serious. Kakashi sniffed the air and narrowed his visible eye. "There are bodies up ahead." The team exchanged glances, uncertain of how Kakashi could be so certain. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, using his sensing abilities. He couldn't feel anyone in the village. No chakra signatures were present. Without wasting a moment, Kakashi rushed forward to check the village. The team followed, trying to match his pace. When they arrived at the village outskirts, the sight that greeted them was horrifying. Villagers lay dead all over the streets, in their homes and shops. Men had been dismembered, while children showed signs of being brutally mauled. Crows pecked at the lifeless bodies. The worst sight, however, was the women. Teenagers and adults alike were violated before being killed, many left naked. Some still had scraps of clothing, but it was clear all of the women had endured unspeakable torment. The attackers had stabbed them with swords before moving on to another victim. Kyoko stared at the gruesome scene. The dead bodies reminded her too much of the Uchiha clan massacre. The difference was, Itachi had been quick and efficient. He had killed his clan but spared them any further degradation. This, however, was far worse, and the sight of the violated women shook her to the core. Kakashi stopped to inspect a body. "They've been dead for over a day. We need to bury them," he said solemnly. Team 7 nodded, their stomachs churning as they fought the urge to vomit at the sheer brutality of it all. Naruto summoned dozens of shadow clones, and they immediately began gathering the bodies. Some clones dug graves as others carefully laid the villagers to rest. Naruto perched on a nearby roof, watching the task unfold. He couldn't believe what he'd seen. He had faced hardships in his life, but nothing compared to this. His anger burned as he recalled the gruesome scenes of death. Naruto closed his eyes, sensing the area around him. He could feel the wind blowing, and a faint pulse of chakra to the east, coming from a cave in the mountains of Konoha. It was clear that these were the bandits responsible for the massacre. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped into action, rushing toward their hideout. Kakashi summoned his ninkin, and they gathered around him. "Pakkun, it's been a while since you've been called upon." "What's going on?" Kakashi asked, keeping his tone steady. "With your noses, you can probably tell what happened here already," Kakashi continued. "I need you to track down the bandits." The smell of death is awful," Pakkun complained. "What happened?" "A group of bandits attacked this village, killing everyone," Kakashi replied. "I need to know where they went." "Understood. We'll find them for you," Pakkun said, as the ninkin began to search. Barely 5 seconds passed before Pakan returned. Kakashi, I found their scent, Pakan reported. But there's another scent heading toward them. It's Naruto. Naruto, Kakashi exclaimed, surprised. He thought to himself, has Naruto's sensory ability grown so strong that he can track enemies from such a distance? His chakra isn't fully matured yet, but I can see he's going to be a formidable shinobi one day. No time to waste, he's already out there. Lead the way, Pakan, I need to reach him, Kakashi ordered. Right, follow me, Pakan said before darting off. Naruto pushed himself harder, running at full speed. The wind rushed past him as he thought only of the bandits who had slaughtered innocent villagers. The images of the dead filled his mind, fueling his rage. He reached the bandits' hideout, a large cave where the criminals sat around a fire, drinking sake and laughing. They seemed oblivious to anything around them. Naruto drew his tanto and charged in, thrusting the blade into the nearest bandit with precision. He felt the blade sink into his flesh effortlessly. Who the hell is that? One of the bandits shouted. They turned to face Naruto, who withdrew his blade. It's just a kid. We thought we killed all of them. Another bandit sneered, drawing his weapon. The others followed suit, though many were too drunk to stand straight. Naruto didn't hesitate. He moved like a blur, slashing through the bandits with ease. Most of them had no experience fighting shinobi, and it showed. But one bandit, a former shinobi, was quick to realize Naruto wasn't an ordinary child. He charged forward, drawing a hidden dagger, but Naruto blocked the attack just in time with his tanto. You're not from the village, the bandit growled. You're a shinobi from Konoha. Doesn't matter, little brat, you're no match for the Gonzo bandits. Naruto's blade flashed, and with a single strike, the bandit was sent flying. He didn't stop, continuing to slash through the rest of the bandits with ruthless efficiency. As Naruto moved to finish the last bandit, a former Iwagakure Jonin, the man vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Naruto. You're fast, kid, the former Jonin taunted, but not fast enough. He lunged at Naruto with a sword, slashing at his torso. Naruto's eyes widened, but the strike was blocked by a log, a substitution jutsu. Too predictable, the Jonin said, his grin widening as he turned to face Naruto again. Naruto sprang into action, his shurikens flying toward the remaining bandits, who were too drunk to react. One by one, they fell, and Naruto prepared to face the former shinobi. The fight intensified, and as the Jonin launched his attack, Naruto could only rely on his speed and skill, knowing that his survival depended on how well he could outmaneuver his foe. Naruto reacted swiftly, using the substitution technique just as Gonzo's attack closed in on him. He disappeared and reappeared behind his opponent in the blink of an eye. Gonzo pivoted, blocking the incoming strike with his metal bracers and countered with a punch. But Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only a log behind. Gonzo jumped back just as Naruto attempted to slash through his midsection. With a swift knee, Gonzo struck Naruto in the gut, only for Naruto to once again turn into a log, an explosive tag attached. Gonzo's eyes widened as the log detonated in a brilliant flash, temporarily blinding him. Naruto reappeared, aiming for a decapitating strike. Gonzo quickly regained his vision and blocked the attack with his arm, using his extensive battle experience. In an instant, Gonzo grabbed Naruto by the head and hoisted him into the air, slamming him onto the rocky ground. Blood pooled around Naruto as he glared up at Gonzo. I knew it. You're no ordinary genin. You're fast, almost at Jonin level. It's impressive, especially for someone your age. You could have been a formidable shinobi if you'd stayed out of my way. What's your name, kid? Gonzo asked, his voice low. Naruto remained silent, staring unwaveringly into Gonzo's eyes, showing no trace of fear. Speechless, huh? Fine. I'll make sure you don't feel a thing when I finish you, Gonzo said, pulling back his fist for a final strike. Just before his fist landed, Gonzo's eyes went wide with shock as Naruto's blade was driven into his throat. Gonzo fell to his knees, choking on his blood as he clutched the wound. He grabbed Naruto, attempting to crush his skull, but Naruto remained silent, enduring the pressure. The moment it became unbearable, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. He placed his hand on the ground, rising unsteadily to his feet. After catching his breath, Naruto glared at Gonzo. I knew I couldn't take you in a direct fight, Naruto explained, his voice steady. When the explosive tag went off, I had a cage bunshin hidden nearby. I didn't counter right away, knowing it would take some damage to lower your guard, giving my clone a chance to strike. Using my clone would have wasted chakra, so I waited for the perfect moment. But you were right, I'm no ordinary genin. I'm the shinobi who will claim the title of Hokage. Gonzo muttered something under his breath, his eyes narrowing. Usura, His final words were cut off as Naruto's blade separated his head from his body. Naruto surveyed the battlefield, knowing he had to return to his team. His chakra was half depleted, and the blow to his head had left him groggy. Rest was essential if he wanted to recover. Naruto's senses flared, warning him of new danger. He looked up, spotting something approaching him, bright red, almost liquid-like, resembling a wave of molten water. Reacting quickly, Naruto used Shunshin to avoid the incoming attack. He was just in time. As the strange red substance hit the ground, it hissed and began to melt everything it touched. Naruto landed on a boulder, observing the damage. It's not acid, but it melts anything it touches. Lava, that means it's a Kekkei Genkai ability. His eyes tracked the figure of a girl, not much older than him, dressed in a red outfit with a lapel covering her right arm. You dodged that pretty well. Are you a sensor type? She called out with a smirk. Why is a stone shinobi here, and why attack me? Naruto thought, scanning his surroundings. She quickly formed hand seals and leaped into the air, launching more lava from her mouth toward him. Naruto countered by forming his own hand seals and releasing a jet of water. Sutin. Mizurappa, he shouted, unleashing a raging wave of water that collided with the lava, causing steam to rise as it neutralized the attack. The girl landed on the ground, but Naruto swiftly used Shunshin to close the distance between them, aiming for a decisive strike. She barely managed to block his blade with a pair of kunai, preventing him from landing a fatal blow. Before Naruto could react further, another presence registered in his senses, a Jonin from the stone village, sword in hand, ready to strike. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted the tension. Naruto, Kakashi shouted, appearing with a kunai enhanced by lightning. He intercepted the sword, cutting it in half. Kakashi landed gracefully, kicking the Jonin in the stomach and sending him sliding backward. Kuretsuchi, Kakashi called out. The girl Kuretsuchi nodded and jumped to his side. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, finally standing tall. Kakashi, Hadake Kakashi, the Jonin muttered, realizing who his opponent was. Naruto, you're so focused on the fight that you missed the bigger picture. Take a moment to look around, Kakashi advised. Naruto did so, his sharp senses now noticing the presence of multiple stone shinobi surrounding him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the Jonin. So, what are stone shinobi doing in Fire Country? You're aware of the treaty between our villages, right? The girl, Kuretsuchi, opened her mouth to speak, but the Jonin raised his hand, stopping her. We apologize for attacking your shinobi. We believed he was part of Gonzo's group. Gonzo was a former shinobi from our village, and we were sent to either capture or eliminate him. His body contains many secrets that we must retrieve, he explained. Naruto, sensing something off, glanced at Kakashi. They're lying, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded. I know. But unless we want to start a war with Iwa, we have to accept their story. We'll inform Hokage-sama and put some diplomatic pressure on Iwa. Looks like these bandits were hired by Iwa to test our borders, Kakashi thought. The bodies were buried a week later. Kakashi had the village burned down, ensuring no one would live there again. Then came the long journey back to Konoha. Naruto had changed into fresh clothes, his previous ones soaked in blood. Back in Konoha, Kakashi submitted his mission report. The third Hokage listened carefully, his gaze steady. Kakashi, stay behind. Team 7, you're dismissed, the third ordered. Team 7 left, leaving Kakashi with the Hokage. What's the situation? The third asked. These bandits were likely funded by Iwa. After we defeated them, Naruto was attacked by a stone shinobi. If I hadn't intervened, he would have been seriously injured or worse, Kakashi explained. Why were they in our territory? The third pressed. They claimed that Gonzo was once part of their village, and they were sent to retrieve or kill him. They wanted his body to protect their village's secrets. But I suspect they were avoiding conflict once they saw who I was, Kakashi replied. The third took a slow puff from his pipe. It seems the Sandaime Tsuchikage is testing our borders. Kakashi nodded. Anoki hasn't forgotten the loss of the Third Great Shinobi War. He knows that restarting the war would be disastrous for his village, but this could be his way of testing our response. The third paused. Indeed. We can't afford to let Iwa think we're weak. Prepare Naruto for the upcoming Chuunin exams. Kakashi agreed. Naruto's growth is accelerating faster than expected. He'll be a Jonin in no time. I'd like to start his special training soon. He's ready. The third looked out over the village. Naruto is leaving his mark on the world of shinobi. Make sure he's ready for what's coming. It had been nearly a month since Team 7's assignment near the borderlands. Their mentor, Kakashi, had ramped up their physical training regimen, incorporating weighted exercises and endurance drills. Each time Naruto's speed improved, Kakashi would increase the weight load to slow him back down. Kyoko, too, was getting quicker, though she relied more on finesse than raw stamina. Byakuya trained alongside them on occasion, but primarily focused on mastering his clan's secret techniques under his grandfather's tutelage at their family dojo. Naruto and Kyoko frequently sparred together. Though Naruto had the advantage in speed and endurance, Kyoko's agility and Sharingan, now with two Tamo in each eye, allowed her to anticipate and evade most of his blows. Still, Naruto's relentless pace often forced her into a defensive stance, using blocks and parries to avoid taking direct hits. Their matches were always held under the ever-watchful eye of Kakashi, though he often seemed more interested in the book in his hands. A sudden bird call broke the rhythm of the sparring session, prompting Kakashi to glance up. "Already," he muttered, snapping his book shut. He stood and addressed the two. "That's enough for today. Take the rest of the day off, go relax. You don't have to train non-stop," he advised, vanishing moments later with a flicker of movement. With a shrug, Naruto and Kyoko gathered their things and headed back toward the village. "Want to grab some ramen?" Naruto asked as they strolled through the streets. "Is that all you ever eat?" Kyoko replied, raising a brow. "I'm still not welcome in most other restaurants," Naruto said with a small shrug. "Ikaraku is the only place that treats me like a person." "They really judge you just for being a Jinchuriki?" she asked. Naruto gave her a look. "You know the answer to that." Kyoko frowned. "Idiots," Naruto changed the subject. "Byakuya's been spending a lot of time away. Any idea what he's working on?" "He's probably learning new techniques," Kyoko replied as they walked into Ikaraku Ramen. "His grandfather's strict but thorough." "Oh, welcome back, Naruto," I am greeted cheerfully. "Good to see you," Tyuchi said, already prepping the noodles. "One miso ramen," Naruto said as he sat down. "Make that too," Kyoko added, taking the seat beside him. While they waited, both pulled out notebooks. Their instructor, Genkai, had made them record every jutsu they knew and practice until it became second nature. She'd warned them never to lose those notebooks. Falling into enemy hands, such knowledge could be weaponized. In the shinobi world, jutsu were often more precious than money. "What do you think Byakuya's learning?" Naruto asked again. "My guess, he's refining clan techniques, maybe even creating his own," Kyoko said. Her expression softened with melancholy. Naruto recognized the look. She was remembering her late brother Shisui. He had trained her diligently in the Uchiha arts, especially the Shunshin and substitution techniques. Their sparring sessions had awakened her Sharingan, but she'd never managed to best him. Shisui once told her that copying an opponent's moves was never enough if they knew their own style inside out. After Shisui's death, Kyoko changed. His passing, and the subsequent slaughter of the Uchiha clan, had sealed her emotions. She had witnessed Itachi cut down her kin, some of whom had tried to protect her. He spared her, however, putting her into a genjutsu that rendered her unconscious. Though she never talked much about that night, she once mentioned glimpsing a man in an orange mask beside Itachi just before everything went dark. Genkai had asked about him, perhaps ANBU, but Kyoko didn't know, just that he was Itachi's accomplice. "Here you go," Im said, placing 2 steaming bowls of miso ramen before them. "Itadakimasu," they said in unison, digging in with gusto. Hawkage's office. The third Hawkage sat at his desk, drowning in paperwork. The village remained calm for now, but Jiraiya had recently sent troubling news. Orochimaru was on the move, and possibly plotting something sinister involving Konoha. Worse yet, Jiraiya suspected a connection between Orochimaru and Danzo. Concerned, Hiruzen had discreetly placed Danzo under surveillance. Genkai, ever perceptive, had also raised concerns. She had her own suspicions about the Uchiha massacre and even the Ninetales attack. She believed these were precursors to something greater. Hiruzen knew she might be right. His old teammates, Koharu, Himura, and Danzo had jumped to blame the Uchiha for the Kyuubi's assault, citing Madara's historical transgressions. The paranoia hadn't faded. Leaving his office, the Hawkage made his way to the council room where the Jonin instructors were already gathered. "It's that time again," he announced. "The Chuunin exams are approaching. Konoha will host, and several villages are sending participants." "Which ones?" Kurenai asked. "Sunagakyur, Takagakyur, Aimgakyur, Odagakyur, and Kuksagakyur," Hiruzen replied. "Odagakyur. That's a newer village," Asuma noted. "A perfect chance to prove themselves," Hiruzen said. "Now, to the point, do any of you wish to nominate your genin? They've completed enough missions to qualify." "I still think it's too early," Uruka thought to himself with worry. "I had it Kakashi, nominate my team." Byakuya Kuchiki, Kyoko Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, for the Chuunin exams, Kakashi said. A ripple of surprise went through the room as other instructors began nominating their teams as well. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kyoko finished their meal and made their way to a quiet training area. They each balanced a leaf on their forehead and attempted walking on water. Unlike tree climbing, water required constant chakra control, and their feet would often slip through the surface. After an hour, they managed to stay afloat, but that was the easy part. The real challenge was performing jutsu while standing on water, as even minor chakra fluctuations could plunge them under. They recalled seeing Kakashi and Zabuza fight atop water during their first major battle. Determined, they practiced basic water-style techniques while balancing. After 2 hours, they were soaked, exhausted, and proud of the progress they'd made. Calling it a day, they went their separate ways. Naruto, completely spent, skipped dinner and collapsed into bed. The next morning, he woke early and made a simple breakfast: eggs, bacon, and toast. Genkai had drilled the importance of nutrition into him, so even on lazy days, he cooked something decent before heading out. Once he finished getting dressed, Naruto checked that he had all his gear with him. After confirming everything, he locked up his apartment and stepped out into the streets of Konoha. As he made his way toward the training grounds, nobody paid him much attention. No hostile stares or whispering behind his back. When Naruto arrived at the meeting point, Kyoko and Byakuya were also just arriving. This had started to become their usual pattern. After enduring 3 months of Kakashi consistently arriving 2 hours late, the trio had learned to show up just 5 minutes before their sensei would. They had gotten the timing down to a science. They barely exchanged greetings when Kakashi suddenly appeared on a nearby branch, wearing his trademark eye smile and giving a casual wave. "Good morning. Sorry I'm late, I had to rescue a drowning goldfish from a pond," Kakashi greeted, as usual with a ridiculous excuse. "What's the plan for today, sensei?" Naruto asked. "Nothing, really," Kakashi replied. "You dragged me out of bed for nothing," Kyoko muttered with irritation, glancing away. Even Byakuya looked mildly annoyed. "Don't get worked up. I didn't call you out here for no reason," Kakashi said. The 3 genin looked at him, waiting silently for him to elaborate. Kakashi vanished from the branch and reappeared in front of them, pulling 3 slips of paper from his pouch. "I've nominated all 3 of you for the upcoming Chuunin exams," he announced. "This is a chance to advance to the next rank. Whether or not you succeed, it will provide valuable experience, especially fighting against shinobi from other villages. That said, I won't sugarcoat it. None of you are fully prepared for what's ahead. But if you're serious about rising through the ranks, the Chuunin exams are your stepping stone." "What do you mean by that?" Kyoko asked, frowning. "The Chuunin exams are where many shinobi first make names for themselves. If you perform well, you'll catch the attention of clients and potentially high-ranking officials. But participation is optional. You're not forced to enter just because you were nominated. If you do want in, bring this slip to room 301 at the academy by 2:50 p.m. next week. Be even a second late and you're disqualified." Each of them took a slip and examined it. "Think it through carefully before you make your choice," Kakashi said, and with that he vanished. "So we might end up fighting other genin from our own village," Kyoko mused aloud. "There are far more genin than Chuunin or jonin. That alone tells you how hard it is to climb the ranks," Byakuya added. "Maybe so, but we're not going to stop there. We'll be jonin someday," Kyoko declared. "You too can become jonin. I'm going to be Hokage," Naruto said with a confident smile. "You still haven't let that go, huh? You realize it's not just a title, it means being the strongest, most capable leader in the village. The Hokage doesn't just fight, they represent the village in everything," Kyoko reminded him. "I know that. That's why I won't settle for less. I'll be the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen," Naruto stated firmly. He might actually have the potential, Kyoko thought. Naruto can use all 5 basic elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. That already puts him above most genin. But being Hokage requires more than that, Byakuya thought silently. You need to be able to hold your own against the best jonin, maybe even more. "Do you think we're ready to become Chuunin?" Byakuya asked. "Genkai did say we were already on par with Chuunin when we left her. And we've improved a lot since then. But even so, we're still far from Kakashi-sensei's level," Kyoko replied honestly. Naruto's thoughts drifted to a certain red-haired sand shinobi and his older brother. Gaara and Kankuro, if they're participating too, then we'll be facing the best their village has to offer. "Let's call it a day. We'll meet at the academy by 2:30 next week. Do some light warm-ups before the exams, but don't overdo it," Naruto suggested as he turned to head home. The Chuunin exams, huh? If I want to be Hokage, I can't stay a genin forever. Time to make my move. 1 week later, Team 7 gathered outside the academy, saying nothing as they ascended to the third floor. However, as they reached the second floor, they encountered a crowd of genin blocking the stairs. Narrowing their eyes, Team 7 easily identified the genjutsu and kept moving. They weren't so easily fooled. Sasuke, however, couldn't help but show off. He loudly exposed the genjutsu and scoffed, earning him unwanted attention. One of the disguised genin attempted to attack Sasuke, who countered, only for a green jumpsuit-wearing boy with a bowl haircut to intercept the blows with his feet. Naruto observed with interest. These were his future competitors, after all. He overheard a Hyuga chastising Rock Lee for showing off, before Lee turned his attention to Sakura with dramatic flirtation. She, of course, was horrified. Team 9 walked away, with Lee in pursuit. Let's see what they can do, Naruto said, following after them. Kyoko and Byakuya trailed behind. They arrived in time to witness Rock Lee challenging Sasuke to a match. It was immediately clear this wasn't a fair fight. Lee's speed and agility outclassed Sasuke entirely. What do you think? Naruto asked as he watched. Sasuke's about average for a genin, clearly hasn't trained seriously since leaving the academy. But Lee, he's put in real work for a long time. Sasuke's out of his league, Kyoko noted. Byakuya silently observed. They turned to leave just as Mato Guy arrived, launching into his energetic springtime of youth performance. Naruto led his teammates to the exam room, where Kakashi was waiting for them. So you all came of your own free will, he said. That means you're officially eligible to register. What do you mean? Byakuya asked. I'll be honest with you. The Chuunin exams require full teams. You couldn't go solo even if you tried. I didn't tell you this up front because I didn't want anyone pressuring anyone else into it. I needed to see that all three of you wanted this. So we're all in then, Kyoko clarified. Exactly, just remember, these exams will push you. They're more mental than physical. Some don't walk away from them the same. But I believe in you. I don't expect you to win, but I do expect you to grow, Kakashi said. He smiled behind his mask and opened the door for them. Inside, the room was packed with genin, not just from Konoha but other villages as well. Naruto, Kyoko, and Byakuya exchanged glances. They had already decided. Stay quiet, observe everyone, and avoid attracting attention. You guys made it too, Sasuke said, approaching with Team 9 behind him. I see you're doing better, Sasuke-chan, Naruto teased. Sasuke twitched at the nickname while Sakura fumed. Before they could argue, a voice squealed, Sasuke-kun, it's been ages. Ino had arrived. Soon after, Shikamaru and Choji joined in, followed by Kiba and his team. So all the rookies are here. How far do you guys think you'll get? Kiba asked smugly. Farther than you, dog breath, Naruto shot back. Kiba scoffed. Heh, if anyone's dragging their team down, it's you. If only you knew, Kyoko thought. He's not the one slowing us down, it's the opposite, Byakuya reflected. You seem pretty sure of yourself, Kiba, Sasuke said flatly. We train like crazy. We're not losing to any of you. Just then, a voice interrupted. A genin wearing purple and large glasses approached them. Who do you think you are to lecture us? Ino snapped. The name's Kabuto Yakushi, but before anything else, you might want to take a look around, Kabuto replied coolly. The group glanced around and realized many pairs of eyes were focused on them. Who is this guy? His chakra presence. It's far deeper than he's showing. Is he suppressing it? If so, he's got serious talent, Naruto thought, narrowing his gaze at Kabuto. Those guys behind you are from the Hidden Rain village Aimgakure. They're not exactly known for their patience, Kabuto added. Tensions are high with the first exam about to start, so I figured I'd give you a heads up before you get dragged into something unnecessary. They turned back to Kabuto, who offered them a casual smile. Well, it's understandable. You're all rookies after all, fresh to this kind of thing. I remember when I was like that too, he said pleasantly. Kabuto, was it? So this isn't your first time? Sakura asked. Not even close, Kabuto replied. This is my 7th time attempting the exams. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. They're only held twice a year. That means 4 years straight, Kabuto nodded. So you must know a lot about how these exams work, Sakura said hopefully. They're never exactly the same, but there's usually a structure. The first phase always tests decision-making. You're forced to choose something and choose wisely. The second part is elimination-based. They aim to cut the number of candidates in half. So basically, half the people in this room won't make it past the second round. You sound like an expert, Sakura said. But he hasn't passed yet, Shikamaru pointed out. True, still, maybe attempt number 7 will be the lucky one, Kabuto said with a sheepish grin. These Chuunin exams sound like a drag, Shikamaru muttered. Why don't I share some data with you first-timers? Kabuto offered, reaching into his pocket to pull out a small stack of cards. Info cards? Sakura asked. Exactly. I've stored information into these using chakra. Been gathering it for years. I've got almost 200 of them. They may look blank, but… He pressed his finger against one. A glowing map and chart appeared on the surface. What's that? Sakura asked, surprised. A breakdown of participants, and where they come from. Konoha's got the biggest presence with 75 genin entered. Suna sent 30, as did Kiri. Then there's the smaller villages, Aimgakure, Takagakure, Kusagakure, and a new one, Otagakure, which only managed to send 3 genin, Kabuto explained. Do those cards have individual data too? Sasuke asked as he stepped forward. They do, Kabuto nodded. Got someone in mind. Gaara of the Desert, Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Kyoko, Sasuke listed off. Already know their names, huh? That makes things easy, Kabuto said, flipping through his deck and tapping 4 cards. 4 profiles appeared in glowing script. First, Gaara of the Desert. He's from Suna and the youngest son of their 4th Kazekage. Not much info on him, this is his first exam, but rumors say he completed a B-rank mission alone and didn't get a scratch. A B-rank mission solo. That's insane, Shikamaru muttered. Next up, Rock Lee. He's a year older than you guys and also a first-timer. He's done 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. Strong in taijutsu. But his skill in ninjutsu and genjutsu is basically unknown. What about the others? Sasuke asked. Uchiha Kyoko, your cousin, right? Her details are scarce. She spent 4 years on a training journey with Genkai, one of Konoha's elder shinobi. Naruto here also trained under Genkai. His stats are pretty vague too, but word is he took down an A-rank missing nin by himself. What? The dead last beat a nuke nin? Kiba exclaimed. Sasuke gave Naruto a wary glance. That doby, how far ahead is he getting now? Sakura thought, annoyed. Suddenly, a puff of smoke exploded at the front of the room, grabbing everyone's attention. A scarred man appeared, flanked by a group of Chuunin. Enough chatter, the man said firmly. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I'm Morino Ibiki, your first proctor for the Chuunin exams. We were going to show up those Konoha weaklings, Zaku muttered under his breath. Relax. We'll have plenty of chances to make our mark, Dasu said. Take a number, hand in your registration forms, and sit where your number assigns you, Ibiki ordered. A Chuunin held up a stack of papers. Naruto eyed the sheets and grimaced as a bad memory of academy test scores returned. I'm already in trouble, he realized. He took his seat near the front away from his squadmates. He looked around and found Kyoko sitting in the middle of the left section, and Byakuya far back on the right. Looks like they're deliberately splitting up teams. Sakura, sitting a few seats behind Naruto, smirked to herself. 4 years later and I still remember. Written tests are his downfall, this is going to be fun. Settle down, Ibiki said. I'll now explain the rules for this test. No questions allowed, so pay attention. All eyes turned toward him as the blackboard flicked on. First rule, you start with 10 points. There are 10 questions. Each wrong answer subtracts 1 point. 3 mistakes means 7 points left. Sakura nearly giggled. Naruto, this is not your arena. Second rule, your team's collective score will determine whether you pass or fail, Ibiki continued. The room erupted in murmurs. Third rule, if you're caught cheating, you lose 2 points per offense. We'll be watching. You're aspiring Chuunin. If you act like amateurs, you'll be treated as such. Naruto's definitely toast, Sakura thought happily. If any member of a team scores a 0, the whole team is out, Ibiki declared. I knew it, Sakura thought, practically glowing. Something's fishy, Naruto thought as he narrowed his eyes. Why would a shinobi test center around written answers? Unless, it's not about getting them right, it's about how you get them. This is about stealth and information gathering. Maybe Kyoko can copy handwriting with her Sharingan. Byakuya's probably fine too. Me though, I'm not great at tests, and I can't cheat the usual way. But he didn't ban jutsu. I've got a handful of smoke bombs. If I time this perfectly, I can pull it off. The final question will be handed out with 15 minutes left. You have 1 hour total, Ibiki said. When the clock clicked to the new minute, he gave the order, begin. Papers flipped open. These questions, they're ridiculous. Even Jonin would struggle with these, Naruto thought, scanning the page. That means this is a fake out. There are people in here planted with the right answers. This is about identifying targets and extracting info like a real ninja. From the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed Kyoko mimicking a candidate's writing rhythm using her Sharingan. Byakuya was calmly jotting things down, his face calm. Naruto fingered his pouch. 8 smoke pellets. Not enough for the whole room, but maybe enough to cause a commotion. I'll get a 3-second window if I'm lucky. I need to pick the right target and act with perfect timing. He kept watching, waiting for the right moment. Time ticked away, and the game of silent deception continued. It's odd being left without our squads, Asuma commented, pulling out one of his habitual smokes. He lit it and took a slow drag. Kakashi leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Something bothering you, Kakashi? Kurenai asked, turning toward him. It's more like, I can't remember the last time I had a real break, he replied. My team keeps me on my toes. They're progressing at an unbelievable rate. I wouldn't know, Asuma said, but I doubt they've changed that much in just 4 years. I still remember Naruto Uzumaki's entry scores, some of the worst in academy history, barely scraped by in both the written and physical exams. Kurenai gave Asuma a side glance, then turned her full attention to Kakashi. So, what's Naruto like now? He's strong, Kakashi said bluntly. If he keeps growing like this, it won't be long before he reaches my level. Both Kurenai and Asuma looked at him in shock. You can't be serious, Asuma said. I wish I was joking, Kakashi answered. Naruto's a physical learner, his strength grows as he tests his limits. The only real edge I have left is experience. His development is remarkable. Even so, I wouldn't be too worried, Asuma said with a puff of smoke. There are plenty of genin who could handle him. Just because he learns fast doesn't mean he's unbeatable. Kakashi's thoughts turned inward. Clinging to pride, Asuma, no surprise. The village labeled Naruto a failure early on and it stuck. Even some shinobi have bought into that illusion, but they'll learn soon enough. The academy's top talents, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji, they'll be the ones testing Naruto's true limits. And they might not like what they find. He could very well be the strongest genin entering the Chuunin exams. Still, something tells me we'll be busy again soon, Asuma added. Especially with who's overseeing the first part of the exam. Oh, Kurenai asked. This year's proctor is Morino Ibiki, Asuma said. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly, so things are going to be tougher than usual this year. Who's that? Kurenai asked. Kakashi turned his head. Zabuza, care to explain? Zabuza poked his head into the room. What do you want? He asked, stepping in. Kurenai has a question, Kakashi said. I said I wouldn't spill any Kirigakure secrets, Zabuza muttered. It's not about that, she just wants to know about Morino Ibiki. Zabuza's eyes widened slightly as he sat down. Why do you want to know about that monster? Monster, Kurenai echoed. He's the head examiner this year, Kakashi said. Your genin must be terrified, Zabuza said. He's every rogue ninja's worst nightmare. Most would rather off themselves than end up in his hands. Kurenai looked disturbed. Why, he's one of Konoha's top specialists in interrogation, Zabuza explained. Commander of the Interrogation and Intelligence Division under ANBU. Kurenai's face paled slightly. Torture? Not the kind you're thinking, Asuma cut in. Ibiki doesn't need blades or bruises. His specialty is mental torture, breaking someone down without leaving a mark. He dissects minds like a surgeon. Makes people spill everything, whether they want to or not. Meanwhile, in the exam room, Naruto sat in silence, spinning his pencil between his fingers as he stared at the empty page in front of him. Ibiki said you lose points for wrong answers. Get caught cheating and you're out. But he didn't mention anything about leaving the paper blank. Maybe I don't risk any penalties if I just don't answer. The clock ticked down. Then came the voice, pencils down. Naruto closed his eyes and focused. 35 teams are already out, but with the last question coming, even more will probably follow. Ibiki stepped forward. Before I reveal the 10th and final question, there are some rules you need to hear, and they aren't encouraging. He turned to the blackboard. Rule 1, you may choose to skip this final question. But if you do, you receive a 0 and your entire team fails. The room erupted in protests. Rule 2, Ibiki said, silencing the chaos. If you attempt the question and fail, you will never be allowed to take the Chuunin exams again. You'll remain a genin forever. Gasps echoed through the room. The pressure settled like a storm cloud. He's messing with us, Naruto realized, testing our nerve. Ibiki continued. You may quit now and try again in 6 months. Or take the risk and face the consequences. He looked around. Those who want to back out, raise your hand. Silence. Eventually, a lone genin near Naruto stood up. I'm out. Candidate 50 disqualified. Same for 130 and 111. More followed. One after another, hands went up and the number of candidates dwindled. Then Naruto stood. Cut the crap and give us the damn question already, he shouted. Ibiki blinked. If you want to quit. No, none of us are backing down, Naruto interrupted. We're here to become Chuunin. Scare tactics won't work on us. His teammates, Kyoko and Byakuya, exhaled in relief. Same old Naruto, Kyoko thought. He's got that weird way of changing the room, Byakuya mused. Ibiki studied Naruto with a sharp gaze. He gambled, bold move. And it worked. He removed all doubt from the others. The examiner turned to his assistants. They nodded. All right, Ibiki said, facing the remaining candidates. Those still present pass. The room fell into stunned silence. Wait, what? Sakura jumped to her feet. We passed already. What about the 10th question? That was the 10th question, Ibiki said coolly. He looked over the shocked faces. This test wasn't about knowledge. It was about judgment, about information gathering. Think about it, you're behind enemy lines. Your squad is split. You need to recover a stolen scroll. You can't rely on brute strength. You need intel, scouting, analysis, stealth. If you press forward, you risk it all. But if you retreat too early, you fail the mission. The room hung on his words. You either break under pressure or you push through. Only those willing to take risks can become Chuunin. We planted answer holders for you to target. Your job was to cheat like a shinobi. Subtlety, planning, control. Get caught and you fail. He pulled off his bandana, revealing a scalp littered with scars, burns, cuts, puncture wounds. This is what the cost of information looks like, he said quietly. Sometimes, intel is more valuable than life. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Burn marks, gouges. He's been through hell, Kyoko thought as she studied Ibiki's head. The second portion of the exam was a breeze. At least, that's how Naruto saw it. Since every member of Team 7 had sensory abilities, they quickly tracked down an opposing squad and cast them into a genjutsu. Taking their scroll was simple. Fortune favored them, as it turned out to be the Earth Scroll they needed to complement their Heaven Scroll. Wasting no time, they sprinted toward the tower at top speed, not wanting to risk an ambush or the loss of their prize. Their swift pace got them to the tower first, setting a new record with how quickly they arrived. Upon opening their scrolls, they were greeted by a surprise. Uruka-sensei appeared from the summoning. But it was Uruka who was taken aback. They had completed the second test in under an hour. This gave them a significant advantage. Time to rest. With the exam scheduled to last 5 days, the team used the remaining 4 to recover and prepare. They weren't the only ones to finish early. Team 8 and a squad from Sunagakure also managed to complete the task. Still, Team 7 kept to themselves, avoiding unnecessary interaction. Now, on the 6th day, all teams were gathered and lined up, awaiting instructions for the next stage. Kyoko cast a worried glance at her second cousin, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra feels off, and he looks like he's in pain. What happened to him in that forest? She thought. Team 9 looked completely wrecked. Team 10 didn't appear much better. Just what went down out there? Kyoko wondered, eyes scanning the exhausted genin. Sasuke's group barely made it, arriving only moments before the time limit. Sasuke appeared to be in agony, gripping the side of his neck as waves of pain washed over him. First, allow me to congratulate you on making it through the second phase. The third Hokage began, standing before the gathered genin alongside various jonin and chunin. To understand what it means to be a shinobi is to understand conflict. These exams were born from an era of strife, when our villages were at war. The alliances we hold now are relatively new. Just then, a shinobi stepped forward and knelt before the Hokage. Hokage-sama, as the proctor, may I address the participants? The jonin asked. The Hokage nodded. Go ahead. Turning to the assembled genin, the jonin coughed into his hand. Before we proceed to the third phase, we'll be conducting preliminary matches. Preliminaries? Why? Sakura asked in confusion. There are simply too many of you. Whether the earlier stages were too lenient or the quality of this year's candidates is unusually high, we must reduce the number of participants by half. The final exam will be a tournament-style event, attended by daimyos and other high-profile figures. With limited time, we cannot accommodate everyone. If any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time. I'd like to step down, Kabuto said, raising his hand. Kabuto-san, why? Sakura asked, concerned. I took a severe beating in the forest. I don't have the strength left to continue, let alone fight, Kabuto said politely. Better to back out now. If I stay in and mess up, my real identity might get exposed. No need to risk it, especially since you'll be watching, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto thought to himself. Very well, Yakushi Kabuto, you may leave, Hate Gecko said as Kabuto turned and spoke briefly with his teammates. I've seen that one before, the third commented. Who is he? Anko stepped up with a file. He's got an unusual record, survivor of the battle at Kyoko Pass. It was a brutal conflict. Strange that someone like him made it through. With 26 left, we have 17 from the leaf, 3 from the sand, 3 from the mist, and 3 from the sound, Kakashi noted. Only 13 will advance more than usual. All right then, Hate announced. Direct your attention to the screen. It will select matchups at random. Names flashed across the monitor. Uchiha Sasuke vs Yori Akato, starting off strong Sasuke muttered with a smirk before wincing in pain, his curse mark beginning to flare up. Everyone not fighting, move to the observation area, Hate instructed. As the others stepped aside, Kakashi paused to speak quietly with Sasuke. Sasuke stood across from Yori, the other genin from Kabuto's squad. The curse seal pulsed more violently now. The rules are straightforward, Hate explained. You'll have 10 minutes. The match ends if one of you is incapacitated, gives up, or I step in. Now begin. Yori wasted no time, lunging at Sasuke with sharp palm strikes. Sasuke dodged and grabbed him, locking in a submission hold, aiming to dislocate his arm. But suddenly, Sasuke's grip loosened. My chakra, it's vanishing, Sasuke gasped. That's right, Yori said smugly. I can absorb chakra, close combat suits me best. Tough luck, kid. Grinding his teeth, Sasuke summoned his remaining strength to kick Yori away. He got to his feet, breathing heavily. No ninjutsu, no genjutsu, I'm down to taijutsu, he thought. And with this guy's abilities, that's not exactly ideal. Glancing at Naruto, he noticed a familiar figure beside him. Wait a minute, that's it. Yori rushed him again, but Sasuke vanished just before being grabbed. What the? Yori exclaimed as Sasuke reappeared beneath him with a powerful kick to the chin, launching him into the air. That's my move, Rock Lee blurted out in surprise. Sasuke followed up with precision, initiating a flawless shadow leaf dance. But something changed. Team 7 all noticed it at once. Sasuke's chakra twisted, and purple markings spread across his skin. That's a curse mark, Naruto realized, eyes narrowing. Sasuke fought against the mark's influence, knowing full well that if he lost control, the Jonin would intervene and he'd be out of the exams. No, I won't let the seal take over, he gritted through clenched teeth. With sheer will, he forced the curse mark to recede. The red glow faded. He was gasping for air but had control. Seizing the moment, Sasuke charged in, feinting a punch before spinning and slamming a kick into Yori's gut, driving him to the floor. Lion's Barrage, Sasuke shouted, finishing the combo. He skidded to a stop and tried to rise as the winner but collapsed to his hands and knees. So, that technique has a drawback. It really drains the body, Sasuke realized, trembling. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke, Hate declared. Medical staff moved in to carry Yori away. Kakashi approached immediately. He should be taken to the medical wing, Hate said. There's something I need to handle first. Sasuke, you're coming with me, Kakashi replied. I must protest, a medic said. This boy is injured. This situation is beyond your expertise. I'll have him at the hospital within the hour, Kakashi responded before disappearing with Sasuke. What was that all about? Naruto muttered. It must be that weird mark on Sasuke, Kyoko said. No time to dwell on it. Next match is starting, Byakuya pointed out. The screen flickered. Aburame Shino vs. Abumi Zaku, that's the sound guy with wind attacks, Shikamaru noted, watching Zaku limp forward. His arms were still in slings from their earlier fight with Sasuke. Shino stepped forward calmly, hands tucked inside his coat. The second match, Zaku vs Shino. Begin, Hate called out. You should forfeit, Shino said evenly. What did you say? Zaku growled. Your arms are damaged, you can't win. Give up, Zaku smirked and raised one arm out of its sling. This one still works. Even with one arm you're outmatched, Shino stated. Shut it, Zaku roared, charging in. He swung down hard, only for Shino to effortlessly block. Your strikes won't reach me, Shino said calmly. I'll say it again, surrender or face defeat. Shut up, Zankyuha, Zaku yelled, unleashing a burst of pressurized air. It sent Shino flying. Shino-kun, Hinata gasped. It's over, Zaku declared confidently, but Shino stood back up. Zaku turned and froze. Behind him, thousands of Kikaichu buzzed menacingly. These insects feed on chakra, Shino said. And you've already lost. Zaku found himself in a desperate situation. Retreat wasn't an option, he needed to prove his worth. Gritting his teeth, he lifted both arms and aimed them towards Shino and the swarm of insects heading his way. You were right about having a trump card, Zaku growled. But I'm not going down that easy. Take this dual air blast, he shouted, preparing to fire. But Shino stood calmly, unaffected. Instead of the destructive blast, chakra visibly leaked from Zaku's arms, until both limbs detonated violently. The explosion tore them apart, leaving only fragments of his forearms intact. An ace up the sleeve is smart, Shino said coolly. But two is smarter. That's why I sent my insects into your air tubes to clog them from the inside, both arms just in case. Zaku dropped to his knees, blood pouring from his wounds. Death from blood loss was inevitable. As Shino turned away to return to his team, his Kikaichu descended on Zaku to drain what was left of his chakra. Zaku's screams echoed as the insects overtook him. He's going to be a tough one, Naruto muttered, watching Shino walk back. He's not just smart, he plans 10 steps ahead. Then the screen above shuffled through names before settling on the next match. Misumi Tsurugi vs. Kankuro. Naruto watched with interest. Kankuro had hidden himself inside his bandaged puppet, manipulating it to overwhelm Misumi and win the match with ease. Next up was the fourth match, Haruno Sakura vs. Uchiha Kyoko. Kyoko raised an eyebrow at the announcement, as did Sakura. Despite her nerves, Sakura walked confidently to the arena floor. The fourth match, Haruno Sakura vs. Uchiha Kyoko, begin, Hate announced. Sakura immediately drew a kunai and threw it at Kyoko while charging. She created 2 illusionary clones mid-run. Kyoko sidestepped the kunai easily, and as Sakura dismissed the clones, she landed a solid punch that sent Kyoko sprawling. Without wasting a moment, Sakura jumped on top and began pummeling her opponent with everything she had. After nearly a full minute of relentless strikes, she stopped, panting. Kyoko looked up from the ground, a split lip the only visible damage. That all you got? What? Sakura gasped, exhausted. If this is your best, then I won't even need to activate my Sharingan, Kyoko said with a flat stare. Sakura's eyes widened. The Sharingan? Exactly, you're not even worth using it on. With that, Kyoko kicked Sakura in the gut, knocking her off. She flipped upright and readied her own kunai as Sakura, wounded but furious, did the same. Kyoko then launched a set of shuriken mid-charge. Sakura evaded, but Kyoko had anticipated her movement and threw a kunai that embedded itself in Sakura's thigh. Before Sakura could pull it out, Kyoko appeared in front of her and delivered a savage kick to the embedded blade, driving it deeper into the muscle. Sakura screamed in pain and collapsed. You're weak. You've barely improved since the academy, haven't you? Kyoko said coldly, standing over her. Despite the pain, Sakura staggered to her feet, determined not to lose. She drew another kunai. Kyoko's eyes changed, the Sharingan activated. You'll do nicely for a test run, Kyoko said, forming a series of hand signs. Kakashi, those are, Guy exclaimed in alarm. Kakashi's eyes widened as well. Kyoko's right hand began to crackle with electricity. Energy coalesced, forming a blade-like shape. Ino's eyes widened. What is that? Chidori, Guy answered grimly. An assassination technique known also as lightning cutter. Developed by Kakashi Hadake himself, it's A-rank and lethal. Kurenai turned to Kakashi. You taught her that? I didn't, he replied, stunned. Kakashi recalled. She must have used a shadow clone during the Zabuza fight to watch me. That clone must have copied the jutsu with the Sharingan and relayed it back. She really is something else. Kyoko pointed her lightning-imbued hand at Sakura. You shouldn't even be a shinobi. She dashed forward, aiming for Sakura's chest. Just as her attack was about to land, Kakashi appeared in front of her, seizing her wrist. Guy and Kurenai flanked her and pulled her back. Sakura collapsed backward, dropping her kunai. Blood soaked her thigh. She needed immediate medical care. Kyoko could have killed her, and by the rules, she had every right, Naruto thought. Still, because the Jonin interfered, she wins by default. Kyoko's face twisted in frustration. Let go, she growled, the lightning fading as her chakra depleted. She yanked her arm free from Kakashi's grip and returned to her team, giving Sakura one final cold glance. As the medics carried Sakura away, Kakashi observed his students solemnly. Those 3, they think like Hokage already. They might be genin in title, but they're far above that in ability. Kyoko and Byakuya are already mid to high Chuunin level. Naruto, he's easily Jonin class, thanks in part to the Kyuubi. His chakra reserves surpass mine. These kids are monsters. The Jonin returned to their positions as the next match was drawn. Tenten vs. Temari. The Sand girls got this one, Shikamaru said casually. You sure, Shikamaru? Ino asked. They're stronger than they look, he replied. As the battle commenced, Tenten launched wave after wave of weapons, but Temari easily deflected them with her fan. With each revealed star on the fan, her wind techniques grew stronger. Eventually, Temari opened the fan fully. Scythe dance, she cried, whipping up a massive windstorm. Tenten was lifted into the air and slashed by invisible blades. When it ended, she crashed down, barely conscious. Temari walked over, fan held vertical. Useless, she muttered, about to attack again, until Lee intervened. Leaf whirlwind, Lee yelled, clashing with Temari just long enough to retrieve Tenten and set her aside. That's enough. Winner, Temari, Hayate declared. Temari and Lee returned to their teams. Next up, Nara Shikamaru versus Tsuchi Kin. Shikamaru sighed as he made his way down. Kin readied herself. Dasu whispered advice, warning her not to underestimate her opponent. The fifth match, Tsuchi Kin versus Nara Shikamaru. Begin. Kin stood confidently, a smug smile across her face as she continued shaking her bells, intending to torment Shikamaru with their piercing sound. Illusionary doubles of herself began to materialize around the battlefield. Her genjutsu is flimsy. It only works within a short radius, and she needs to keep the bells ringing for it to stay active, Kyoko noted calmly. Still, it's doing its job, Naruto responded. Suddenly, Kin froze in place, her body stiff and unmoving. The ringing ceased, and her clones vanished into thin air. What's happening? She muttered, confused. Shikamaru slowly rose to his feet. Shadow possession technique captured, he said with a confident smirk. That's not possible, your shadow isn't anywhere near mine. Kin protested. You clearly don't understand how shadows work, Shikamaru replied coolly. Kin glanced down and her eyes widened. A thin shadow line stretched beneath her bell string. You can link shadows together, she said in disbelief. Obviously. That's lesson 1 in shadow manipulation. Shadows connect with each other, it's basic stuff, he replied. Kin's smirk returned. So what now? You can only make me mimic your actions. That doesn't help you win, she said with bravado. Just wait, Shikamaru muttered. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a kunai. Kin, bound by his shadow, mirrored the motion. Are you insane? Kin asked, eyes narrowing. We'll see, Shikamaru answered, throwing his kunai forward. Kin did the same. At the last second, Shikamaru bent backward quickly, and so did Kin, straight into the wall behind her. The impact knocked her unconscious instantly. A shinobi must understand their environment and anticipate outcomes. You made the mistake of thinking the wall offered safety, Shikamaru commented. Winner, Nara Shikamaru, Hayate announced. Looks like I'm the last one left, Dasu said, glancing at the screen. The match display flickered before showing the next pairing, Hazuki Kasumi versus Yamanaka Ino. Ao leaned over to Kasumi and murmured something. She gave a subtle nod before jumping down to the arena floor, enthusiasm in her steps. Dressed in a deep blue kimono with mesh armor on her limbs and a blade on her back, she exuded calm readiness. Ino descended more hesitantly. Judging by their chakra levels, Kasumi's on a completely different tier, Naruto commented. She's way ahead, Kyoko added. Her chakra outclasses most of the genin here. This is Kiri's fight to win. I agree to a point, Byakuya chimed in. Ino has strong academics and a calculating nature, don't underestimate a strategist. You're being generous, Kyoko retorted. Ino's more of a fangirl than a kunoichi. Her training is nothing special, Naruto added. Match 7, Hazuki Kasumi versus Yamanaka Ino, begin. Kasumi wasted no time. She closed the distance immediately, unsheathing her blade. Ino barely raised her kunai in time to block. Kasumi stayed aggressive, not giving her any breathing room. I know about your jutsu, Kasumi said. I won't give you a chance to use it. Gritting her teeth, Ino knew she was outmatched. She sidestepped quickly, threw a smoke bomb, and vanished into the mist. Moments later, she emerged and rapidly formed hand seals. Kasumi calmly stepped from the smoke as Ino grinned. Mind transfer technique, Ino called out, her body collapsing as her jutsu activated. Kasumi, however, appeared next to her, completely unaffected. Decent plan. Waited until I emerged, then struck. Smart, but predictable, Kasumi said, pointing her sword at Ino's neck. Winner, Hazuki Kasumi, Hayate announced. Kasumi studied him briefly before sheathing her blade and returning to her team. Asuma came to collect Ino. 8th match incoming, Hayate said as the board flickered once more. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, ha, perfect matchup, Kiba cheered. Right, Akamaru, the pup barked in agreement. A sudden blur appeared, Naruto landed in the arena in a flash. That speed, it's unreal, Kasumi thought. She closed her eyes to better sense his chakra, it was massive, but curiously restrained. Ao-sensei, she whispered. Analyze his chakra. Surprised, Ao nodded and scanned the field to ensure no one was watching. Then, forming a quick hand sign, he whispered, Byakugan. Activating his Dijutsu, he observed Naruto closely. His chakra levels are immense, Ao whispered. But I'm detecting sealing formulas suppressing a good portion of it. At his current output, he's already at low to mid-Jonin tier, Ao said before quickly deactivating his Byakugan. He's stronger than he looks, Kasumi muttered. But he seems like a runt, still kinda cool. Guess it's a good thing we didn't have to face him, Chijiro said. Don't be so sure he's got this, Ao warned. Strength doesn't guarantee victory. Even the weak can win through strategy. He's faster than me, maybe even too fast. With my Kekkei Genkai, I might stand a chance, but only maybe. Kiba leaped into the arena, setting Akamaru down beside him. Don't get your hopes up, Kakashi, Kurenai said. Kiba is the fastest among the rookies. Match 8, in Yuzuka Kiba vs Uzumaki Naruto, begin. Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Kiba, delivering a quick chop to the neck. Kiba dropped instantly. Fast, Kasumi murmured. It was the quickest bout yet, just 2 seconds. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, Hate announced. Whoa, that was insane, Kakashi said, as the rookie 9 stared wide-eyed. No way. Naruto's never beaten Kiba in speed before, Ino said, having regained consciousness in time for the match. Kiba always had the best times. What did Kakashi do? Asuma asked. Kurenai couldn't believe what she'd witnessed. He's moving at Jonin's speed. That's Kakashi level, she thought, staring in disbelief at Naruto. The third Hokage, watching silently, was stunned. That step, it was only a partial shunshin. He wasn't even using his full speed. Genkai, what kind of warrior did you train? Flashback, Uzumaki Naruto might be the greatest natural talent you ever encounter, old monkey, Genkai told the third Hokage. What makes you say that? Hiruzen asked. This generation is filled with prodigies from every major village. But as for Konoha, who are yours? Only 2 come to mind, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. Hiei also shows potential, the third replied. Uchiha Kyoko and Kuchiki Byakuya count too. They're more spiritual types, but their stamina needs development. Still, they think strategically. Naruto, though, is different. He's a kinetic learner. If he pushes himself, his growth skyrockets. He may even surpass the first Hokage in time, Genkai said. Is that really possible? The third questioned. Absolutely. His tactical ability is already at a Kage level. Though he's still maturing, his instincts are sharp. He'll make enemies, many, both inside and outside the village. Until he's ready, he'll need protection. And Konoha isn't the only place raising monsters. Who else? Kirigakure has Hazuki Kasumi, already as strong as half their Jonin. There's also Sabaku no Gara and a girl named Kumiko Insuna. Iwagakure's got the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, and a boy named Takara under Anoki's wing. Kumo is quiet, but one of their Kunoichi has shown prodigious talent as well. The third Hokage observed Naruto's movements, impressed despite this being his first time seeing the boy in action. Even then, he could tell he wasn't seeing the full extent of Naruto's capabilities. His speed was already on par with an elite Jonin. Naruto vanished, only to reappear instantly beside his teammate. Your speed never ceases to amaze, Kyoko remarked with a light grin. Naruto's a physical learner, his body adapts quicker than most. I dread to imagine how fast he'll be when he hits his peak, if that day ever comes, the third thought silently. Kiba was lifted onto a stretcher and promptly taken for medical care. Hinata hurried over to him. Kibi-kun, Hinata murmured softly. I can't really move. But don't go fussing over me, Kiba replied with a weak grin, then his tone shifted. Listen, Hinata, there aren't many competitors left. 2 from the mist, 5 from our village, and 1 from the sand. If you're matched up with the Suna ninja, don't hesitate. Forfeit right away. You've seen him fight. You know he'll kill you without blinking. You don't have the skill to interfere with the chakra in his sand. And if you get Neji, don't do it. You know better than anyone what kind of resentment he carries. Hinata gently handed him a jar of ointment. Hyuga Hinata, proceed to the arena, Hate announced. She and Kiba looked at the board. Sure enough, it was her against Hyuga Neji. Neji stood in the arena, waiting calmly. Kiba's heart sank. Hinata stepped forward, heading to face her cousin. The 9th bout, Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata, begin, Hate declared. Don't bother, surrender, Neji said coldly. Unlike in our past spars, I won't hold back, you're a failure. Hinata looked down, knowing she couldn't match his skill in the gentle fist technique. Hinata, Kurenai thought, watching anxiously from the sidelines. Hinata glanced up and caught Naruto's gaze. The one I admire most is watching. He changed so much from being labeled a loser. I want that too. I want to be like him, she thought. She recalled the years of being overlooked, her position as clan heir passed to Hanabi, and the sting of countless losses. But I can change. If I believe in myself, I can change. Her stance shifted. The Byakugan activated. Neji-san, let us fight, Hinata said with calm resolve. Neji frowned, studying her. Her eyes, she really believes she can win. Fine, let's see how far that takes her, Neji mused as he assumed his stance. The two clashed, palm strikes echoing as chakra collided, attack and defense in perfect harmony. Each blow was aimed at chakra points, both destructive and protective. This fight is more than just taijutsu, it's chakra control turned into both offense and defense. Their strikes are like needles, targeting chakra pathways. Only through flawless chakra flow can they block one another. Not everyone can grasp that, Naruto analyzed silently, eyes closing to sense the flow more clearly. Neji finally grew tired of the exchange. He struck Hinata in the chest with pinpoint force. She dropped to her knees, coughing blood violently. You never stood a chance. You're a failure, Neji said, turning his back. Yet Hinata slowly, painfully stood again, clutching her ribs. I can still fight, she said, blood trickling from her lips. You're barely standing, don't push yourself, Neji replied. You've always resented your weakness, but people don't change. That's the truth of destiny. Accept it, Hinata shook her head weakly. No, Nejine-san, you're wrong, I see it now. You're hurting more than anyone, trapped by fate, torn between the head and branch families. Neji's expression twisted with rage. He charged, ready to strike a fatal blow. The match is over, Hate yelled, but Neji didn't stop. Suddenly, Naruto appeared between them, intercepting Neji's blow. Neji's Byakugan caught the incoming punch, but he couldn't react in time. Naruto's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying backward. Neji staggered to his feet and saw Naruto step forward, protective and furious. Why did you interfere? Neji shouted. Naruto said nothing. His glare was ice-cold, predatory. Neji felt a chill run down his spine. Neji lifted his arms to fight again, but was immediately restrained. Kakashi appeared, grabbing his arm and flooding it with chakra to disable it. Guy flanked him on the other side. You said you'd control your emotions, Neji, Guy said sternly. Kurenai knelt beside Hinata as she collapsed. Hinata, she cried, catching her. Naruto kneeled, checking her pulse. What are you doing? Kurenai asked. Her heartbeat's unstable. If I don't act now, she won't make it to the medics, Naruto said, focusing his chakra. A glowing green seal appeared beneath them. Kurenai's eyes widened. A healing seal, she realized. Not conventional medical ninjutsu, he's transferring chakra into her system to stabilize and heal. Only someone with reserves like his could pull this off, Kakashi noted silently. I've calmed down, Neji said. The two Jonin released him and he walked away. The medics took Hinata onto a stretcher. Naruto watched him go, then dipped his fingers in her blood. He stood and raised a fist toward Neji. I'll defeat you, Naruto said quietly. What's driving him so hard right now? Did something happen between them? Kakashi thought. Everyone, return to your positions. The next match is starting, Hate ordered. Once back, the names shuffled on the screen again. Chijiro versus Hiei. The Mist Swordsman and Konoha's dark horse walked into the arena. Chijiro unsheathed his blade with a determined but uncertain grip. He's not trembling, but he lacks conviction, Naruto observed. 10th match, Chijiro vs Hiei, begin. Hiei wasted no time. His sword moved like lightning, forcing Chijiro onto the defensive immediately. I thought Kiba was our fastest, Ino said, stunned. No doubt, Choji murmured. He is even quicker, Shikamaru stated. Blow after blow rained down. Chijiro blocked what he could but not all. Cuts formed on his arms until finally his sword was knocked away. Hiei's blade hovered at his throat. I yield, Chijiro said calmly. Kasumi smirked. That was too familiar. Had he trusted himself, Chijiro might have won. Both contestants returned to their sides. Only 6 contenders remained. 3 matches left. The board flickered again, Rokuro versus Kuchiki Byakuya. The crowd buzzed. Both fighters stepped forward. Another from the mist, Shikamaru noted. You think he'll win too? Ino asked. Hard to say, Shikamaru replied, glancing toward Naruto and Kyoko. Neither of them has shown their full hand. They completed the forest phase in 37 minutes and haven't broken a sweat since. Kyoko toyed with Sakura. Naruto took Kiba down in under a second. That team, there's something else. Byakuya might be the real mystery here. I doubt he's going all out either. Match 11, Rokuro versus Kuchiki Byakuya, begin. Byakuya. This illusion isn't something a genin could pull off. It's nearly on par with mine, Kurenai thought, eyes narrowed. The swirling cherry blossoms slowly faded from view, revealing Rokuro lying unconscious on the arena floor. Victory goes to Kuchiki Byakuya, Hate announced. Just as I expected, Shikamaru muttered. Wow, all of Team 7 made it through the prelims, Ino noted in surprise. They're all going to the final round. Choji silently sighed in relief. He was glad he didn't have to face any of them. Their strength was overwhelming. Yeah, they're tough, but that's not what's really worrying, Shikamaru added. His teammates turned toward him, puzzled. Byakuya calmly returned to his group after lifting the genjutsu on Rokuro, who also made his way back to his team. What do you mean by that, Shikamaru? Ino asked. None of them showed their full hand. Naruto beat Kiba purely with speed. Kiba didn't even see the hit coming. Kyoko didn't need to try against Sakura, she had the upper hand from the start. And Byakuya used an advanced genjutsu without hand signs to take down a skilled Kiri shinobi. That illusion wasn't ordinary. Rokuro couldn't even break free from it. It just proves Byakuya's genjutsu mastery is on a whole different level, Shikamaru explained. Both Ino and Choji paled at the thought. I'm grateful I didn't get matched with them, Ino admitted. Same here, Choji added. Me too, Naruto's speed is unreal. Unless you can track his movements, fighting him is pointless. Even with Kiba's senses, he didn't notice Naruto was gone until it was too late. You'd need a Sharingan, Byakugan, or an extremely sharp sensor to keep up. Shikamaru thought, stealing a glance at Naruto. Among all the genin, only Team 7 looked completely unfazed. No fatigue, no grime, not even a scratch. The screen above flashed as names flickered quickly. Finally, it stopped. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Gaara vanished in a swirl of sand and reappeared in the arena. Yash, I've been waiting for this, Rock Lee exclaimed as he warmed up with enthusiastic kicks and punches. Gaara stood calmly, unmoved. Lee, Guy began, but his student was already jumping around. Lee, he barked, slamming a fist down on Lee's head. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee blinked in confusion. Is he serious? The match hasn't started and he's already acting like he won, Kyoko thought with a twitch of her eye. Be careful, Lee, that gourd looks suspicious. There's something dangerous in it, Guy warned. Everyone's sweat dropped at the obvious comment. No kidding, many mentally groaned. Now go show your youth to the world, Guy shouted dramatically. Lee grinned and jumped over the railing, landing on the battlefield. He took his stance, strong fist. The 12th match. Rock Lee versus Sabaku no Gaara. Begin, Hate declared. Lee darted forward, hurling shuriken, but a wall of sand rose and blocked the projectiles. Unshaken, Lee launched a barrage of punches and kicks, each one blocked effortlessly by Gaara's sand shield. Lee's attacks aren't landing. He needs to strike from range or match Gaara's speed, Ino commented. That won't work. Lee can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, Guy replied. What? Team 10 chorused. He was born with a condition that stops him from molding chakra, so he relies completely on taijutsu. He trains harder than anyone I've ever seen, sun up to sundown, Guy explained with pride. Gaara retaliated with a stream of sand, forcing Lee to retreat. Lee landed atop a statue and glared down at Gaara. Lee, take them off, Guy yelled with a thumbs up. But sensei, you said only if I had to protect someone important, Lee said. Forget that, I'm giving you permission. Let them drop. Guy beamed, his teeth sparkling. Tears welled up in Lee's eyes. He sat down and removed his leg guards, revealing heavy ankle weights wrapped beneath. He undid them and held them high. Now I'm lighter, he said as he let them fall. Temari scoffed, dropping a bit of weight won't change. Her smirk froze as the impact of the weights shattered the arena stone. Lee vanished. The next instant, he was behind Gaara, fist swinging. Gaara's sand was barely fast enough to react. That's his base speed, impressive, but he's still slower than our team, Kyoko thought, activating her Sharingan to catch every movement. He can keep up, but he won't outrun us. Neji's eyes widened in disbelief. With Byakugan active, he still couldn't believe Lee, the teammate he always defeated, was now this fast. Lee launched himself over Gaara, flipping and landing a solid kick to Gaara's head, the first hit Gaara ever received. Lee landed in a crouch as Gaara stood there stunned. Lee charged again. Gaara's sand lunged forward, but Lee vanished again. A powerful uppercut struck Gaara from beneath, launching him into the air. Lee pursued, unleashing a barrage of kicks. Guy brought his hands into a prayer pose. He didn't see Lee wince from the pain. Kakashi and Kyoko did. Suddenly, Gaara's body cracked. It was a sand clone. The real Gaara appeared, unharmed. A substitution when, Guy gasped. When you closed your eyes, Lee paused mid-attack from the strain. That's when the swap happened, Kakashi explained. Why does Lee look like he's about to collapse? Kyoko asked. Because the front lotus is forbidden. It takes a toll on the user's muscles. Lee might have torn his own body just using it, Kakashi said grimly. Gaara retaliated with more sand. Lee struggled to crawl away but was captured and tossed around like a rag doll. He should forfeit, Ino said, unable to keep watching. Have faith. The lotus blooms twice, Guy said, still smiling. Gaara tried to crush Lee with another wave of sand, but Lee suddenly blinked out of sight, reappearing beside it and countering. Gaara warped away, landing several feet back, and sand began crawling over his skin, forming a shell. So he's finally taking Lee seriously, Naruto observed. Looks like he has two ultimate defenses. Lee unwrapped his arm bandages and crossed his arms. That stance, Kakashi gasped. He did it. He mastered it, Guy said proudly. The 8 gates, Kakashi muttered. 8 what? Kyoko repeated, eyes narrowing. They're called the 8 inner gates, Kakashi explained. They act as chakra flow regulators located at specific points in the body, though you can't see them. Every shinobi who uses chakra has them. These gates manage and restrict how chakra circulates. Gentle Fist can manipulate this flow, either enhancing or blocking it. But the 8 gates do something different. They remove the natural restrictions on your chakra network, pushing your physical abilities to their peak. Strength, speed, reflexes, and raw power all skyrocket. But the cost is severe. It puts incredible stress on the body. He paused, then listed. The 8 are: Gate of Opening, Gate of Recovery, Gate of Vitality, Gate of Agony, Gate of Limit, Gate of Insight, Gate of Wonder, and finally the Gate of Demise. The Gate of Demise, Kyoko echoed, her tone uneasy. Exactly what it sounds like, Kakashi said grimly. Unlocking the 8th gate grants you strength surpassing even the cage, but it comes at the ultimate price. Once it's used, the body disintegrates from the inside out. Death is inevitable. That's why this technique is considered forbidden. 3rd gate, Gate of Vitality Release. Lee roared as an eruption of chakra surged around him. Gaara watched silently, unsure what Lee was planning. 4th gate, Gate of Agony Release. Lee shouted, his body beginning to glow with a green aura while blue chakra exploded outward like a whirlwind. He's just getting started, Guy said, arms crossed. Kakashi nodded. He's preparing to strike, Gaara scowled. Whatever you're planning, it ends here. You're right, Lee replied with a fierce look. Because this is my final attack. 5th gate, the Gate of Limit, Release. A powerful green flame wrapped around him, and his skin flushed red from the intensity. Lee's body trembled from the strain, his muscles barely holding together. Suddenly, he vanished with a shockwave, the sheer speed of his movement blasting wind into the faces of the spectators. He reappeared beneath Gaara, launching a brutal kick that sent him skyward. Then, moving at blinding speed, Lee bounced off every surface, walls, ceiling, even the air itself, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks that shattered Gaara's sand armor bit by bit. His speed in my Sharingan can't keep up. This surpasses what I can track right now, Kyoko thought in awe, her Tutamo eyes wide. Only Kakashi followed the flow, calm and focused. This is Lee. Incredible, Neji thought as he watched, his Byakugan tracking every movement. Neji, take it in. I trained so hard for this moment, to prove I could surpass you, Lee thought as he caught Neji's gaze for a moment before refocusing. He followed up with a final downward punch toward Gaara. But just before impact, Gaara's gourd crumbled into sand and cushioned his landing. Lee skidded to a halt, breath ragged, the intense aura fading as his body returned to normal. He collapsed, his limbs no longer obeying him. Gaara stood shakily and extended his hand, his sand snaking toward Lee with malevolent intent. His expression darkened. Are we witnessing another incident like in the forest? Shino murmured, disturbed by the sight. Lee tried to move but couldn't. The sand gripped his arm and leg tightly. Sand coffin, Gaara declared coldly, his hand clenching. Lee's scream echoed as his limbs were crushed under the pressure. Gaara wasn't finished. His sand began to envelop Lee's entire body. Just then, a green blur appeared. Guy stood in front of Lee, shielding him. The sand dropped harmlessly to the ground. Gaara was stunned. Why would you protect him? Because he's precious to me, Guy replied simply, his eyes firm. Gaara stared for a long moment before turning and walking away. I forfeit. He what? Wait, does that mean Lee wins? Ino asked, confused. No, Kakashi said. Guy's interference automatically disqualifies Lee. Winner Kin, hate began, but stopped when Lee, unconscious, began to stand up, taking a fighting stance purely out of instinct. Lee, stop, you've done enough, Guy said, tears running down his face. Kakashi appeared at Guy's side. He's unconscious. His body's still moving, but he's not awake. Medics arrived and took Lee away on a stretcher. Gaara returned to his team, his mood unreadable. Guy, visibly shaken, received somber news from the staff and looked devastated. Kakashi said a few quiet words to him before they returned to the spectators' stand. All right, now would the contestants of match 13 please step forward, Hate announced. Dasu stepped forward confidently. Choji looked hesitant but was encouraged by Asuma, who said something that fired him up. He jumped into the arena with renewed resolve. The final match, Kinuta Dasu versus Akimichi Choji, begin. Choji's going to lose, Naruto muttered. What makes you say that? Byakuya asked. He only cares about food. He doesn't act like a real ninja, Kyoko added. Team 10 has gone up against the sound twice, Naruto said. Shikamaru won because he's smart and flexible. Choji's not like that. He's too straightforward. Choji transformed into a rolling ball and charged. Human bullet tank, he shouted, spinning rapidly toward Dasu. Dasu dodged easily, letting Choji crash into the wall. Foolish. I manipulate sound, and sound travels better through water than air. Since the human body is mostly water, even if you cover your ears, your whole body becomes a receiver, Dasu explained as he tapped his sound-enhancing device. Choji dropped the technique, stumbling before collapsing with spinning eyes. Winner, Kinuta Dasu, Hayate announced as medics took Choji away. Now then, would the winners step forward to draw lots for the final matches, Hayate instructed. Each genin came up, pulling slips from the box Anko held. Naruto drew his and showed it. Number 1. Ibiki recorded the numbers and then presented the bracket. Here are the final matchups, he said. Finals bracket. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. Aburame Shino vs. Kankuro Nara. Shikamaru vs. Temari. Uchiha Kyoko vs. Hiei Hazuki Kasumi vs. Kuchiki Byakuya Kinuta Dasu vs. winner of match 6. The final stage will take place in 1 month. You'll have that time to train and prepare. Fight well, there will be many high-profile observers, including daimyos, Hayate said. You'll each have 30 minutes per match. If no victor is decided by then, the match ends in a draw, he added. So whoever wins the tournament becomes Chuunin? Shikamaru asked. The third Hokage shook his head. Not exactly. It's possible all of you could be promoted, or none of you. Even someone who loses may be chosen, and someone who wins may not. This is not about who's strongest, it's about skill, judgment, and character. You will be observed by your village leaders and evaluators. He paused, surveying the young ninjas. Use your time wisely, train hard, good luck, dismissed. With that, the remaining genin began to disperse, each heading toward a month of intense training. Team 7 had gone their separate ways for training. Byakuya was under the strict supervision of his grandfather, while Kyoko and Naruto were assigned new instructors. Kakashi had some personal matters to attend to, so he arranged for them to be taught by others. Kyoko was placed under the care of a rookie jonin, Ishimaru Asuka, who promised to help her grow. Meanwhile, Naruto was assigned to Ebisu, a teacher who didn't exactly look thrilled by the arrangement. Ebisu led Naruto to the hot springs, where the spas were located, and directed him to a more secluded area. Now Naruto-kun, I want you to try walking on water, Ebisu instructed as Naruto followed without hesitation. I can already walk on water, Naruto responded, sounding somewhat bored. Impressive. Most kids your age are still learning tree-climbing exercises, Ebisu remarked, his tone thoughtful. If it were winter, I'd have you try walking on ice. Ice walking, Naruto echoed, intrigued. Ebisu nodded enthusiastically. It's an extremely difficult technique. Not many shinobi even attempt it, let alone master it. The only person I know who has truly mastered the ice and snow walking technique is Kakashi-san. Naruto's eyes widened. Finally, something that could challenge him. Though he'd have to wait until winter to try it, this piqued his interest. Perhaps he could improve his chakra control further with Hinata's help. Her Juken style required precise chakra control, and maybe he could learn something useful from her. Just as Naruto's mind wandered, he noticed something strange over Ebisu's shoulder. An old man in a customized battle kimono was peeking into the women's bath. The man seemed to be laughing and scribbling in a notebook. Naruto pointed at the old man, disrupting his chakra flow, causing him to lose his balance and fall into the hot spring. The water was scorching, and the old man quickly jumped out, sending a toad summon with a long tongue to strike Ebisu, knocking him out cold. Naruto stepped out onto the water, looking down at the unconscious Ebisu before turning to face the strange old man. The man wore a forehead protector with the word oil inscribed on it. Naruto couldn't make sense of it, but one thing was clear. This man had an overwhelming chakra presence, almost as powerful as the Sandaime Hokage's, though he was suppressing it. Who is this guy? A spy, Naruto wondered, observing the man's ability to conceal his chakra. The man chuckled as he resumed his perverted antics, scribbling away in his notebook. Nice curves. Very nice, the old man muttered, not even noticing Naruto standing behind him. Oi, Naruto called out, drawing the man's attention. What do you want? The old man grumbled, still absorbed in his research. Research. You're just peeking at the women's bath, Naruto shot back in disbelief. I'm an author, a world-renowned bestseller, the man proudly announced, pulling out a familiar orange book. See, this is my work. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. That's the book Kakashi-sensei always reads. I bet it's a dirty novel, Naruto yelled, causing the women in the bathhouse to pause in shock. You're just a pervert peeking at them. The women, hearing Naruto's outburst, quickly evacuated the bathhouse. The old man panicked as he realized the situation. "Baka, look what you've done," he yelled, his face red with embarrassment. "Iro-san," Naruto remarked, amused by the chaos he'd caused. "I'm no ordinary pervert, I'm a super pervert," the man proclaimed, striking a ridiculous pose. Naruto couldn't hold back a vein from popping on his forehead at the man's self-proclaimed title. "What are you going to do about your mess?" Naruto demanded. "What mess?" the old man asked, confused. "You knocked out my instructor," Naruto pointed to the unconscious Ebisu. "He was supposed to train me." "The water walking exercise?" the man asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto nodded, a bit suspicious. "You know ninjutsu?" The old man's expression hardened for a moment. "I'm no novice." "Then you'll train me," Naruto said firmly. "I'm preparing for the Chuunin exams finals. I'm facing a Hyuga." "I don't train brats like you," the man grumbled. Naruto took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs. "Everyone! There's an old pervert peeking at naked women in the area." His voice echoed, and screams could be heard from the distance. The old man froze, his face pale. "Baka, what are you doing?" he shouted, frantically covering his mouth. Naruto grinned. "Either you train me, or I'll tell everyone, including the ANBU, that you're a spy." Imagine how they'd react to hearing about your little research. The old man's eyes widened in recognition. "Ibiki, you're threatening me with Ibiki," Naruto smirked. "He might just be interested in your research, don't you think?" The old man hesitated, then let out a frustrated sigh. "Fine, I'll train you, but keep your mouth shut about me." He turned to face Naruto fully, revealing the man's true identity. "My name is Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of the Sannin." Naruto's jaw dropped. "Sannin. Did you just say Sannin?" Jiraiya grinned. "Didn't you hear me? It's Jiraiya." Naruto couldn't believe it. The legendary Jiraiya, as powerful as the Hokage himself. "So, what's your name?" Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. "Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied, still stunned. Jiraiya studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Follow me," he instructed, turning to leave. Naruto obeyed, still trying to wrap his head around this revelation. As they walked, Jiraiya spoke again. "Let me guess, you can do tree climbing and water walking, right?" "Yeah, I learned that from Genkai-sensei," Naruto replied. "I recently practiced it in Wave Country." "Impressive," Jiraiya said with a smirk. "What jutsu do you know?" "I know 3 jutsu from each element," Naruto said proudly. Jiraiya stopped dead in his tracks. "Wait. You've mastered 3 jutsu from each element," Naruto nodded. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. "You've already learned all 5 elements." "Not yet. I haven't mastered shape and nature transformation," Naruto clarified. Jiraiya's mind raced. It takes years to master those techniques. Even for prodigies, it's not something easily achieved. "I'm not sure showing you the basics will help you in time for the Chuunin exams, but let's see what you can do." "How about a spar?" Naruto suggested with a grin. "Let's see who's stronger." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "All right, show me what you've got." The two clashed, Naruto moving with surprising speed. Jiraiya quickly realized that Naruto wasn't just fast, he was reading his chakra, predicting his moves. "This kid's not just powerful, he's a sensor," Jiraiya thought, impressed. "I'll need to be careful with him." With that, Jiraiya quickly formed 3 hand seals, and the water surged upwards, launching Naruto into the air. "He's way too fast, even faster than Kakashi-sensei." "I barely had time to dodge," Naruto thought. In an instant, Jiraiya appeared in front of him and landed a powerful kick to his abdomen. His speed was so overwhelming that Naruto could barely sense his movements in time to block. The impact sent Naruto skidding across the water, and he would have sunk if he hadn't used his chakra to stick to the surface. Getting up, Naruto kneeled on the water and faced Jiraiya, a serious expression on his face. "Pain is part of the process. If I go easy on you, you won't grow. The only way to get stronger is by facing those who push you to your limits," Jiraiya explained. "He's right. Even back with Genkai-sensei, she always held back, making us fight at a level beyond our reach. But it made us stronger. I can't expect to improve by facing opponents at my level." Naruto quickly formed several hand seals. "Katen, great fireball jutsu," he called out, releasing a massive fireball aimed directly at Jiraiya. But the fireball shot past him, striking the shore and creating a burst of steam. Where did he go? Naruto wondered. Suddenly, he felt a hand latch onto him from below the water, pulling him down into a sleeper hold. Jiraiya dragged him deeper into the water, and Naruto knew he was in serious trouble. Reacting quickly, Naruto formed a seal, summoning 3 water clones. They pulled out kunai and attempted to stab Jiraiya, but he vanished into a puddle of water. Naruto resurfaced, panting heavily as he climbed out of the water. "If I didn't have all my experience," He could actually be a serious threat. Thank goodness this is just a spar, Jiraiya mused, watching Naruto catch his breath. Naruto took a knee, eyeing Jiraiya as he readied himself for the next move. He then formed a ram seal and spoke the words for his next jutsu. Hidden mist technique, Naruto exclaimed, a thick mist rapidly enveloping the area. He can't be serious. Even without sight, he'll just use his sensing abilities to track me, Jiraiya thought, chuckling to himself. Closing his eyes, Jiraiya focused on his senses. It was eerily silent. Normally, a rookie would have attacked by now, but Naruto was being patient. It seemed like he was waiting for the right moment, or perhaps setting a trap. Jiraiya bit his thumb and quickly formed more seals. Placing his hands on the water, he called out, summoning technique. A small toad appeared in front of him, no bigger than Jiraiya's hand. If you would please, Jiraiya said, gesturing to the toad. The toad croaked loudly, and then began emitting a wailing sound. The wail echoed through the mist, sending birds and animals fleeing in fear. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of water splashing, as though something was moving through it. Jiraiya quickly formed more seals and launched his next attack. Fire style, fireball, he shouted. A huge fireball, far larger than Naruto's earlier one, flew toward the sound's origin. The fireball was infused with an afterburn effect, making it far more dangerous. Naruto saw the fireball coming and instantly formed several more hand seals. He knew this was a risky move. It would drain a significant portion of his remaining chakra, but he had no other choice. Water style, great waterfall technique, Naruto yelled as a massive swirling vortex of water shot forward, tearing through the mist. Jiraiya's fireball vanished, and he was left confused. Then he heard something rushing toward him, the unmistakable roar of a water vortex cutting through the air. An A-rank technique. He can pull that off already. Jiraiya thought in shock, quickly reacting by performing another set of hand seals and slamming his hand onto the ground. Earth style, iron wall, Jiraiya shouted as a massive mud wall shot up in front of him. His toad vanished to avoid the incoming vortex, and the water slammed into the wall with a deafening roar. After the storm of water subsided, Jiraiya removed the mud wall, revealing an exhausted Naruto. Despite the toll it had taken on him, Naruto looked ready to continue. Jiraiya raised his hand, signaling for him to stop. That's enough, this is a spar, not a battle. You've shown me what I needed to see. Your instincts and skills are impressive. The key now is consistent training. I have an idea for your next phase of training, Jiraiya said. Naruto sighed in relief as he stood and relaxed. Jiraiya took Naruto to a nearby hot spring to unwind after their intense session. Nothing like a hot spring to help you relax after all that action, Jiraiya said, settling in comfortably. Naruto leaned back, enjoying the warmth, while the toad from earlier was also in the spring, lazily spitting out water and croaking. If he stays in too long, he'll turn into a cooked toad, Jiraiya joked, laughing. Naruto chuckled, amused by the toad's antics. Later that evening, after returning to his apartment feeling refreshed, Naruto was told by Jiraiya to meet him at the same spot the next day for more training. As he made his way home, Jiraiya observed from atop a building, watching Naruto from a distance. Jiraiya-sama, Ebisu said as he approached the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya turned to face him. Sorry, Ebisu, looks like I've borrowed your student for a bit, Jiraiya apologized. It's fine. I watched your spar with Naruto-kun, Ebisu replied. Truth be told, there's not much I can teach him. Genkai-sama already taught him everything he needed before sending him back to Konoha. The only thing he's missing is experience. Yeah, experience is the one thing he lacks, Jiraiya said, gazing down at Naruto. His skills are already at Jonin level. I never expected that from a 10-year-old. If he had followed up in his attacks, I might have been in trouble. Maybe he should join ANBU. He'd be one of the youngest ANBU members ever. Not even Itachi was that strong at his age, Ebisu said, impressed. He's full of potential. But the problem is he spends so much time training, he forgets he's still a kid, Jiraiya noted. Are you here because of Orochimaru? Ebisu asked. Not really, I came for another reason, Jiraiya replied. What reason could be more important than that? Ebisu asked, puzzled. I'm not one to meddle, Ebisu. But I'll tell you this. Konoha may need me more than they realize, Jiraiya said, his expression hardening. You must sign your name with your blood, then place your fingertips at the end to seal the contract, Jiraiya instructed. Naruto bit his finger and began writing his name on the scroll, just as instructed. After biting your thumb, you'll perform the following hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram, Jiraiya continued. Naruto followed the instructions and quickly completed the hand seals. He slammed his hands onto the ground, and a puff of smoke enveloped him. When it cleared, Naruto found himself standing on top of a gigantic toad. "Yada," Naruto cheered, thrilled by the sight. "Who dare summon me?" the toad bellowed. "I did," Naruto exclaimed, grinning. The toad scowled, its anger evident. "HMPH, get off me, you little brat," the toad growled, shaking its head violently. Naruto was thrown off and landed with a thud on the ground. "Jiraiya, you need to teach him the proper way to summon. He's not ready for me yet," the toad said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto stood up, both irritated and confused. "What did he mean by right?" Naruto demanded, clenching his fists. "Summoning isn't just about calling them. You need to pass a test first, a challenge set by the toad boss, Gamabunta," Jiraiya explained. "How do I pass it?" Naruto asked, eager to get started. "It's about how much chakra you pour into the summoning. You need to exert a significant amount to summon the toad boss," Jiraiya replied. "Let's do this then," Naruto declared. "Hold on," Jiraiya interrupted. "I have a question for you first." "What's up?" Naruto asked. "Have you ever felt another presence inside you, one that's dormant, waiting to be awakened?" Jiraiya asked seriously. "You mean the Nine-Tails chakra?" Naruto responded, raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya looked surprised by Naruto's knowledge. "So you've sensed it. Have you ever tried to tap into it?" Jiraiya asked. "Only once. It took over and nearly drove me insane with rage. I don't want to go back to that," Naruto admitted. "Good," Jiraiya nodded. "But you need to learn how to control that power to make it your own." "How do I do that?" Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. "Start by reaching for that chakra, but try to access it without the anger or aggression you felt the first time," Jiraiya instructed. "Why does that matter?" Naruto asked, confused. Hyuga clan members are known for their ability to block chakra points. If you use the Nine-Tails chakra recklessly, you'll end up with two sources of chakra, which could complicate things. Neji might try to seal off your chakra, and if that happens, you'll need to rely on the Nine-Tails chakra, Jiraiya explained. "But you must control it like it's your own. If you don't, it will control you." "I don't think Neji will be much of a challenge," Naruto muttered. "Never underestimate your opponent. Even the most skilled shinobi have been brought down by underestimating others. In our world, mistakes can cost you your life," Jiraiya warned sternly. "You need to stay alert. The Hyuga could seal your chakra, and that's when you'll need the Nine-Tails. But if you can control it, it'll be your ace in the hole." Naruto nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes in concentration. Naruto reached out, trying to tap into the Nine-Tails chakra, but he couldn't feel its presence. Opening his eyes in frustration, he sighed. "It's no use, I can't sense it." Jiraiya observed him closely. "Maybe you need to push yourself further. Try depleting your chakra reserves. That way, the Nine-Tails chakra might be easier to access. Plus, it'll be good training." Naruto grinned and nodded, then created 100 shadow clones, all charging toward him. Jiraiya watched with interest, recognizing Naruto's style was unique. It was clear that Naruto had blended various martial arts into something entirely his own. Naruto moved fluidly, dodging and countering each attack. Jiraiya was impressed by the way he adapted, flowing like water around the attacks rather than forcing his moves. After hours of fighting, Naruto was down to 2 clones. He quickly overpowered them and dispelled them, still looking unfazed. "Are you tired yet?" Jiraiya asked, a little amazed. Naruto shook his head confidently. "I don't get tired." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "That's impressive. But you'll need to focus on summoning more chakra now." Naruto bit his thumb again, focusing all his energy on summoning the toad boss. He slammed his hand down onto the ground and performed the summoning jutsu, calling upon his chakra. A massive toad appeared, towering over him like a 2-story building. Jiraiya watched closely. "He's summoning toads, but not the toad boss yet. He's got the chakra for it, but he lacks the control." Days passed, and Naruto continued summoning toads, but the toad boss still wouldn't appear. Then, with only a week left before the finals, Jiraiya took Naruto to an area he hadn't been to before. "You need to learn how to unlock the power inside of you. In urgent situations, you should be able to call on it, instead of waiting for it to call on you," Jiraiya said, flicking Naruto's forehead. Naruto fell back and suddenly found himself falling into a dark cavern. His hands scrambled for purchase, but he couldn't grip the slippery edges. He was falling fast, and the fear hit him as he realized the danger. He tried to steady himself, but he ended up in a strange, clean sewer-like place. Walking through a narrow tunnel, he felt an unusual presence ahead. He soon found himself standing in front of a massive cage, with a large paper-marked seal in the center. Naruto stepped forward cautiously. Before he could get closer, large claws appeared from the darkness, almost hitting him. Looking up, he saw the glowing red eyes of the Nine-Tails. Kyuubi, Naruto whispered, recognizing the presence. For the first time, they were face to face. Don't think for a moment I'd hesitate to rip you apart if it weren't for this cursed seal, the Kyuubi growled. Naruto didn't flinch. I'm not here to fight. The Kyuubi's laughter rumbled in the air. I figured as much. Few live to tell the tale after trying to challenge me. I want to make a deal, Naruto said, determination in his voice. And why would I agree to this? The Kyuubi asked, intrigued. I'll help you break free for a while. You give me chakra when I need it, and I'll use my jutsu to let you out, Naruto proposed. The Kyuubi fell silent, considering the offer. Why should I trust you? The Ninetales asked, still cautious. Because if I die, you remain sealed here forever. Think about it. This is your only chance, Naruto explained. The Kyuubi narrowed its eyes. True, very well, I accept. But remember, one day I will break free from the seal. I hope, one day, we can become allies, Naruto said, as the Ninetales chakra wrapped around him. Naruto's eyes opened wide as he realized he was falling fast again. But this time, his thumb bit into his skin as he formed the seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto shouted as his chakra surged along with the Ninetales' power. In a massive puff of smoke, the Toad boss, Gamabunta, appeared. Where am I? Gamabunta roared. The day of the finals finally arrived, and Naruto was ready. He had pushed himself harder than ever, mastering the summoning jutsu and even learning to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra without losing control. Walking into the arena, Naruto noticed the other contestants already waiting. His teammates were present, but Sasuke was noticeably absent. A Jonin stood before them, wearing a bandana and casually chewing on a toothpick. He checked his watch and addressed the group. All right, listen up. There's been a change in the match order, he said, holding up a piece of paper. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji Gaara vs. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kyoko vs. Hiei Hazuki Kasumi vs. Kuchiki Byakuya, Aburame Shino vs. Kankuro Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Where's Dasu? Haven't seen him since the prelims. A few murmured among themselves. Now that you know the matchups, there's a designated waiting room. No fighting except when I signal the start of the match. The rules remain the same as the preliminaries. Understood, the Jonin continued. The Genins nodded in agreement. Then, first two participants stay here. The rest head to the waiting room. Naruto remained still as everyone else filed up the stairs. Neji stayed behind, locking eyes with Naruto. You seem like you want to say something, Neji said, his voice full of confidence. Naruto looked back at him, eyes hard and unyielding. I already told you I'll win, Naruto stated flatly. Neji studied him for a moment. There was no hesitation in Naruto's voice. He truly believed it. Kiba, watching from the stands with Hinata beside him, thought to himself, Naruto has unbelievable speed, but Neji's eyes can track him instantly. It'll take more than speed to defeat him. The Jonin called out, let the first match begin. Hyuga Neji vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Without waiting, Naruto charged at Neji with incredible speed, throwing a punch. Neji sidestepped and parried, but Naruto pressed forward, landing another punch that sent Neji skidding back. Neji quickly fell into the gentle fist stance, preparing himself. Naruto stood ready, eyes narrowing. Neji's fast, Naruto thought, but my punches are stronger. You can't be serious. You're being overpowered, Naruto taunted. Neji's surprise was evident as Naruto pressed him further. I heard you were strong, Neji. But if this is your best, I'm not even close to full power, Naruto said, his tone calm but full of promise. Wait, full power, Kurenai exclaimed. I have no idea what he's talking about, Asuma replied, confusion on his face. He's not at full strength. I know Naruto has been trained by someone exceptional. That's why he's so strong, Hayashi thought to himself. Neji may have had the upper hand in experience, but Naruto's raw power was undeniable. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto called, creating 5 clones. The crowd gasped. That's a Jonin-level technique, a Chuunin remarked from the stands. The clones immediately rushed at Neji. He moved swiftly to counter each one, but more kept coming, forcing him to keep up the defensive. The clones are attacking, but he's not joining the fight directly, Kurenai observed. Asuma's right, he's being cautious. Letting his clones fight first to gauge Neji's abilities. It's a smart strategy, Kurenai added. One of the clones pulled out a kunai, slashing at Neji. He parried it effortlessly, but another clone appeared, attacking from a different angle. Neji realized the clones weren't his only problem. Naruto, from behind, began forming hand seals. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, he shouted, releasing a barrage of shurikens that multiplied into hundreds. Neji, realizing the danger, began to spin into kite, the rotating defense technique of the Hyuga clan. The shurikens bounced off, but some clones couldn't escape the rotation and were blown away. Impressive, Naruto thought. He's using kite with remarkable precision. It's like a giant spinning shuriken. The remaining clones, now armed with kunai, leaped at Neji as his rotation slowed. Neji knocked them away, but the real Naruto was closing in. Before Neji could respond, Naruto shouted, "Suiten, Deibukufu no Jutsu," unleashing a massive water vortex. "An A-rank jutsu," gasped a Chuunin. Even the Jonins were stunned. There was no water source for this technique, yet Naruto had summoned it effortlessly. The water crashed forward with force. Neji tried to react with kite, but the sheer power of the technique overwhelmed him. The arena was drenched, and Neji struggled to rise, coughing. Naruto walked over to him. "You mixed yourself up with your clone," Neji said, realizing the deception. "I don't sit back in a fight. I knew you'd focus on my clone, leaving me the chance to strike when you weren't paying attention," Naruto explained. "You showed me too much during your fight with Hinata." Neji was silent for a moment, remembering the past. "I didn't forget," Naruto continued, his voice serious. "I remember the winter when Hinata shielded me from bullies, when she didn't hesitate to protect someone. That's why I'm here now." Neji's expression faltered, but his anger flared again. "It doesn't matter. I can't lose." But before Neji could strike, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. The ground cracked open, and he appeared behind Neji, landing a powerful right hook. Neji crashed to the ground, not getting up. "I made a clone just in case," Naruto said, his voice steady. "You couldn't accept your own limitations, Neji. You blamed yourself for your father's death, but you can't forgive yourself. That's where your hatred comes from." Neji's face twisted in confusion and rage. "What do you know about me? I know you blamed yourself because you couldn't protect your father. And I know you hate the main family, but deep down, you hate yourself more," Naruto finished. The truth echoed in Neji's mind as he lay there, unable to argue against it. Neji stayed silent, merely observing as Naruto spoke. "You blame destiny and think that people are born with a predetermined path, but the truth is, destiny isn't something that's simply set in stone. It's something you carve for yourself. How you choose to walk your own road is entirely up to you. You're just shifting the blame onto the world for your own struggles and setbacks," Naruto declared. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto," Genma announced as he concluded the match. The crowd erupted in applause as Naruto turned and walked away. His tactics and abilities are far beyond those expected of a genin. For one, he was always steps ahead of Neji. Neji has potential but isn't quite Chuunin level yet. On the other hand, Naruto used limited knowledge of Neji to craft the perfect strategy against him, Kurenai commented. "Exactly. If this were a real mission, and he had intel on the target, he would have used it just like he did in this match." He paid attention to every detail, never letting confidence cloud his judgment. Even when the fight was nearing its end, he was still cautious not to let his guard down. If he were commanding a squad, not only would the mission be a success, but everyone would also come back unscathed, Asuma added. "I never expected him to be this strong. But what concerns me is that he mentioned not being at his full strength. What did Genkai-sama do to him?" Asuma pondered. Naruto entered the waiting room and took his place beside his teammates. "That was a bit much," Kyoko remarked casually. "He had it coming," Naruto replied with his eyes shut. "Where's Sasuke?" Byakuya asked aloud. Since the preliminaries, no one had seen Sasuke, who had left with Kakashi. Team 7 watched as another Jonin leaped down to speak with Genma. After a brief conversation, the Jonin vanished. The second match is postponed. Moving on to the third match. Uchiha Kyoko and Hiei, please proceed. Naruto's eyes shifted toward the arena. It was no surprise that the crowd was especially excited for this match, given that Kyoko was one of the few remaining members of the renowned Uchiha clan. Expectations were high. In an instant, Kyoko vanished and reappeared near Genma, while Hiei casually walked down the stairs to take his position. The two quickly clashed, exchanging rapid punches and kicks. Hiei found himself overwhelmed as Kyoko swiftly took him down. "What's this?" Hiei gasped. "Genjutsu, enjoy it," Kyoko smirked. "Using genjutsu won't change this outcome," Hiei muttered. He quickly formed the ram seal. "Kai," he declared, dispelling the genjutsu. The crowd was taken aback as both fighters disappeared and reappeared in the middle of the stands. "Genjutsu?" Kurenai asked, clearly intrigued. "Who cast it, though?" Asuma wondered. "No more tricks. Let's see who's the best," Hiei challenged. Kyoko smiled, closing her eyes momentarily before opening them to reveal her Sharingan. Her two tomos now locked onto Hiei. Now that Kyoko's using her Sharingan, she's tracking his every move. He shouldn't have let her activate it so soon, Naruto thought, closely observing the fight. Both fighters disappeared in an instant, colliding in midair before retreating to regroup. Katen Hamuranagase, Hiei cried, unleashing multiple fireballs. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kyoko countered, creating 2 clones. She quickly formed more seals. Futon, Tappa, she shouted. The wind release collided with Hiei's fireballs, and Kyoko followed with Katen, Goka Senpu. The fireballs spiraled into a vortex of flames, accompanied by howling winds that made the audience shield themselves from the heat. Sakura gasped, shielding her face from the scorching wind. She couldn't believe the sheer power Kyoko displayed. The difference in strength between her and Kyoko became glaringly obvious. Kyoko was the only kunoichi of her class to make it to the finals. Sakura vowed to one day close the gap and surpass her. The winds subsided, and as the smoke cleared, Hiei was nowhere to be seen. Kyoko stood confidently in the center of the arena. Suddenly, a sword pierced through her chest from behind. She looked momentarily shocked as she saw Hiei standing behind her, the sword in hand. Hiei smiled, believing he had won. However, his sword missed the vital organs, leaving only a deep wound that would scar Kyoko. He was sure he had triumphed. But then a crow burst from Kyoko's chest, cawing loudly as it separated from her and took flight. More crows emerged, circling the arena as Kyoko slowly began to vanish, her form dissolving into the flock. Genjutsu, impressive, Kurenai noted as she observed the unfolding battle. Kyoko's mastery of genjutsu was evident, and she had timed her deception perfectly. Hiei looked around, trying to track Kyoko's movements, but the crows made it impossible to pinpoint her location. Suddenly, a pair of Sharingan eyes with 2 tomos locked onto him. A shadow appeared and grabbed Hiei, immobilizing him. He felt the shadow slowly encase him, its grip tightening as the Sharingan stared down at him with deadly intent. Genjutsu, this is powerful. I can't break free, Hiei thought as the shadow continued to overwhelm him. Kyoko smiled, observing the struggle as Hiei tried to resist. Not many can escape my genjutsu, but he's tough. It's draining him though, Kyoko thought, watching Hiei struggle. As Hiei gasped for breath, Kyoko wasted no time and launched a high-speed attack, landing a powerful punch to his face. Hiei attempted to block, but it was clear he couldn't keep up. He leaped back, desperate to put distance between them. However, Kyoko pursued him relentlessly, attacking with even greater speed. For nearly a minute, they exchanged blows until Kyoko jumped back, taking a moment to catch her breath. Hiei, however, staggered backward, eventually collapsing to his knees. The effects of Kyoko's genjutsu were still taking a toll on him. My body feels sluggish. I can't keep up with her, Hiei thought, his vision blurry as he glanced at Kyoko. Kyoko smiled, her voice dripping with confidence. You could surrender, you know you're no match for me. Hiei's mind raced. She's right, I can't keep fighting like this. Her genjutsu is terrifying. How can we be just 10 years old, yet she fights like a seasoned jonin? Both fighters knew that under the effects of genjutsu, using ninjutsu would be a huge risk. The difficulty in controlling chakra made it impossible to use it effectively. Hiei had to rely on his taijutsu, but with his reaction time slowed, he was taking hit after hit. Kyoko, on the other hand, wasn't using ninjutsu either. She preserved her chakra for later, choosing to rely on her superior taijutsu. Her moves were so fluid that she barely seemed winded after their high-speed exchange. Hiei, exhausted and battered, struggled to rise. If you won't give up, then I'll come to you, Kyoko declared. In that moment, something remarkable happened. The 3rd Tomo appeared in her Sharingan. Kyoko blinked, staring at Hiei. He seemed to move in slow motion. What's happening? Why is he moving so slowly? No, wait, it's me. I can see everything so clearly, Kyoko thought as she closed in on Hiei. Hiei tried to counter, pulling out a kunai, but Kyoko slipped past him effortlessly, landing a swift punch to his chest. Before Hiei could react, Kyoko disappeared and reappeared behind him, delivering a devastating kick to his chin. As Hiei soared into the air, Kyoko followed up, grabbing him mid-flight and spinning him in the air before slamming him into the ground with immense force. This is, Asuma thought, recognizing the technique. Lee's move, Sakura murmured wide-eyed. Hiei, realizing he had no way to escape, quickly performed hand seals. Daten, Doryu Taiga, he called out, spitting out a mudslide that softened his landing. Kyoko slammed into the ground, skidding to a stop. She quickly regained her footing, though her body ached from the powerful move. Hiei, still struggling to get up, fell back down. Winner, Uchiha Kyoko, Genma declared, calling the match in her favor. Kyoko glanced at him, momentarily forgetting that there was a judge. I can still fight, Hiei protested, trying to rise once more, but he collapsed back down. Give it up, you can barely move. There's no shame in admitting defeat. If you hadn't used that jutsu, you'd be done for by now, Genma said. Medics rushed in to assist Hiei as Kyoko walked back to the waiting room, waving off a medic who tried to approach her. Naruto watched her carefully. Despite her composed exterior, she was clearly winded. The lotus technique had taken a toll on her, and it would take some time for her to recover. Her abilities far exceed the level of a genin. Her speed and tactical thinking are advanced, Kurenai remarked. Not to mention her genjutsu skills, she might rival you or even the Kurama clan, Asuma said, impressed. Indeed. The moment she used her Sharingan, she had Hiei cornered. His mistake was locking eyes with her so soon. She had him beat from the start. If her genjutsu skills were at a high Jonin level, she could have won instantly when she first cast it. Her skills are at least high Chuunin or low Jonin level. Remarkable for someone her age, Kurenai thought. We're moving on to the fourth match. Hazuki Kasumi and Uzumaki Naruto, please come down to the arena. Water style, water cannon, Naruto realizes, recognizing this technique as one of his own. Another surge of water appears just as Byakuya prepares to land. So, she's a sensor type. Naruto muses, observing the battle intently. Byakuya quickly performs hand seals and announces, Earth style, mud wall. A massive earthen barrier forms, shielding him from the incoming water attack. Earth style counters water style, Kyoko comments, eyes sharp as she watches the match unfold. Indeed, Kasumi, being adept with water-based techniques, would be well aware of this. The question remained, how would she bypass this defensive barrier? Another wave of water strikes from the side. Byakuya jumps to the side, landing in a patch of mud. Looking up, he sees 4 versions of Kasumi in the air, heading toward him. Water clone technique, Kyoko observes. Byakuya forms a series of hand seals, then declares, lightning style, thunder strike. A violent burst of lightning surges from his body. The water clones, upon contact, evaporate into steam, surrounding Byakuya. The steam expands rapidly, forming a protective bubble around him. Kasumi appears inside, her hands pressing against the bubble. Water prison technique, Kasumi chants. Byakuya is trapped in the water sphere, but he isn't finished. He quickly forms more hand seals, inhales deeply, and releases a powerful jutsu. Wind style, gale burst. The wind within the bubble shatters the prison, scattering water everywhere. Kasumi stumbles back, clearly surprised by his sudden escape. Byakuya lands and slams his hands onto the ground. Sealing technique, binding seal, he calls out. A sealing mark erupts beneath him as Kasumi points a finger at him. Water bullet technique, Kasumi murmurs, sending a tiny droplet of water flying at lightning speed. It hits Byakuya square in the chest, shocking him and causing his seal to dissipate as he collapses. Kasumi breathes heavily, standing victorious. A jutsu without hand seals, she's either a master of it or it's her specialty, Naruto reflects, watching closely. Medics rush to Byakuya's side. Winner, Hazuki Kasumi, Genma announces, as the crowd erupts into applause and mist dissipates. Kasumi heads back to the waiting room, but Naruto keeps his gaze fixed on her. She's going to be a formidable opponent, Naruto observes. Kasumi's chakra reserves already rival a Jonin's, and her skill was evident in the way she handled Byakuya, who was no slouch himself. He was known for his calm demeanor and strategic mind, always thinking ahead. Kasumi's combat intelligence was clearly on par. Aburame Shino, Kankuro, come down for your match, Genma calls. Shino steps forward, ready for action. Protector, I quit, Kankuro suddenly exclaims. The crowd turns in surprise. He gives up already, Naruto wonders, watching Kankuro retreat. There seemed to be more to it than just fear of Shino's insects. Kankuro has forfeited. Aburame Shino wins by default. The last match of the qualifying rounds will now begin. Temari vs Nara Shikamaru, Genma announces. Temari gracefully floats down to the arena floor with her fan in hand. Naruto glances at Shikamaru, who leans casually against the railing, seemingly uninterested in the match. Nara Shikamaru, your turn, Genma urges. I think I'll forfeit too, Shikamaru begins. Naruto slaps Shikamaru's back, sending him stumbling into the arena. He lands with a resigned thud and simply lies there, staring up at Naruto. That was harsh, Naruto, Kyoko comments with a grin. If he forfeits, I'll make sure he wears a dunce cap, Naruto says with a smirk. Shikamaru groans, clearly cursing Naruto inwardly. Temari, however, wastes no time. She rushes at Shikamaru, who sees her coming from an unusual angle. Her smug expression only adds to the intensity as she prepares to strike with her fan. Temari swings her fan, releasing a powerful wind blast. The dust clears, but to Temari's shock, Shikamaru is nowhere to be seen. He's perched on 2 kunai embedded in the arena wall. You know, a man isn't supposed to lose to a woman, Shikamaru says, his voice casual but his words have an edge. Temari's forehead vein twitches. She swings her fan again, sending another gust of wind toward him. He wants me to attack, thinking he's in a corner, she realizes, grinning slightly. She's already figured out his strategy. He's trying to lead me into an area where the shadows are in his favor. If I go there, I'll be caught. Temari positions herself in the open, away from any shadows. Her fan whips through the air again, slashing trees and leaving deep marks. Shikamaru begins to form a seal with his hands, eyes narrowed in concentration. This is his plan, he's thinking it through, he doesn't take anything lightly. Shikamaru's a genius, Asuma remarks. He may seem lazy, but his strategic mind is sharp. If he decides to take this seriously, he'll win. The wind dies down, and Temari cautiously watches Shikamaru. Her eyes widen as she notices his shadow extending towards her. It's now or never. In a panic, she leaps backward, narrowly avoiding the shadow that nearly catches her, but the shadow seems to retreat. Shikamaru has been waiting for this moment. As Temari looks around, she sees Shikamaru's shadow is stretching further, thanks to the arena's shadows. Her escape routes are running out. Shikamaru's been leading me into a trap. Temari quickly realizes that she's been playing into his hands. Shikamaru's shadow finally catches her, and she mimics his every move, unable to escape. Well, looks like I got you, Shikamaru says with a smirk. Protector, I quit. The crowd goes silent, then erupts in confusion. What, he's quitting, someone exclaims. The audience throws their displeasure toward him. Shikamaru simply rolls his eyes. So noisy, he mutters. He releases his jutsu, and Temari stands frozen, shocked by her defeat. Shikamaru had her in his grasp, then chose to let her go. Baka, Naruto yells as he appears, slamming his fist into the back of Shikamaru's head. Shikamaru lands face first on the ground. Damn you, Naruto, Shikamaru mutters. Kyoko steps forward and gently kicks Shikamaru, rolling him over. Why'd you quit? You had it won, she asks, genuinely curious. I didn't have enough chakra to continue, only enough for one more cage main. It's just too troublesome, Shikamaru explains, unbothered. A scarred Jonin appears beside Genma. The final match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara, has been extended by 10 minutes. If Sasuke does not arrive within that time, he will forfeit, Genma announces. Where is Sasuke? Kyoko mutters. Shikamaru stands, commenting about how troublesome everything is. Temari retrieves her fan and heads to the waiting room. As time passes, rumors circulate that Sasuke injured himself during training, causing disappointment among the crowd. Genma glances at his watch, waiting for the final moments. Just as the last minute ticks away, a gust of wind sweeps across the arena floor. When the wind settles, Uchiha Sasuke appears, accompanied by Hadake Kakashi. The audience is stunned for a moment, then breaks into applause.